All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Close. We are starting very early today because we've got a lot of stuff to discuss. Google I/O starting 5 minutes. Very, very important. And we're going to see what Google has to say. Everyone's got I'm late by 1 minute. You know that is so it's our 4 minutes. Hasn't started yet. Mic check. Mic's bad. Mic's bad. Hold on. Weird. Why is mic? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Let me fix this. Okay, we're going to switch it to this one. All right, is that better? That's better. Yes, no? Again, bro, StreamYard. Freaking StreamYard. Got some issues here. Always. Better? Okay, cool. We'll switch to the other mic in a second. So the keynote's going to be starting in about 3 minutes, and that's when we'll see what Google has to say. They are not live yet, so in 3 minutes, we will see what Sundar puts up. After that, at 2 p.m., we have the interview with Elon again. We already had an Elon interview this morning, and it didn't really go that well, in my opinion. So we'll see if CNBC and David Faber can do a little bit better. And then from there, we have Trump's Golden Dome announcement. Apparently, is coming at 3 p.m. Maybe some implications there for Palantir, potentially implications for SpaceX, Anduril, et cetera. So we're going to see what announcements that Elon gets to make, or that Trump gets to make later towards the end of the day. Tesla right here, 350. Tesla's up 2.5%. So Tesla's getting some love. Palantir right here, 126.54. That's green. Rocket Lab, 25.92. And then Hoodie, 64.53. So none of these stocks really that different from where we left it. Google is green, trying to break 168. We haven't touched 168 in a while. Today we did touch it, 168.33 for a millisecond. Now we're back down right below it. But we haven't seen 168 basically for the past couple of weeks. So it's nice to see us getting back to these levels. And yeah, the big question for everyone is, can we break 170? Can we break 170 today? I have a feeling like, yeah, I think Sundar should be able to give us something to hang our hats on. But, we're going to have to see. Now, again, going into this, remember, the reason I think everyone's so on edge about this I/O event is because Google is trading at 16 times 2026 earnings. Walmart's at 37, Costco's at 57, Home Depot's at 23. These three companies simply don't have the free cash flow, the top line growth, the operating margins, or the cash pile to do share buybacks. But the one thing Google has that they don't have is a DOJ overhang and a search is done narrative. I think today's the day where Sundar's got to show off some real AI stuff, some stuff that gets the market excited, some stuff that gets them to realize how the hell are we letting Google trade at 16 times? And if they can show that off, then I think that's what's going to get the market to hopefully give it a little bit of a bid as we get into the keynote today. Now, here's something I want to show everybody. This right here is, I think, why the stock is trading at 16 times. This is Google's search year-over-year revenue growth, not overall top-line revenue. This is specific to search. They're still doing about $55 billion a quarter from search, which is a lot of money. But as you can see, it's declining pretty aggressively, right? It was at 14.4% year-over-year in Q1 2024. Now it's at 9.8%. This right here is why the market is having an issue, whether you think there's another narrative to these numbers or not. I think this is kind of the core argument for why the market is thinking, hey, maybe there's an issue with search. And the market is the market, right? Eventually the market's either going to be right or wrong, but I think it's up to Sundar today to say, hey, we have a lot of AI features, we have a lot of synchronization within our AI models, all these different things that we can do to increase the personalization and user adaption of Gmail, Docs, YouTube, etc., that gets people to believe in the overall thesis for Google. All right, I think the live event is starting. Here we go. This is Google I/O 2025.
This town ain't. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Google I/O. So good to see everyone here in Shoreline, and hello to everyone joining virtually around the world. I learned that today is the start of Gemini season. I'm not really sure what the big deal is. Every day is Gemini season here at Google. Normally, you wouldn't have heard much from us in the weeks leading up to I/O. That's because we'd be saving our best models for this stage. But in our Gemini era, we're just as likely to ship our most intelligent model on a random Tuesday in March, or a really cool breakthrough like Alpha Evolve just a week before. We want to get our best models into your hands and our products ASAP. And so we are shipping faster than ever. We have announced over a dozen models and research breakthroughs and released over 20 major AI products and features, all since the last I/O. I'm particularly excited about the rapid model progress. You can see the step function change here. ELO scores, one measure of progress, are up more than 300 points since the first generation of Gemini Pro. And today, Gemini 2.5 Pro sweeps the LM Arena leaderboard in all categories. It is state-of-the-art on many, many benchmarks. And we've also made rapid progress in coding. Our updated 2.5 Pro reached #1 on WebDev Arena and now surpasses the previous version by 142 ELO points. It's getting a lot of love across the top coding platforms, thanks to all of you. On Cursor, the leading AI code editor, Gemini is the fastest growing model of the year, producing hundreds of thousands of lines of accepted code every single minute. Now, this last milestone might be the most impressive, at least in some circles. A couple of weeks ago, Gemini completed Pokemon Blue. It earned all 8 badges, traveled the victory road, defeated the Elite Four and the champion, bringing us one step closer to achieving API, artificial Pokemon intelligence. All of this progress is enabled by our world-leading infrastructure, the foundation of our full-stack approach to AI. Our 7th-generation TPU, Ironwood, is the first design to power thinking and inference at scale. It delivers 10x the performance over the previous generation and packs an incredible 42.5 exaflops of compute per pod. Just amazing. And it's coming to Google Cloud customers later this year. Our infrastructure strength down to the TPU is what helps us deliver dramatically faster models. Of the top models on the LM Arena leaderboard, Gemini holds the top 3 spots for highest output tokens generated per second, all while model prices are coming down significantly. There's a hard trade-off between price and performance. Yet over and over, we've been able to deliver the best models at the most effective price point. Not only is Google leading this parade of frontier, we've fundamentally shifted the frontier itself. The result, more intelligence available for everyone, everywhere. And the world is responding and adopting AI faster than ever before. As one marker of progress, this time last year, we were processing 9.7 trillion tokens a month across our products and APIs. Now, we are processing 480 trillion monthly tokens. That's about a 50x increase in just a year. We're also seeing a wave of adoption across our developer AI tools. Today, over 7 million developers have built with the Gemini API across both Google AI Studio and Vertex AI, over 5x growth since last I/O, and Gemini usage on Vertex AI is up more than 40 times since last year. AI adoption is increasing across our products. The Gemini app now has over 400 million monthly active users. We are seeing strong growth and engagement, particularly with 2.5 models. For those using 2.5 Pro in the Gemini app, usage has gone up 45%. You will hear a lot more about the Gemini app later. We're also seeing incredible momentum in search. Today, AI overviews have more than 1.5 billion users every month. That means Google Search is bringing generative AI to more people than any other product in the world. And along with AI overviews, AI mode is the next big step for search. You'll hear more about this later. What all this progress means is that we are in a new phase of the AI platform shift, where decades of research are becoming reality for people all over the world. I want to share 3 examples of how research is transforming our products today: Project Starline, Astra, and Mariner. We debuted Project Starline, our breakthrough 3D video technology, at I/O a few years back. The goal was to create a feeling of being in the same room as someone, even if you were far apart. We've continued to make technical advances, and today we are ready to announce our next chapter, introducing Google Beam, a new AI-first video communications platform. Beam uses a new state-of-the-art video model to transform 2D video streams into a realistic 3D experience. Behind the scenes, an array of 6 cameras captures you from different angles. And with AI, we can merge these video streams together and render you on a 3D light field display with near-perfect head tracking down to the millimeter and at 60 frames per second, all in real time. The result, a much more natural and deeply immersive conversational experience. We are so excited to bring this technology to others. In collaboration with HP, the first Google Beam devices will be available for early customers later this year. HP will have a lot more to share a few weeks from now. Stay tuned. Over the years, we've been bringing underlying technology from Starline into Google Meet. That includes real-time speech translation to help break down language barriers. Here's an example of how this could be useful when booking a vacation rental in South America and you don't speak the language. Let's take a look.
Hi, Camilla. Let me turn on speech translation. It's nice to finally talk to you.
Es bueno hablarte finalmente. No puedo esperar a alquilar tu casa.
Te vas a divertir mucho y creo que te va a encantar.
You're going to have a lot of fun, and I think you're going to love visiting the city. The house is in a very nice neighborhood and overlooks the mountains.
That sounds wonderful. Is the house
Eso suena
close to public
maravilloso.
transportation,
¿Es la
or
casa
do you
cercana al
recommend
transporte
renting a car?
público o recomiendas alquilar un coche?
Hay un autobús cerca, pero
There's a
yo
bus
te
nearby,
recomendaría alquilar un
but I would
auto.
recommend renting a car so you can visit the nature and enjoy it.
That sounds great.
Eso suena genial.
You can see how well it matches the speaker's tone, patterns, and even their expressions. We are even closer to having a natural and free-flowing conversation across languages. And today, we are introducing this real-time speech translation directly in Google Meet. English and Spanish translation is now available for subscribers, with more languages rolling out in the next few weeks. And real-time translation will be coming to enterprises later this year. Another early research project that debuted on the I/O stage was Project Astra. It explores the future capabilities of a universal AI assistant that can understand the world around you. We are starting to bring it to our products. Today, Gemini Live has Project Astra's camera and screen sharing capabilities, so you can talk about anything you see. People are using it in so many ways, whether practicing for a job interview or training for a marathon. We've been appreciating the feedback from our trusted testers and some who are a little less trusted. Take a look.
That's a pretty nice convertible. I think you might have mistaken the garbage truck for a convertible. Is there anything else I can help you with?
What's a skinny building doing in my neighborhood?
It's a street light, not a building.
Why are these palm trees so short? I'm worried about them.
They're not short. They're actually pretty tall.
Sick convertible.
Garbage truck again. Anything else?
Why do people keep delivering packages to my lawn?
It's not a package, it's a utility box.
Why is this person following me wherever I walk?
No one's following you. That's just your shadow.
Gemini is pretty good at telling you when you're wrong. We are rolling this out to everyone on Android and iOS starting today. Next, we also have our research prototype, Project Mariner. It's an agent that can interact with the web and get stuff done. Stepping back, we think of agents as systems that combine the intelligence of advanced AI models with access to tools. They can take actions on your behalf and under your control. Computer use is an important agentic capability. It's what enables agents to interact with and operate browsers and other software. Project Mariner was an early step forward in testing computer use capabilities. We released it as an early research prototype in December, and we have made a lot of progress since. First, we are introducing multitasking, and it can now oversee up to 10 simultaneous tasks. Second, it's using a feature called Teach and Repeat. This is where you can show it a task once, and it learns a plan for similar tasks in the future. We are bringing Project Mariner's computer use capabilities to developers via the Gemini API. Trusted testers like Automation Anywhere and UiPath are already starting to build with it, and it will be available more broadly this summer. Computer use is part of a broader set of tools we will need to build for an agent ecosystem to flourish, like our open agent-to-agent protocol so that agents can talk to each other. We launched this at Cloud Next with the support of over 60 technology partners and hope to see that number grow. Then there is the Model Context Protocol introduced by Anthropic so agents can access other services. And today we are excited to announce that our Gemini SDK is now compatible with MCP tools. These technologies will work together to make agents even more useful. And we are starting to bring agentic capabilities to Chrome, Search, and the Gemini app. Let me show you what we are excited about in the Gemini app. We call it Agent Mode. Say you want to find an apartment for you and 2 roommates in Austin. You've each got a budget of $1,200 a month. You want a washer dryer or at least a laundromat nearby. Normally, you'd have to spend a lot of time scrolling through endless listings. Using Agent Mode, the Gemini app goes to work behind the scenes. It finds listings from sites like Zillow that match your criteria and uses Project Mariner when needed to adjust very specific filters. If there's an apartment you want to check out, Gemini uses MCP to access the listings and even schedule a tour on your behalf. And it'll keep browsing for new listings for as long as you need, freeing you up to do the stuff you want to do, like plan the housewarming party. It's great for companies like Zillow, bringing in new customers and improving conversion rates. An experimental version of the Agent Mode in the Gemini app will be coming soon to subscribers. This is a new and emerging area, and we are excited to explore how best to bring the benefits of agents to users and the ecosystem more broadly. The best way we can bring research into reality is to make it really useful in your own reality. That's where personalization will be really powerful. We are working to bring this to life with something we call personal context. With your permission, Gemini models can use relevant context across your Google apps in a way that is private, transparent, and fully under your control. Let me show you an example in Gmail. You might be familiar with our AI-powered smart reply features. It's amazing how popular they are. Now imagine if those responses could sound like you. That's the idea behind personalized smart replies. Let's say my friend wrote to me looking for advice. He's taking a road trip to Utah, and he remembers I did this trip before. Now, if I'm being honest, I would probably reply something short and unhelpful. Sorry, Felix. But with personalized smart replies, I can be a better friend. That's because Gemini can do almost all the work for me. Looking up my notes in Drive, scanning past emails for reservations, and finding my itinerary in Google Docs, trip to Zion National Park. Gemini matches my typical greetings from past emails, captures my tone, style, and favorite word choices, and then it automatically generates a reply. I love how it included details like keeping driving time under 5 hours per day, and it uses my favorite adjective, exciting. Looks great. Maybe you want to make a couple of changes to it and hit send. This will be available in Gmail this summer for subscribers. And you can imagine how helpful personal context will be across search, docs, Gemini, and more. Today, I've talked about intelligence, agents, and personalization. These are a few of the frontiers where we will make progress, and you'll hear more examples throughout the keynote. But first, I want to invite someone who can share more about the intelligence driving our future innovation. Last year, I introduced him as Sir Demis. This year, we can add Nobel laureate to his list of titles. Come on out, Demis.
Hey everyone, it's really great to be back here at I/O. We're living through a remarkable moment in history where AI is making possible an amazing new future. It's been a year of relentless progress for us. As Sundar said, people love interacting with Gemini 2.5. We've seen you vibe code with it, building games and apps in a single shot. You've used its vast reasoning powers on everything from unpacking scientific papers to understanding YouTube videos. And you've told us how collaborative, insightful, and genuinely helpful you found using Gemini. It's so exciting for us to see the awesome things you've all been doing and building with it. Gemini 2.5 Pro is our most intelligent model ever, and the best foundation model in the world. Just 2 weeks ago, we shipped a preview of an updated 2.5 Pro so you could get your hands on it and start building with it right away. We've been really impressed by what you've created, from turning sketches into interactive apps to simulating entire 3D cities. The new 2.5 Pro tops the popular coding leaderboard Web Dev Arena. And now that it incorporates LearnLM, our family of models built with educational experts, 2.5 Pro is also the leading model for learning. And it's #1 across all the leaderboards on LM Arena. Gemini Flash is our most efficient workhorse model. It's been incredibly popular with developers who love its speed and low cost. Today, I'm thrilled to announce that we're releasing an updated version of 2.5 Flash. The new Flash is better in nearly every dimension, improving across key benchmarks for reasoning, code, and long context. In fact, it's second only to 2.5 Pro on the LM Arena leaderboard. I'm excited to say that Flash will be generally available in early June, with Pro soon after. We're making final adjustments based on your feedback, but you can go try out the preview now in AI Studio, Vertex AI, and Gemini app. As always, we're looking to push the state-of-the-art relentlessly forward, and we're excited about our latest research advances. To tell you more, I'd like to welcome Tulsi to the stage, but first, let's take a look at what you're building with Gemini today.
Can you make a bunch of like confetti circles explode out of my mouse?
I've updated the sketch. Okay, what should we build next?
Okay, here's another 30 ideas for you.
Thanks, Demis. I'm so excited to share the improvements we're creating to make it easier for developers like all of you to build with Gemini 2.5, all based on your feedback with improved capabilities, enhanced security and transparency, better cost efficiency, and more control. First, in addition to the new 2.5 Flash that Demis mentioned, we are also introducing new previews for text-to-speech. These now have a first-of-its-kind multi-speaker support for 2 voices built on native audio output.
This means the model can converse in more expressive ways. It can capture the really subtle nuances of how we speak. It can even seamlessly switch to a whisper like this.
This works in over 24 languages, and it can easily go between languages.
So the model can begin speaking in English, but then ये हिंदी या किसी भी और भाषा में switch कर सकता है. And switch back, all with the same voice.
That's pretty awesome, right? You can use this text-to-speech capability starting today in the Gemini API. Yeah. The Live API will also have a 2.5 Flash preview version of native audio dialogue later today. So you can directly build conversational experiences with a more natural Gemini. It's even able to distinguish between the speaker and background voices, so it knows when to respond. And Logan and Paige will show you more in the developer keynote. Second, we've strengthened protections against security threats like indirect prompt injections. So Gemini 2.5 is our most secure model yet. And in both 2.5 Pro and Flash, we're including thought summaries via the Gemini API and Vertex AI. Thought summaries take the model's raw thoughts and organize them into a clear format with headers, key details, and information about model actions like tool calls. This gives you increased transparency for what the model is thinking, which is especially useful for high latency tasks, while also just being easy to debug and consume. You also asked us for more efficiency. So today's 2.5 Flash is even more efficient, reducing the number of tokens the model needs to use for the same performance, resulting in 22% efficiency gains on our evals. Finally, we launched 2.5 Flash with thinking budgets to give you control over cost and latency versus quality. And the response was great. So we're bringing thinking budgets to 2.5 Pro, which will roll out in the coming weeks, along with our generally available model. With thinking budgets, you can have more control over how many tokens the model uses to think before it responds, or you can simply turn it off. Now, as you heard from Demis, Gemini 2.5 Pro is incredible at coding. So now, let me show you how you can take any idea you have and bring it to life. So if you've ever been to the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, it has a set of amazing exhibits. So to bring that to you today, I got 2.5 Pro to code me a simple web app in Google AI Studio to share some photos and learn more. So here's what I have so far. But I want to make it more interactive. And I'm still brainstorming the design, but I've got some ideas. You've seen something like this before, right? Someone comes to you with a brilliant idea scratched on a napkin. As a PM, I'm often this someone. Now, standard two-dimensional web design is one thing, but I wanted to make it 3D. And I learned that jumping into 3D isn't easy. It requires learning about all kinds of new things, setting up a scene, camera, lighting, and more. Luckily for me, 2.5 Pro can help. So here, what I'm going to do is I am going to add the image I just showed you of the sphere. And I'm going to add in a prompt that asks 2.5 Pro to update my code based on the image. So we'll let 2.5 Pro get to work. And as you can see, it's starting to think, and it's going ahead and creating a plan based on what I asked for. And it'll apply it to my existing code base. Because Gemini is multimodal, it can understand the abstract sphere sketch and code beautiful 3D animations, applying them to my existing app. So this takes about 2 minutes. So for the purpose of time, we're going to do this baking show style. And I'm going to jump to another tab that I ran right before this keynote with the same prompt. And here's what Gemini generates. Whoa. We went from that rough sketch directly to code, updating multiple of my files. And actually, you can see it thought for 37 seconds. And you can see the changes it thought through, and then the files it updated. We did all of this in AI Studio, so once I finished prototyping, I can simply deploy the code along with my Gemini API key. So here's our final app in Chrome. Look at these animations. And I didn't need to have advanced knowledge of 3.js libraries or figure out the complex 3D math to build this. I know it would have taken forever to do this by hand, and instead, I was able to create this just based on a sketch. I can make this experience even richer with multimodality. So I used 2.5 Flash to add a question to each photo, inviting you to learn a little more about it. But what if it talked? That's where Gemini's native audio comes in.
That's a pangolin, and its scales are made of keratin, just like your fingernails.
Wow, now we're talking. You can hear how you can add expressive audio right into your apps. And before I share more, I'll leave this demo with another fun layout that 2.5 Pro coded just for us. We've put the starter code for anyone to build on top of this demo in Google AI Studio, so go try it out. And this is just one example of how Gemini 2.5 is changing how we build and how you can leverage the incredible capabilities to integrate vision, speech, and coding into your own applications. 2.5 Pro is available on your favorite IDE platforms and in Google products like Android Studio, Firebase Studio, Gemini Code Assist, and our asynchronous coding agent, Jules. Just submit a task, and Jules takes care of the rest, fixing bugs, making updates. It integrates with GitHub and works on its own. Jules can tackle complex tasks in large code bases that used to take hours, like updating an older version of Node.js. It can plan the steps, modify files, and more in minutes. So today, I'm delighted to announce that Jules is now in public beta, so anyone can sign up at jules.google. And like Demis said, we're always innovating on new approaches to improve our models, including making them more efficient and performant. We first revolutionized image and video generation by pioneering diffusion techniques. A diffusion model learns to generate outputs by refining noise step by step. Today, we're bringing the power of diffusion to text with our newest research model. This helps it excel at tasks like editing, including in the context of math and code. Because it doesn't just generate left to right, it can iterate on a solution very quickly and error correct during the generation process. Gemini diffusion is a state-of-the-art experimental text diffusion model that leverages this parallel generation to achieve extremely low latency. For example, the version of Gemini diffusion we're releasing today generates 5 times faster than even 2.0 Flash Lite, our fastest model so far, while matching its coding performance. So take this math example. Ready? Go. If you blinked, you missed it. Now, earlier, we sped things up, but this time, we're going to slow it down a little bit. Pretty cool to see the process of how the model gets to the answer of 39. This model is currently testing with a small group. And we'll continue our work on different approaches, lowering latency in all of our Gemini models with a faster 2.5 Flash Lite coming soon. And now, for more on the future of Gemini, back to you, Demis.
All right, so that was the Gemini stuff they showed off.
Thanks, Tulsi. We've been busy exploring the frontiers of thinking capabilities in Gemini 2.5. As we know from our experience with AlphaGo, responses improve when we give these models more time to think. Today, we're making 2.5 Pro even better by introducing a new mode we're calling Deep Think. It pushes model performance to its limits, delivering groundbreaking results. Deep Think uses our latest cutting-edge research in thinking and reasoning, including parallel techniques. So far, we've seen incredible performance. It gets an impressive score on USAMO 2025, currently one of the hardest maths benchmarks. It leads on Live Codebench, a difficult benchmark for competition-level coding. And since Gemini has been natively multimodal from the start, it's no surprise that it also excels on the main benchmark measuring this, MMMU. Because we're defining the frontier with 2.5 Pro Deep Think, we're taking a little bit of extra time.
Google down 1.5%, now at 164. Stock starting to go red here.
To conduct more frontier safety evaluations and get further input from safety experts. As part of that, we're going to make it available to trusted testers via the Gemini API to get their feedback before making it widely available. You'll hear more about our plans for 2.5 Pro Deep Think from Josh later today. Over the past decade, we've laid a lot of the foundations for the modern AI era. From our pioneering work inventing the Transformers architecture, which today underpins all large language models, to agent systems like AlphaGo and AlphaZero, we continue to double down on the breadth and depth of our fundamental research to invent the next big breakthroughs that are needed for artificial general intelligence. Gemini is already the best multimodal foundation model, but we're working hard to extend it to become what we call a world model. That is a model that can make plans and imagine new experiences by simulating aspects of the world, just like the brain does. This is something I've always been passionate about, having thought about virtual worlds since my early days, developing AI for simulation games like Theme Park. We've been taking strides in this direction for a while through our pioneering work training agents to master complex games like Go and StarCraft, to most recently, our Genie 2 model, capable of generating 3D simulated environments that you can interact with just from a single image prompt. You can already see these capabilities emerging in the way Gemini can use its world knowledge and reasoning to represent things in nature. And in Veo, our state-of-the-art video model, which has a deep understanding of intuitive physics, like how gravity, light, and materials behave. It's really incredible how well Veo maintains accuracy and consistency across frames. It knows what to do, even when the prompts get a little creative, like this person made out of life rafts. Understanding the physical environment will also be critical for robotics. AI systems will need world models to operate effectively in the real world. We fine-tuned a specialized model, Gemini Robotics, that teaches robots to do useful things like grasp, follow instructions, and adjust to novel tasks on the fly. For those of you here today, you can play around with the robots in the AI sandbox. Making Gemini a full world model is a critical step in unlocking a new kind of AI. One that's helpful in your everyday life, that's intelligent and understands the context you're in, and that can plan and take action on your behalf across any device. This is our ultimate vision for the Gemini app, to transform it into a universal AI assistant, an AI that's personal, proactive, and powerful, and one of our key milestones on the road to AGI. This starts with the capabilities we first explored last year in Project Astra, such as video understanding, screen sharing, and memory. Over the past year, we've been integrating capabilities like these into Gemini Live for more people to experience today. Of course, we continue to relentlessly improve and explore new innovations at the frontier. For example, we've upgraded voice output to be more natural with native audio. We've improved memory and added computer control. Let's take a look.
I'm here with the latest research prototype of Project Astra, and we're going to see how it can help me fix my bike. Hey, go online and look for a user's manual for a Huffy mountain bike.
I have found a user manual for you. What would you like to know about it?
Okay, cool. Now scroll until you find the section about the brakes.
Sure thing. Looking for that page now.
I think I stripped this screw. Can you go on YouTube and find a video for how to fix that?
Of course. I'm opening YouTube now. This looks like a good video.
Place a rubber band over the head of the screw.
Oh, nice.
Press down firmly.
Can you go through my emails with the bike shop and find which size hex nut I need?
Sure. According to the email from Bicycle Habitat, you need a 3/8" hex nut for your sprocket. I've highlighted the correct bin for you.
It seems like I need a spare tension screw. Can you call the nearest bike shop and see what they have in stock?
Yep. Calling them now. I'll get back to you with what they have in stock.
I think my brake pads are wearing down. Can you check the manual again and see if it talks about them anywhere?
According to the manual, if you look on page 24...
Do you want to get lunch? Yeah, give me 5 minutes. Can you finish what you were saying?
As I was saying, if you look on page 24, section 2, you'll see how to replace the brake pads.
Hey, any updates on that call?
Yep, I just got off of the bike shop. They confirmed they have your tension screw in stock. Would you like me to place a pickup order?
Could you show me some examples of dog baskets I can put on my bike?
Sure, I can help you with that. Just give me a moment. Here are some options. I think Zuka would look really great in these.
A universal AI assistant will perform everyday tasks for us. It will take care of mundane admin and surface delightful new recommendations, making us more productive and enriching our lives. We're gathering feedback about these new capabilities now from trusted testers and working to bring them to Gemini Live, new experiences in search, and the Live API for developers, as well as new form factors like Android XR glasses. You'll hear more on this later today. My entire career at its core has been about using AI to advance knowledge and accelerate scientific discovery. At Google DeepMind, we've been applying AI across almost every branch of science for a long time. In just the past year, we've made some huge breakthroughs in a wide range of areas, from mathematics to life sciences. We've built AlphaProof that can solve maths Olympiad problems at the silver medal level. Co-scientists that can collaborate with researchers, helping them develop and test novel hypotheses. And we've just released AlphaEvolve, which can discover new scientific knowledge and speed up AI training itself. In the life sciences, we've built Amy, a research system that could help clinicians with medical diagnoses, AlphaFold 3, which can predict the structure and interactions of all of life's molecules, and Isomorphic Labs, which builds on our AlphaFold work to revolutionize the drug discovery process with AI, and will one day help to solve many global diseases. In just a few short years, AlphaFold has already had a massive impact in the scientific community. It's become a standard tool for biology and medical research, with over 2.5 million researchers worldwide using it in their critical work. As we continue to make progress towards AGI, I've always believed, if done safely and responsibly, it has the potential to accelerate scientific discovery and be the most beneficial technology ever invented. Taking a step back, it's amazing to me that even just a few years ago, the frontier technology you're seeing today would have seemed nothing short of magic. It's exciting to see these technologies powering new experiences in products like Search and Gemini, and also coming together to help people in their daily lives. For example, we recently partnered with Aira, a company that assists people in the blind and low vision community to navigate the world by connecting them via video to human visual interpreters. Using Astra technology, we built a prototype to help more people have access to this type of assistance. We're getting ongoing feedback from users, while Aira's interpreters are actively supervising for safety and reliability. With this and all our groundbreaking work, we're building AI that's more personal, proactive, and powerful, enriching our lives, advancing the pace of scientific progress, and ushering in a new golden age of discovery and wonder.
I remember as a child playing till it got dark outside to make sure I could still play guitar without being able to see. I was diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa when I was probably about 4 years old. My vision is actively deteriorating, but music has been something that I can continue to do with the closing in of my visual reality. I feel free when I'm playing music. If Project Astra can help me be more independent, it would be, the greatest thing ever. Touring, for example, I love it because I get to go out and go to places I've never been before and meet new people, but it definitely is becoming more difficult.
Hello there.
Hello, can you tell me what you see in this green room while I scan around?
I see a sign on the wall in the direction you're facing. The sign says Wi-Fi network, the Gray Eagle, and the password is live music.
Thank you very much. Can you help me locate a microphone stand?
Sure, I can help with that. Do you mind if I turn on the flashlight?
Yes, please.
I see a wall with several coiled cables, and what look like mic stands towards the top right in the video.
The most powerful thing I can do is to get on stage, pick up my guitar, and play. Helps people understand that there's more than just blind or not blind, disability and ability. If Project Astra could help me along the way, I'm all for it.
Have a great time at your show.
Thanks, Demis. Amazing to see the possibilities for Project Astra to help with accessibility. It's another exciting example of how AI is advancing our timeless mission to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. No product embodies our mission more than Google Search. It's the reason we started investing in AI decades ago and how we can deliver its benefits at the scale of human curiosity. Our Gemini models are helping to make Google Search more intelligent, agentic, and personalized. One great example of progress is our AI overviews. Since launching at I/O last year, they've scaled up to over 1.5 billion users every month in more than 200 countries and territories. As people use AI overviews, we see they are happier with their results and they search more often. In our biggest markets like the US and India, AI overviews are driving over 10% growth in the types of queries that show them. What's particularly exciting is that this growth increases over time. It's one of the most successful launches in search in the past decade. AI overviews are also one of the strongest drivers of growth for visual searches in Google Lens. Lens grew 65% year over year, with more than 100 billion visual searches already this year. So people are asking more queries, and they're also asking more complex queries. With our latest Gemini models, our AI overviews are at the quality and accuracy you've come to expect from search and are the fastest in the industry. For those who want an end-to-end AI search experience, we are introducing an all-new AI mode. It's a total reimagining of search. With more advanced reasoning, you can ask AI mode longer and more complex queries like this. In fact, users have been asking much longer queries, 2 to 3 times the length of traditional searches. And you can go further with follow-up questions. All of this is available today as a new tab right in search. I've been using it a lot, and it's completely changed how I use search. And I'm excited to share that AI mode is coming to everyone in the US starting today.
Google now 165.
AI mode is where we will first bring our frontier capabilities into search. And starting this week, Gemini 2.5, our most intelligent model series, is coming to search. To share a whole lot more, here's Liz.
Thanks, Sundar. In just 1 year, there's been a profound shift in how people are using search. For years, people have come to Google to ask questions like this. And now they're also asking questions that look more like this. They're asking longer questions, harder ones, and as you just heard from Sundar, lots more of them. They're experiencing what AI-powered search can do as we bring together our Gemini model's advanced capabilities with search's unparalleled understanding of the web and the world's information. Today, you'll see how you can ask anything, and a more intelligent, agentic, and personalized search will take on your toughest questions and help you get stuff done. This is the future of Google Search, a search that goes beyond information to intelligence. And you're starting to see this come to life already with AI overviews. And AI mode takes this to the next level. AI mode is search transformed with Gemini 2.5 at its core. It's our most powerful AI search, able to tackle any question. And as Sundar announced, we're excited to start rolling out AI mode for everyone in the US, starting today. You'll find it as a new tab directly in search or right from your search bar. AI mode will be loaded up with all of our best AI features and capabilities. But it's even more than that. It's a glimpse of what's to come. Over time, we'll graduate many of AI mode's cutting-edge features and capabilities directly into the core search experience. That starts today as we bring the same models that power AI mode to power AI overviews. So you can bring your hardest questions right to the search box. Today, we'll give you a tour of AI mode, and you'll see how it works. With personal context, deeper research, complex analysis and visualization, live multimodality, and new ways to shop. Now, that's a lot, because AI mode can do a lot. So let's dive in. First, with AI mode, you can ask whatever's on your mind. And as you can see here, search gets to work. It generates your response, putting everything together for you, including links to content and creators you might not have otherwise discovered, and merchants and businesses with useful information like ratings. Search uses AI to dynamically adapt the entire UI, the combination of text, images, links, even this map, just for your question. And you can follow up conversationally. Now, AI mode isn't just giving you information. It's bringing a whole new level of intelligence to search. What makes this possible is something we call our query fan-out technique. Now, under the hood, search recognizes when a question needs advanced reasoning. It calls on our custom version of Gemini to break the question into different subtopics, and it issues a multitude of queries simultaneously on your behalf. It searches across the entire web, going way deeper than a traditional search. And it taps into all of our data sets of real-time information, like the knowledge graph, the shopping graph, and in this case, local data, including insights from our Maps community of over 500 million contributors. Search pulls together a response, and it checks its work to make sure it meets our high bar for information quality. And if it detects any gaps, it issues even more searches to fill them in. That means with AI mode, you get all of this from just a single search, and you get it fast. Now let's take a look at what's coming next to AI mode, starting in labs. Soon, AI mode will be able to make your responses even more helpful, with personalized suggestions based on your past searches. You can also opt in to connect to other Google apps, starting with Gmail. We call this personal context, and you'll see when AI mode is bringing yours in to help. So now, based on your recent restaurant bookings and searches, it gets that you prefer outdoor seating. And since you subscribe to those gallery newsletters, it suggests some cool art exhibits to check out while you're in town. But that's not all. Because your flight and hotel confirmations are in your inbox, you get event ideas that sync up with when you'll actually be in Nashville, with many nearby where you're staying. You can see how personal context in AI mode makes search really yours, with recommendations customized just for you. Now, this is always under your control, and you can choose to connect or disconnect it at any time. Personal context is coming to AI mode this summer. Next, for questions when you want an even more thorough response, we're bringing deep research capabilities into AI mode. You already come to search today to really unpack a topic, but this brings it to a much deeper level. So much so that we're calling this deep search. Deep search uses the same query fan-out technique you just heard about, but multiplied. It can issue dozens or even hundreds of searches on your behalf. It reasons across all those disparate pieces of information to create an expert-level, fully cited report in just minutes. It includes links to the web throughout, so you can easily explore and take action. Now, that's a core part of how we've built AI mode overall, and how we've always thought about AI in search. Because we believe AI will be the most powerful engine for discovery that the web has ever seen, helping people discover even more of what the web has to offer and find incredible, hyper-relevant content. You're starting to see how search is becoming more intelligent, and we've got more to show you. So I'll hand it over to Rajan, who will share how AI mode is helping analyze complex data for one of his passions, sports.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, so I'm a huge baseball fan. And lately, there's been a lot of buzz about these new torpedo bats. If you don't follow baseball, it's a new bat design where more of the weight of the bat is in the sweet spot. As you can see, I've been digging in on whether it's making a real impact on the game. And now, I'm wondering what the numbers say. So I'll ask, show the batting average and on-base percentage for this season and last for notable players who currently use a torpedo bat. Think about it. There are so many parts to that question. Search needs to understand who the notable players are, which ones are using torpedo bats, and their stats. I get this helpful response, including this easy-to-read table. And I know that this is fresh and accurate since it uses our sports data that's continuously updated down to the last strike. Search even brings in important context, like that it's still early in the season. I can follow up and ask, how many home runs have these players hit this season? And just like that, I get this graph. This goes back to what Liz mentioned about AI mode dynamically generating the right UI for each response. Search figured out that the best way to present this information is a graph, and it created it. It's like having my very own sports analyst right in search. Complex analysis and data visualization is coming this summer for sports and financial questions. Okay, so all this talk about baseball made me want to get closer to the game, like at the next game close. But finding the perfect tickets can be a chore. So I'm excited to share that we're bringing Project Mariner's agentic capabilities into AI mode. You've already seen how AI mode is becoming more intelligent and personalized. And here's where you start to see search getting more agentic. Search can take work off my plate while still under my control. I'll say, find 2 affordable tickets for this Saturday's Reds game in the lower level. Search kicks off a query fan out, looking across several sites to analyze hundreds of potential ticket options, doing the tedious work of filling in forms with all the criteria I asked for. And it puts it all together, reasoning across the results to analyze real-time pricing and inventory. Then, right here, task complete. I get great ticket options with helpful context so I can make an informed decision. Looks like these seats have a good view and at a reasonable price. Search helps me skip a bunch of steps, linking me right to finish checking out. Tickets secured. Search will help with tasks like this soon, starting with event tickets, restaurant reservations, and appointments for local services. Next, let's talk about multimodality. We've been blazing the trail for multimodal search since before it was really even a thing. We introduced Google Lens on this very stage back in 2017. And since then, we've made it even easier to see search what you see. Snap a picture with Google Lens or simply circle the search, and you can get an AI overview instantly. Like Sundar mentioned, visual search is on fire. And today, I'm excited to share that Lens has over 1.5 billion users every month. Now, we're taking the next big leap in multimodality by bringing Project Astra's live capabilities into AI mode. Think about all those questions that are so much simpler to just talk through and actually show what you mean, like a DIY home repair, a tricky school assignment, or learning a new skill. We call this Search Live. And now, using your camera, Search can see what you see and give you helpful information as you go back and forth in real time. It's like hopping on a video call with Search. I have 3 kids, and they ask about 1 million questions a minute. And with summer right around the corner, the team and I decided to put Search Live to the ultimate test, helping us and our kids tackle something new. We recorded at home with our families just this past weekend. Let's take a look.
It looks like you're about to do a fun science experiment.
All right. Ready, Anya? Ready, Adi?
Yep.
Okay.
Are you ready for your science experiment?
Yeah.
Can you guess which experiment I'm trying to do? I have hydrogen peroxide and dish soap and yeast.
You're likely going to make elephant toothpaste.
How do I know which one of these strawberries is ready to eat? I'm trying to get this remote to work.
It looks like someone is ready to get their hands dirty and plant a green bean seedling. Pump it to about 50 pounds per square inch, but don't go over 90 psi.
I mixed baking soda. What do I do next?
It looks like someone tried dipping a finger into the cinnamon water.
What should I do to make this even more impressive?
You could try using a different catalyst. Potassium iodide is a good option.
Whoa, why is it doing that?
A ripe strawberry will also have a sweet smell. The green leaves at the top should look fresh and vibrant.
The chemical reaction is going well.
This is awesome. Thanks.
Whoa! Can we do it again? Go!
Oh boy. How do I get strawberry stains out of a shirt?
Try using a mix of 1 tablespoon white vinegar, half a teaspoon liquid laundry detergent.
With AI mode, we are bringing a new level of intelligence to help you shop with Google. As you heard earlier, AI mode brings in information from the web and our real-time data. In this case, that means you get the visual inspiration of Google Images and the world's most comprehensive set of products and retailers from our shopping graph, which has over 50 billion product listings that get constantly updated. Let me show you how this comes together. So I have been on the hunt for a new rug for my living room. I'll say, I have a light gray couch and I'm looking for a rug to brighten the room. What I need first is visual inspiration. Search dynamically generates a browsable mosaic of images and some shoppable products personalized just for me. I see rugs from some of my go-to brands and some more modern options since I often search for things in that style. Now, these are nice, but I know most of them wouldn't survive a day in my home. So I'll add, I have 4 active kids, and they like to have friends over. Search understands this involves plenty of messes. It recommends a low pile and washable rug made from durable materials, along with some products that I can shop. But I don't know a lot about rugs, so luckily.
All right, we are switching over to Elon Musk.
Last time I was here was your annual meeting a couple of years ago, so thank you for having us back.
Welcome back.
You got a robo-taxi right behind you.
We do?
Yeah, yeah, you can see it right there. And obviously you've been meeting with the Transportation Secretary.
Yeah.
Are you going to have full autonomous on the roads of Austin by the end of June?
Yes.
You are. What gives you that confidence?
We have cars driving 24/7 with drivers in the cars, and we see essentially no interventions. So now we want to be very careful with the first introduction of unsupervised full self-driving, meaning that the car's driving around with no one in it. Right. So we're going to
no one behind a driver's.
Well, yes, and sometimes no one in it at all.
Right.
Just going to pick someone up. So the car has to be incredibly safe. So we're just being, we have thousands of cars that are being tested, which is creating some strange situations where we just drive. There's just a bizarre number of Teslas driving past people's houses. They're like, what's going on?
We even saw one last night coming from the airport. Yeah, driving at night alone.
So just
it looked very lonely.
It's just, they look a little lonely.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's looking good for Austin next month.
Yeah, some estimates have been that you're only going to have 10 to 12 of them on the road initially. I mean, it's going to be a very small amount. Is that correct?
Yeah, for the first week.
First week. How do you see it ramping up?
Well, we'll have to see how well it does, but I think it's prudent for us to start with a small number, confirm that things going well, and then scale it up proportionate to how well we see it's doing.
Right, and what's going to be a judge of how well it's doing?
I mean, are there any incidents? Are there any interventions? But we want to deliberately take it slow. I mean, we could start with 1,000 or 10,000 on day one, but I don't think that would be prudent. So we'll start with probably 10 for a week, then increase it to 20, 30, 40. And I think by, say, we'll probably be at 1,000 within a few months.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll expand to other cities, so expand to San Francisco, California, Los Angeles,
is that
San Antonio.
A real possibility in the not too distant future? I mean, Texas is very different. I don't need to tell you than California when it comes to regulation. They don't really have much here in terms of dealing with autonomous, but it's a different story in California.
Yeah, but California's already approved. Waymo's been doing autonomous driving in California for a while.
Right. But do you need a separate approval, or is it somehow?
Yeah. Right now, the approval process is very haphazard and sort of state by state and sometimes city by city.
We were talking to the Secretary of Transportation about that very fact a moment ago. Yeah.
Right. So it's going to be important to have a unified set of national regulations for self-driving cars. Otherwise, you're going to get into this weird situation where if you're driving from Maine to New York, you're going to go through 10 different sets of regulations. Cars are going to behave differently. It's not going to make any sense.
No.
So, one set of regulations that just like there is for highway driving, that's what I think makes sense for the country as a whole. But My prediction is that probably by the end of next year, we'll have probably hundreds of thousands, if not
hundreds of thousands,
if not over 1 million Teslas doing self-driving in the U.S.
Those are not okay. What percentage of those are going to be? Well, not the cyber cab. You're just talking about on full self-driving level 4.
Unsupervised full self-driving,
Right.
meaning you do not need to pay attention.
Right. For me, if I own a Tesla and I have the software and the capability of doing it.
Yes.
Right.
But we'll have a model which is kind of like some combination of Uber and Airbnb. So if you're a Tesla owner,
Right.
You'll be able to add or subtract your car to the fleet. So just like in Airbnb, you could like rent out your spare bedroom or rent out your house when you're not using it. And the same thing will be available for Tesla owners. So it's a way for Tesla owners to earn revenue. Instead of having your car sit in the parking lot, your car could be earning money.
You and I talked about that a couple of years ago, which takes me back a bit because, of course, I mean, you remember 2019, you were talking about 2020, the introduction of autonomous, and now you just introduced a fairly somewhat ambitious target. Why do you have the confidence now that in a year, there'll be 1 million available?
Well, and by the end of next year, I think.
End of next
so it's
year.
just more
End
like
of
18 months.
26, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's, I mean, these things happen slowly, but then all at once. So, it's Peter Thiel has that book, 0 to 1. Once you have a proof point, once you have it working, then scaling up is, just a matter of time. So once it's working well in Austin, then we'll make sure it works well in other cities. I mean, there are obviously some unique cases like downtown New York, like if you're but that's a highly unusual situation. Most cities in America are like Austin. So
Right. Although you can go on full self-driving right now in New York. I mean, you can obviously have to sit there behind the wheel, and it'll do it.
Oh yeah, no,
it'll navigate the traffic. I've seen it.
Yes, so even a Tesla that you buy right now, and the self-driving just costs $99 a month, will give you autonomous driving anywhere in the country right now. The question is, when is it unsupervised?
Right.
Where that's where we want
where
to.
you're sitting in the back, so to speak.
Yes, where you're like asleep, and the car, you wake up at your destination.
Yeah.
In order for that to be the case, we want the autonomous car to be much safer than a car driven by a person.
Right. Again, I'll come to Waymo because even though they only have about 700 cars, they obviously are on the market. They're in Beverly Hills all over the place.
It's a proof of concept.
They've got 28 cameras. They've got LiDAR and radar. You've had a different approach. 8 to 9 cameras and the neural network. Why do you feel that is going to be the equivalent in terms of safety profile?
Oh, I think it'll be better.
Why?
Because the way that the road system is designed is for AI. It's basically, it's for intelligence, biological neural net, and eyes. That's how the whole road system is designed. So what will actually work best for the road system is artificial intelligence, digital neural nets, and cameras. And we also have the microphones, so the car can hear emergency vehicles, that kind of thing.
Right. You are going to have the microphones to hear the
you need to hear.
That was a question. Right. You need to hear a fire engine or a police car.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
But that's how the whole road system is designed. It's not designed for shooting lasers out of your eyes. And what we found is that when you have multiple sensors, and they tend to get confused. So do you believe the camera or do you believe the LiDAR?
Mm-hmm.
And if you get confused, that's where you can, that's what can lead to accidents. So we used to have, for example, radar in the car, but we found that the radar and the camera would sometimes disagree, and then you don't know which one to believe.
So it wasn't about expense. It was just about.
No.
Yeah. Are you seeing the data
in fact, we turned off the radars in the cars.
You turned off the radar. Yeah. So, I mean, are you comfortable right now? If I were to say to you, all right, let's go, you think that you're there in terms of the safety profile you're seeing right now?
Yeah, we could take a ride today if you want. Sure.
Yeah. Oh, I'm happy to take a ride with you anytime you want, wherever you want. Logistics capability to operate sort of a ride-hailing fleet at scale, because you mentioned, obviously, let's call it the end of 26. Are you going to have an app? Are you there? Do you have that ability?
I think we can figure out an app. Somebody tells me.
You're not worried about it?
But Tesla already has an app.
Yeah, I know. But so is there going to be a ride-hailing app you'll introduce?
How to write an app? That's really not the.
It's not too hard.
No.
XAI can probably do it for you in like an hour.
Tesla can write apps just fine.
Do you ever consider licensing the technology?
Yes.
At some point.
Yes, we're. I mean, there are a number of major automakers that have talked to us about licensing self-driving, and we're very much open to that. I think the more we demonstrate the capability of self-driving, the more that they will want to license it, and we're happy to help.
You know, back to the safety profile, because it's going to obviously be something key focus. Business Insider, take it for what you want, but I saw this over the weekend. They did a test between Waymo and Tesla, and they weren't critical at all.
Business Insider is not a real publication.
No, but it did seem
they're a fake.
Regardless of whether we want to have a debate about their journalistic integrity, which I don't. The test itself. Let me just share it with you and get your reaction, which was. The Waymo, ultimately, they said, proved better, in part only because it avoided, with its geofencing, one very difficult intersection that the Tesla chose to go through. It stopped at a red light, but then it went through the red light. What's your reaction?
Look, I'm not going to comment on some Business Insider article.
But is that a concern at all? Because in a way, there's no geofencing, so it's like it's happy to go on the highways in a way that perhaps a Waymo is not. I guess my question is that a concern at all for you in terms of it encountering things that are still sort of a crucial test and perhaps it fails?
No, first of all, that actually should have been a test of supervised self-driving, supervised self-driving, not unsupervised self-driving. So the assumption there is that you have a person who is going to take over.
Right.
So their test made no sense.
Okay.
When we deploy the cars in Austin, we are actually going to deploy it not to the entire Austin region, but only to the parts of Austin that we consider to be the safest. So we will geofence it.
You will?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
So it's not going to take intersections unless we are highly confident it's going to do well with that intersection. It'll just take a route around that intersection.
But there won't be a safety driver in the car.
Correct.
Right. The car, it won't. There's not going to be somebody sitting there.
Right.
But you did have ads for vehicle operator autopilots. What was that about then? Are there going to be people who are remotely sort of monitoring the performance of the fleet?
Yeah.
And what will they do?
So they'll just be. We're going to be extremely paranoid about the deployment, as we should be. It would be foolish not to be. So we'll be watching what the cars are doing very carefully. And as we find, as confidence grows, less of that will be needed.
Again, you spoke about it, and we spoke about it a couple of years ago. And obviously, your investor base, many of whom are watching right now, are interested in the revenue and profitability of this ride-hailing, robo-taxi and autonomous driving opportunity. BYD, I believe, at this point in China, is now offering levels of autonomy for free. I mean, are you confident you're going to be in a position to continue to get a premium for that particular level?
Well, interestingly, in China, we're not allowed to train on videos in China. So when we released Full Self-Driving, it was actually just trained on the rest of the world, but not in China.
Mm-hmm.
And the tests by local Chinese publications, I think, concluded that even without training on local Chinese roads, the Tesla self-driving was the best.
It was the best.
Yes.
But again, I mean, is the technology...
In fact, there's some pretty wild videos where people are like doing self-driving, which we don't recommend, obviously, on like narrow mountain roads, including one where there's a sharp precipice on either side and no barriers, and they're doing self-driving across that.
They may have more confidence. Perhaps they have more confidence
again, we
in China. I don't
recommend this, but I saw the video.
Are you regulated to have full? Where are you in China right now in terms of your ability to offer that product, though?
Well, we have just get the terminology right.
Understood.
Unsupervised. We have supervised full self-driving, where there's a person in the car. It has approval in China. But whenever we release a new version, we have to get an incremental approval.
Right.
And at times we do have to battle other car companies in China who are trying to stop us from deploying it.
It's an incredibly competitive market, isn't it?
China is the most competitive market.
And to the extent BYD, which is neck and neck with you, I think, in the EV race, I think it's fair to say, worldwide, correct?
I don't really follow that.
You don't?
No.
Well, they're willing, again, my question is, they're willing to seemingly offer different levels of autonomy for, I don't want to call it free, but part of the cost of the card. Do you see that as a possibility for you? Or is it always going to be that add-on and therefore that significant revenue stream conceivably?
I don't really think about competitors. I just think about making the product as perfect as possible.
You don't think about competitors at all? But
no. I just think about making, what we want to achieve is the platonic ideal of the perfect product. And as long as you focus on that, you will have a compelling product, obviously.
All right. Well, there's a potentially compelling product right behind you, which is the robo-taxi. So when are we, is in 5 years, are they going to be all over the place?
Yes.
They will. You're confident in that?
Yeah.
Talking about Tesla, obviously, takes me to a certain extent to what some would say is the brand damage done by your government service. I don't know if you would agree with that.
Has some pros and cons.
There have been some pros and cons. We sat here 2 years ago upstairs, and you famously said when I asked you about this very subject, I don't care. I'm going to say what I want to say, and so be it. Do you regret that?
No.
No. Why not?
I believe that we want to live in a free society where people are allowed to say what they want to say within reasonable bounds. Like, you can't advocate for the murder of somebody. But free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment.
Without a doubt. But I guess my question is more about your work at Doge, for example. Was that worth it? To the extent you are now, Elon, you were a somewhat divisive figure 2 years ago, but now you really are. I mean, there are people who love you, but there are a lot of people who dislike you, some of whom were your customers. And I wonder, was it worth the undertaking at Doge and everything else that you've done and how outspoken you've been in terms of the things you believe in to antagonize so many potential buyers and or users of things like a robo-taxi?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, what I've learned is that legacy media propaganda is very effective at making people believe things that aren't true.
What would an example of that be?
That I'm a Nazi, for example. Right. And how many legacy media publications, talk shows, whatever, try to claim that I was a Nazi because of some random hand gesture at a rally where all I said was that my heart goes out to you, and I was talking about space travel. And yet the legacy media promoted that as though that was a deliberate Nazi gesture, when in fact every politician, any public speaker who's spoken for any length of time has made the exact same gesture. And yet there's still people out there, and I've never harmed a single person.
No, listen, you know what, Elon? I wasn't.
Now you asked for an example.
I wasn't even going to talk to you about it because, in fact, I do know a number of people who are close to you, and I called them afterwards, and all of them, to a person, were like, "No way, no way."
Of course not.
But that isn't necessarily the perception. The work you've done for Doge has also come, obviously, into the spotlight in a great deal. And people are upset about USAID being put into the wood chipper. People are upset about AmeriCorps disappearing. People are upset about, and this isn't even on your side, the NIH and so many other areas that they feel, rightly or wrongly, are being cut as a result of your efforts. And I guess I wonder, as you start to transition now back to Tesla in a more significant way, was it worth it?
Yeah, first of all, any program in USAID that had any semblance of merit was retained and folded into the State Department. So, and if there's some exception to that, we're all ears and we'd love to look at it. We just want to see the evidence that the program was actually doing good, and not just funding graft in DC and warlords in some country. Because over and over again, we saw sympathetic sounding programs.
Right.
But when we actually said, well, please show us pictures of the recipients of the aid, or let us get into contact with them. No pictures were forthcoming. They didn't give us any contact information. And we're like, look, we're not going to send money to DC grafters and warlords. That's not a good use of money. So that's not what we're going to do. Now, invariably, when you stop waste and fraud, it's not like the fraudsters admit their guilt. They don't say like, oh, isn't it so great that the money we were getting, fortunately, has been stopped. they will obviously come up with a sympathetic sounding claim that claim has no merit.
That all may be true. I guess what I would come back to, because I talk about economics all day long, is, to your point you've been making, we have a deficit that's running at about 6.7% of GDP.
Right.
We have interest costs that are going to be above $1 trillion. It's not going down next year. You entered this thinking you could cut as much as $1 trillion. You're nowhere near that. It's not really making the dent I think you may have thought you might have been able to achieve in terms of a true problem. Would you agree?
Well, first of all, it would obviously be ridiculous to assume that we could achieve that on day one. So it's only been, like, what, 4 months?
Yeah.
And we've done, by our calculations, people may disagree, improved the deficit by $160 billion.
Right.
That's our,
that's your number that's out there. A lot of people take issue with it and say, well, taxpayers' expenses such as paid leave, that's $135 billion that's got to come back. IRS collection may go down as a result of cuts there. I asked Grok. It said between 5 and 32 billion is what you've actually said.
You need to ask, the right question to ask is, what is the bid for the actions of Doge?
Right.
What would the incremental expenditures be in FY26?
Yep.
Because, for example, we offered severance and early retirement to a lot of government employees. Many of them took us up on that. That severance went all the way through to September.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be any savings until October.
Right.
Because the severance goes through September.
Understood.
So the delta really is, what is the spending difference FY25 versus FY26 as a function of Doge's actions? That's how we calculate the number. And we'll see if that turns out to be true or not.
Aren't there more effective ways we ultimately could have gotten at it? I mean, by changing the retirement age or really going after some other parts of the budget?
We've tried to go after every part of the budget. It's just some parts are more boring than others.
You're about efficiency. I mean, that would take an act of Congress, obviously, to really make changes of the significance I'm talking about.
First of all, so I think in our opinion, we've created a $160 billion delta, FY25 to FY26, very significant. That's 16% of the way towards $1 trillion in 5 months. And in order to make progress, we need the consent, obviously, of the not just the executive branch, but also the legislative branch and the judicial branch. So if we, and we are advisors, we're not kings here.
I get it.
So why are you attacking this, given that we've made so much progress?
You mean not me.
Okay.
Not me. I'm not attacking. I'm just asking questions. Yeah. In fact, I want to ask a lot more about Tesla. I'm told you have a call at 1:30. I don't know if you'll be able to come back but let me.
I might be able to come back.
Well, that would be great. Because I do want to talk about Tesla. I mean, I was talking about brand damage and what you're seeing in the market. You did an interview earlier this morning where you seem to indicate you're starting to see a rebound. But
yes,
automotive revenue was down 20% last quarter. I think 50,000 fewer units were sold in the Q1 versus Q1 a year ago. What is giving you confidence in the automotive business? Or is it all about robo-taxis, as you've been saying, and people can't quite see them behind me, the robots as well?
Well, really, the only things that matter in the long term are autonomy and Optimus. Those overwhelmingly dominate the future financial success of the company. As for Q1, we had a global factory changeover for the Model Y. So there's a new version of the Model Y that came out, which required a factory shutdown across the world. Model Y is the #1 selling car of any kind on Earth.
Number one in the world.
Number one in the world.
Right? I watched your presentation during your last, right here, I think, during your last earnings.
Right. Yeah. It's number one selling car in the world. So, we can't make cars if the factories are retooling. So the right time to retool is the first quarter, since generally that's when the least demand occurs. But we've seen a major rebound in demand at this point. I feel comfortable.
You have seen a major rebound in demand.
Yeah.
You really believe you have seen that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, for most people,
right?
I mean, when you buy a product, I mean, how much do you care about the political views of the CEO, or do you even know what they are?
No, you don't. But you've made it. frustratingly, Elon, I know you have a 1:30 call. We promised to get you out in time for it. I hope you'll come back perhaps if you can afterwards. I'm happy to wait here and sit and talk to you some more, but I want to let you go because I know that's an important call.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you for taking this time. I hope we get to talk some more on the other side about this very issue. Elon Musk obviously joining us, hosting us here at the Gigafactory, and perhaps he'll come back as well in a little bit, but I will end it there for now. Kelly, back to you.
We're happy to just take the live shot. Elon, you can put it on speaker and we'll just listen in. I see no problem with that.
We're real news.
Yeah, that was our David Faber sitting down live, of course.
Okay, there you go. That's Elon. I'm going back to Google right here, and then we'll keep going from there. By the way, Palantir and SAP, they just announced a partnership. We got Alex Karp with a minute video. We'll watch that in a bit, but we'll go back to Google right now.
The ability to rip us out of our experience and take us on another journey. I don't think that ever changes.
This is a story that traverses the entire history of the universe. But it's really about a mom and what happens when her child is born with a hole in her heart. We filmed really emotional performances, but then generated video we could never capture otherwise. I want the baby to be holding the mother's finger.
Just the bliss of the two of them.
Yeah. VO is a generative video model, but to me, it's another lens through which I get to imagine the universe around me.
It's been incredibly interesting to see the strengths of these models, the limits of the models, and try to shape them to make storytelling tools.
To be honest, I never thought about telling the story of the day I was born, but here we are.
This was supposed to be a checkup.
Crash C-section.
Baby's in distress.
We need help here.
We need to go.
Is my baby going to be okay?
We're gonna do everything we can.
Am I going to be okay?
For every creature that came before you, from every star that died so that you could begin.
Incredible work. Eliza combined live action performance with VO-generated video, like the microscopic worlds, the cosmic events, and herself as a newborn. This approach opened up completely new storytelling possibilities, empowering Eliza to bring cinematic scale and emotion to a deeply personal story. This partnership also helped shape VO's capabilities to meet the needs of storytellers like Eliza. We built new capabilities for filmmakers. So when you're making a video, it will use ingredients you give it, characters, scenes, or styles, and keep them consistent. Or you can direct VO, giving it precise camera instructions and have it shoot along a specific path. These capabilities help filmmakers fluidly express their ideas with VO. We then took things one step further. To tell you more, let's get Josh back out here.
Thanks, Jason. Based on our collaboration with the creative community, we've been building a new AI filmmaking tool for creatives, one that combines the best of VO, Imagine, and Gemini, a tool built for creatives by creatives. It's inspired by that magical feeling you get when you get lost in the creative zone and time slows down. We're calling it Flow, and it's launching today. Let me show you how it works. Let's drop into a project I'm working on. Our hero, the grandpa, is building a flying car with help from a feathered friend. These are my ingredients, the old man and his car. We make it easy to upload your own images into the tool, or you can generate them on the fly using Imagine, which is built right in. We can create a custom gold gear shift just by describing it. There it is, pretty cool. Next, you can start to assemble all of those clips together. With a single prompt, you can describe what you want, including very precise camera controls. Flow puts everything in place, and I can keep iterating in the scene builder. Now, here's where it gets really exciting. If I want to capture the next shot of the scene, I can just hit the plus icon to create the next shot. I can describe what I want to happen next, like adding the character consistency, the scene consistency. It just works. And if something isn't, quite right, no problem. You can just go back in like any other video tool and trim it up if it's not working for you. But Flow works in the other direction as well. It lets you extend a clip too. So I can get the perfect ending that I've been working towards. Once I've got all the clips I need, I can download the files. I can bring them into my favorite editing software, add some music from Lyria, and now the old man finally has his flying car. Pretty awesome, pretty awesome. I want you to hear just a few words from a few of our AI filmmakers who we've been working with to shape Flow, how they describe how it feels using it, and how they're making it even better. Let's take a watch.
I don't know if I'm on the right path, but I'm trying to find it. I'm questioning, searching, and then something shifts, and I'm not trying anymore, I'm just doing. And all of the pieces start falling into place.
It all feels pretty clear in my head. I see these like flashes of possibilities, almost like I'm traveling through dimensions.
I'm looking down at myself and my characters in these different worlds, and it's almost coming to life on their own, even though I know I'm in control of that narrative. It feels like it's almost building upon itself at some point. You know, you could have an infinite amount of endings to your story.
So the work isn't built brick by brick by brick. It blooms like a spontaneous garden. It grows naturally, fully vibrant and complete.
I'm not forcing it, I'm just finding it. And that's when I know I'm in the right place.
So amazing to hear those filmmakers talk about bringing their incredible visions to life. And that feeling of building, of creating, that's exactly what we want to put in your hands today. So I'm excited to share that we're upgrading and 2 AI subscription plans today. We will have Google AI Pro and the all-new Google AI Ultra. With the Pro plan, which is going to be available globally, you'll get a full suite of AI products with higher rate limits and special features compared to the free version. This includes the Pro version of the Gemini app that was formerly known as Gemini Advanced. Then there's the Ultra plan. It's for the trailblazers, the pioneers, those of you who want cutting-edge AI from Google. The plan comes with the highest rate limits, the earliest access to new features and products from across Google. It's available in the US today, and we'll be rolling it out globally soon. You can think of this Ultra plan as your VIP pass for Google AI. So if you're an Ultra subscriber, you'll get huge rate limits and access to that 2.5 Pro Deep Think mode in the Gemini app when it's ready. You'll get access to Flow with VO3 available today. And it also comes with YouTube Premium and a massive amount of storage. We can't wait to see what you build, create, and discover with these new Google AI plans. And now, to give you a look ahead into how AI is interacting with the physical world, please welcome up Shahram.
Okay, maybe some robots. Physical world is robots. Waymo. Let's see what they got to say on this one.
Hi, everyone. There's so many exciting things happening in Android right now. It's the platform where you see the future first. Just last week at the Android show, we unveiled a bold new design and major updates to Android 16 and Wear OS 6. And of course, Android is the best place to experience AI. Many of the Gemini breakthroughs you saw today are coming soon to Android. You can already access Gemini instantly from the Power button. It understands your context and is ready to help. But Android is powering more than your phone. It's an entire ecosystem of devices. In the coming months, we're bringing Gemini to your watch, your car's dashboard, even your TV. So wherever you are, you have a helpful AI assistant to make your life easier. But what about emerging form factors that could let you experience an AI assistant in new ways? That's exactly why we're building Android XR.
Uh-oh. Are these glasses? Are we getting glasses again?
It's the first Android platform built in the Gemini era, and it supports a broad spectrum of devices for different use cases, from headsets to glasses and everything in between. We believe there's not a one-size-fits-all for XR, and you'll use different devices throughout your day. For example, for watching movies, playing games, or getting work done, you'll want an immersive headset. But when you're on the go, you'll want lightweight glasses that can give you timely information without reaching for your phone. We built Android XR together as one team with Samsung and optimized it for Snapdragon with Qualcomm. Since releasing the Android XR developer preview last year, hundreds of developers are building for the platform. We're also reimagining all your favorite Google apps for XR. And it's Android after all, so your mobile and tablet apps work too. Now, today, I want to share how Gemini transforms the way you experience both headsets and glasses. On these devices, your AI assistant understands your context and intent in richer ways to help you throughout your day. Let's start with Gemini on headsets. This is Samsung's Project Muhan, the first Android XR device. Muhan gives you an infinite screen to explore your apps with Gemini by your side. With Google Maps in XR, you can teleport anywhere in the world simply by asking Gemini to take you there. You can talk with your AI assistant about anything you see and have it pull up videos and websites about what you're exploring. So many of us dream about sitting front row to watch our favorite team. Imagine watching them play in the MLB app as if you were right there in the stadium.
Bro, is this their Vision Pro moment? Are they making a Vision Pro type of announcement? Because that's what it feels like.
While chatting with Gemini about player and game stats. Samsung's Project Muhan will be available for purchase later this year. We can't wait for you to try it for yourselves. Now, let's turn our attention to glasses. As you know, we've been building glasses for over 10 years, and we've never stopped. Glasses with Android XR are lightweight and designed for all-day wear, even though they're packed with technology. A camera and microphones give Gemini the ability to see and hear the world. Speakers let you listen to the AI, play music, or take calls. And an optional in-lens display privately shows you helpful information just when you need it. These glasses work with your phone, giving you access to your apps while keeping your hands free. All this makes glasses a natural form factor for AI, bringing the power of Gemini right to where you are. So, unlike Clark Kent, you can get superpowers when you put your glasses on. Okay, who's up for seeing an early demo of Android XR? Let's see how they work in the most hectic environment possible right now, backstage at I/O. Our very own superwoman, Nishta, is back there to show us how these glasses work for real. Let me send her a text now, and let's get started.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's see.
Hey everyone. Right now, you should be seeing exactly what I'm seeing through the lens of my Android XR glasses. Like my delicious coffee over here, and that text from Shram that just came in. Let's see what he said. All right, it's definitely showtime, so I'm gonna launch Gemini and get us going. Send Shram a text that I'm getting started and silence my notifications, please.
Okay, I've sent that message to him and muted all your notifications.
Perfect.
Oh, hey, Nishta.
Hey, Dieter.
I see the lights on your glasses, so I think it's safe to say that we're live right now.
Yes, we're officially on with the I/O crew.
Hey, everybody. It is pretty great to see I/O from this angle. Nishta, you promised me I could get my own pair of Android XR glasses if I helped out back here. So what do you say?
Of course. Let's get coffee after this and I'll bring you those glasses.
Awesome. We'll see you then. Good luck.
Thank you. As you all can see, there's a ton going on backstage. And is that pro basketball player Giannis wearing our glasses?
Whoa.
I love them. This fits out both of my hands for double high fives.
Nice. Let me keep showing you guys what these glasses can do. I've been curious about this photo wall all day. Like, what band is this and how are they connected to this place?
It's lagging.
Rock.
Uh-oh.
Shows at Shoreline Amphitheater, which are often seen as homecoming shows for the band.
No way. Can you show me a photo of one of their performances here?
Sure, here's one. Want me to play one of their songs?
I'd love that. I can listen while I make my way to the stage.
Great. Here's Under the Aurora by Counting Crows.
Okay, who's ready to see these glasses? Here comes Nishta. Welcome, Nishta.
Hey, everyone.
Thanks for that star-studded behind-the-scenes look. By the way, do you want to book that coffee with Dieter now?
Yes. The crew actually gave me some awesome coffee backstage, so let me try something fun. Gemini, what was the name of the coffee shop on the cup I had earlier?
That might have been Bloomsgiving. From what I can tell, it's a vibrant coffee shop on Castro Street.
Great memory.
That's pretty cool.
Can you show me the photos of that cafe? I want to check out the vibes.
Definitely. Do these photos from Maps help?
Oh, I know that spot. It's a flower shop as well as a coffee shop, but it is downtown.
Okay. Gemini, show me what it would take to walk here.
Getting those directions now. It'll take you about an hour.
Okay. I can get some steps in, and these heads-up directions and a full 3D map should make it super easy.
How much do you guys think it's going to cost?
Go ahead and send Dieter an invite for that cafe and get coffee at 3 p.m. today.
I'll send out that invite now. Enjoy the coffee.
As you saw, Gemini helped Nishta search what she sees, remember details like the coffee cup, book an event, even navigate, all without taking her phone out of her pocket. I'm even wearing the glasses right now too. They're my personal teleprompter, and I have prescription lenses so I can see you all. Okay, Nishta, this is a big moment for glasses. Let's capture it.
Yes, get ready for a quick photo, everyone, and let's bring out our star.
Here comes Dieter.
All right, right, Gemini. Take a photo for me. All right, Gemini, take a photo for me and add it to my favorites.
That looks amazing. I'm completely starstruck. Okay, one last thing. Sundar showed what's possible with live chat translation earlier. Let's see what that's like on glasses. This is a very risky demo, but we're going to give it a shot. Nishta and I are going to speak to each other in our mother tongues. Nishta's going to speak Hindi. I'm going to speak Farsi, very poorly. And you'll see the feed from both of our glasses back here. And so you can all follow along. We'll show an English translation in real time. Okay? Let's give it a shot. Fingers crossed. بسیار خوب. حالا میتونی ببینی حرفای من ترجمه میشن از فارسی به انگلیسی.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. अब मेरी पूरी दुनिया खुल जाती है और मैं सब कुछ समझ सकती हूँ आसानी से.
حالا میتونی با همه آدمای دنیا صحبت بکنی و برای مامان و بابام ببخشین. فارسی من خیلی بده. See, we said it's a risky demo. Let's.
Thank you. That's all right. I mean, this stuff happens. This stuff happens live, but overall, they nailed the rest of the demo.
Thank you, Nishta, for that awesome tour of Android XR glasses. We're so excited about the possibilities when you have an incredibly helpful AI assistant by your side with these Android XR devices. But that's not all. We're taking our partnership with Samsung to the next level by extending Android XR beyond headsets to glasses. We're creating the software and reference hardware platform to enable the ecosystem to build great glasses alongside us. Our glasses prototypes are already being used by trusted testers, and you'll be able to start developing for glasses later this year. Now, we know that these need to be stylish glasses that you'll want to wear all day. That's why I'm excited to announce today that Gentle Monster and Warby Parker will be the first eyewear partners to build glasses with Android XR. We want you to be able to wear glasses that match your personal taste. This is just the start. I can't wait for you to try Android XR for yourself, and we'll have lots more to share in the months ahead. Thank you so much.
I think that's the biggest thing we got so far. It was the glasses, folks. I think that's the biggest thing.
Those XR glasses are amazing. Research to reality, literally right in front of our eyes. Okay, so we are nearing the end of the show. Today, you've heard a lot about ELO scores, benchmarks, and state-of-the-art performance. But I know there's one metric you've all been waiting for, our AI counter. So let's take a look at one last leaderboard. Looks like, I guess, we have a new entrant. Gemini takes the lead, coming in at 95. Very exhilarating. On a more serious note, here's everything we've announced today, from new launches and product expansions to glimmers of what's to come. The opportunity with AI is truly as big as it gets. And it'll be up to this wave of developers, technology builders, to make sure its benefits reach as many people as possible. I want to leave you with a few examples that inspire me. The first is top of mind for those who live here in California and so many places around the world. So many of us know someone who has been affected by wildfires. They can start suddenly and grow out of control in a matter of minutes. Speed and precision can make all the difference. Together, with an amazing group of partners, we are building something called FireSat. It's a constellation of satellites that use multispectral satellite imagery and AI, aiming to provide near real-time insights. Just look at the resolution. It can detect fires as small as 270 square feet, about the size of a one-car garage. Our first satellite is in orbit now. When fully operational, imagery will be updated with a much greater frequency, down from every 12 hours today to every 20 minutes. Speed is also of the essence in other kinds of emergencies. During Hurricane Helene, Wing, in partnership with Walmart and the Red Cross, provided relief efforts with drone deliveries. Supported by AI, we were able to deliver critical items like food and medicine to a YMCA shelter in North Carolina based on real-time needs. We can imagine how this could be helpful in disaster relief in other communities, and we are actively working to scale up. These are examples of ways AI is helping society right now. It's especially inspiring to think about the research of today that will become reality in a few short years. Whether it's building the next generation of helpful robots, finding treatments for the world's deadliest diseases, advancing error-corrected quantum computers, or delivering fully autonomous vehicles that can safely bring you anywhere you want to go. All of this is very much possible within not decades, but years. It's amazing. This opportunity to improve lives is not something I take for granted. And the recent experience brought that home for me. I was in San Francisco with my parents. The first thing they wanted to do was a ride in a Waymo, like a lot of other tourists. I had taken Waymos before, but watching my father, who's in his 80s, in the front seat, be totally amazed, I saw the progress in a whole new light. It was a reminder of how incredible the power of technology is to inspire, to awe, and to move us forward. And I can't wait to see what amazing things we'll build together next. Thank you.
All right, folks, that is Google. Let me know if the audio is okay. Should be good, but that is Google I/O 2025. We are done. Trump should be live in about 5 minutes, but more likely than not, he will be live in about 15 to 20 minutes about the Golden Dome, and we're going to get an update from him on that Golden Dome project, which might include Palantir, SpaceX, Anduril. We're going to see, but we do have some updates on that from Politico, and Trump's going to be announcing that live in about 15 minutes. Okay, so what was everybody's raw reaction? I will give mine. Google did not get to 170. Glasses were a game changer for Google. I put that in the chat. 57% of you said no. I guess just yes or no question. Were you impressed with Google I/O? Yes or no? Were you impressed? I still think I have to go deeper into what actually happened in that event. We did miss a little bit for the Elon interview. I don't think we missed any major features that they talked about. Stock down about 1.6%. The broader market is down. I don't really think there's any headline. I think it's just kind of an afternoon sell-off. We're heading into power hour right here from 3 to 4, so we'll see if we get any recovery. S&P 500 down 0.65. Again, we had a monster week last week. It's okay to give back some of those gains. I think that's perfectly normal. Palantir right here, 125.98. RKLB 25.66 or 67. NVIDIA 133.69. Tesla up and down the whole day. Tesla was at 354 when Elon was speaking again after being at 354 in the morning. Now it's right back down to 346. My thoughts on Google. Look, I don't know exactly what they need to do to get the market to be more excited. That's why I don't run the company. I'm not the CEO. That's up to Google to figure out. But I do know that search is being perceived as something that's dying. And if that was the conclusion that people had in the context of search, right? That's your bear case for search. That's why Google trades at the multiple that it trades at. Then the only way you kind of resolve that is by getting some type of comfort from Google that they are going to make search such an unbelievably incredible experience that it becomes impossible for people to think that search is going to continue on its trajectory. And what trajectory am I talking about? This is the photo that I mean, that I'm referencing every time someone is confused about search. This right here, Q1 2024, it was growing at 14% year over year. Last quarter was at 9.8%. It might not sound like a big deal because the overall revenues are growing like on an absolute basis, but the rate of growth is the issue that the market has a problem with. And that's why Google is cheaper than Walmart, Costco, and Home Depot. So my take here is I don't think I got anything in that presentation. And this, maybe it's a naive take. It's my gut reaction. But there was no excitement. There was no energy. There were very awkward moments. Sundar, as much as I love the guy, he does not know how to inspire like the Steve Jobs of the world or the Karps of the world. I mean, like, you know, just captivate people's attention. You don't get that from Sundar. You get a sort of robotic monotone type of prompt. And although he tries to have a bit of personality right there, I don't even blame him. He's just not that type of guy. That's okay. But it didn't really captivate my attention, at least. The only thing I thought that was really interesting, it wasn't Gemini 2.5, which is amazing. Gemini Pro, Ultra, all the features they added, the subscription model, it's better than GPT and Grok and all these benchmarks. That's fine. The problem that I'm more so reconciling with is how does that save search, right? How does that save search? Or more importantly, how do you advertise against that to save your advertising budget revenues inside of search? And maybe that's more of a financial question, and this was a tech event, so they weren't going to answer that. But you know, as a financial guy, that's what I care about. So I didn't really get much from that. The only thing that I thought was really unique was the glasses. They didn't explain how much the price for the glasses would be. I don't think it's gonna be $3,500. This is not a Google Glass in and of itself. They're partnering with Samsung and Warby Parker and all these other brands, kind of like Meta did with Ray-Ban to kind of come up with these glasses. The demo was a bit laggy. I mean, it was not a perfect demo. It was very glasses type 1.0 type of AI features within them. And I expected it to be laggy. I mean, I don't think it was going to be perfect, but it wasn't like amazing. Also, and this is, you know, maybe I'm on an island here, but when the Vision Pro came out, I've had this thesis for the past 2.5 years. So far, I've been right on this thesis. I'm waiting to get wrong on this thesis. I fundamentally do not believe that the glasses are the next form factor that is going to be the thing that transforms or transcends the iPhone or just the phone in general. I just don't think people are going to be walking around with their glasses, talking to their glasses every single day about different stuff going on. And so because I've never really believed that, I've always been a bit skeptical of the glasses narrative. I am open to having my mind being changed. And I think some of the stuff that Meta is doing is pretty incredible, but no one's mind is going to be changed if, you know, the glasses are lagging every 5 seconds, which it was doing in that demo. I don't blame them. You know, it's technology, you got to innovate, stuff happens, but it wasn't exciting. It really, really wasn't exciting. So I think, you know, when they like, oh, take a picture, oh, play a song, or oh, find this picture, oh, give me the directions to the coffee shop. You can do all of that on this. All of that on this. And all you have to do is look down. And if we need to, if as a society, we need to walk through the street and look through our glasses to be able to get all this information. I mean, like, I just don't know if it's that big of a deal. I really fundamentally don't believe that people need to actually look at their glasses to be able to get information about the world when they can look down at their phone. It's almost like solving a problem that doesn't exist. Google right here down about 2%, 163.27. I'm open to being proven wrong, but I don't see the glasses thesis. I think that's why the Vision Pro didn't really have a market. And if the most exciting part out of that event was that they're introducing this Android XR glasses platform that can help you walk throughout your day and answer questions for you while you're talking to your glasses, then I don't know if the street's going to get excited about that. I really don't. I hear people say I sound like Nokia, BlackBerry. I get it. I understand. I know it's a very boomer thing that I'm saying that, oh, wow, no one's going to wear the glasses. I sound like the person who said no one was going to use touchscreens. But I genuinely don't believe that glasses are the form factor. I just don't see the entire world replacing their phone with their glasses. I don't see it happening. I just don't. I want, that's more of a show me, not tell me type of story for me to believe it. And the market's obviously not believing it right here, down about 1.9%. So then the question is, what does the market get out of that event? And I don't really know. I don't think that means sell your Google. Google's too cheap. But I don't know what the market necessarily got from it that was super exciting. Let's listen to Mark Mahaney. He is one of the biggest analysts on Google. He thinks Google is incredibly cheap and in a deep value territory. Let's see his raw reaction to this I/O event that we had just now.
growing, accelerating is the growth in AI applications kind of across the board. You got a little bit of an update that we're now at 400 million Gemini users versus 350 million. I think it was about a month and a half ago. And then, yeah, you've got more AI functionality being embedded in search. And there was a small little data point, and I'm not sure it was well stated. I had to double listen to it to make sure I got it right. But I think they were saying that AI overviews is seeing a 10% growth in query growth. In other words, people who use AI overview are growing their queries 10%. And I think AI overview right now is a pretty small percentage of overall Google search queries. But what it tells you is, yeah, that it's a more powerful search product. It's more it's more, I think they use the term, it's more personalized, it's more intelligent, and it's more agentic, whatever. It just makes it a better search product. You improve the search product, people are going to use it more. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think the death of search at Google has been greatly exaggerated, overstated. I think they're improving the product. People are going to continue to search with Google. I don't think you're going to see a dramatic share shift.
Now, here's the thing. The stock's not going to react to all the new search personalization features they announced today, because until Q2 is going to be the most important quarter for Google, I think, in its history. And I'm being dramatic here because I don't think they can have a 5th quarter of sequential decline in the growth rates of search year over year. And so if everything Mark Mahaney is saying right here about making Google better as a search product, we got to see it in the numbers. And if we don't see it in the numbers, I just don't know how the street's going to interpret the overall future of search right now at Google.
Shift away from Google if they continue to innovate the way that they have the last year and what they're showing today.
Search was up 13% in the first quarter. Operating margins were to 34%, which was their highest, as you pointed out, in 12 years. I mean, this is just extraordinary. So if they add more AI functionality to the main page, is that going to push the ads down?
It could. It will also make the ads more relevant. Look, the name of the game isn't to show the most ads. The name of the game is to show the most effective ads from a user's perspective, like I get the information that I want, but also from an advertiser's perspective, which is I want that lead that I'm paying to click for. I want that to convert really well. And what Google is using AI to do, it's not too dissimilar from what Meta is doing, is using AI to better capture intent, so to better qualify the lead. And it's an auction market. If the lead is more qualified, if it's converts better, marketers will bid up for it. So my guess is we've had, I think it's 11 to 15% revenue growth out of search for Google for the last 7 quarters. I think there's a decent shot they do it again for the next 7 quarters. I think the growth in search revenue is much more sustainable than market thinks. If I'm right about that, and they keep showing this for the next 3 or 4 quarters, I think the stock re-rates. And by the way, then there's the rest of Google, which is YouTube.
He's not wrong that search is sustainable. No one's arguing that. Everyone's concerned about the rate of growth of search. That's the only thing that matters. So, like, yeah, people are going to keep searching. Google will still print 50 to 60 billion a quarter off search and revenues. The question is it declining on a year-over-year basis? That's, I quite frankly think, the only thing that the market cares about to figure out if the biggest cash cow for Google is continuing to decline.
Cloud and Waymo, and I think these, if you put all those together, are just dramatically worth more than where the stock is now. That's why it's our #1 pick.
What would you say is the breakdown, the share price right now? How much of that is Waymo?
I think Waymo's probably worth at least 100 billion, and we're doing what, a 2 billion market cap off the top of my head. So that's still a pretty small percentage, and it's not going to be the majority of the value of it. And if some of the statements that Musk has made about the value of robo-taxis is correct, I don't see why Waymo wouldn't fully participate in that. And I think the market is ascribing a much bigger value than just 100 billion to Tesla for robo-taxis. So if that's right, and Waymo continues to prove its leadership, that's going to be more value to Google.
If the market's 10xing,
Yeah, I mean, look, Waymo, and they didn't talk about Waymo or Apptronic at all. They didn't talk about robotics, which was a little annoying to me. If anyone saw it, let me know if I'm wrong. Maybe I missed it, but that was the part I cared about. Like, what is the future of Google? Like, if Elon can talk about all these future things that aren't even real yet, and Google's not talking about any of the future stuff, and they have, Waymo, which is doing way better than robotaxi right now, then I don't know. It's kind of weird that they didn't bring that up, or they didn't really spend time discussing it in depth. Markets, again, we got some red candles across the board. I don't think these red candles are due to any piece of news, unless Google tanked the market, which I don't think Google did. Tesla right here goes red. NVIDIA, red about 1.2%. Robinhood 63.63. Robinhood was at 65. Now that's down. Where's Bitcoin? Bitcoin, that one was at 107 during the day. We were at 105. Wow, Bitcoin's actually holding up Interesting. Bitcoin's holding up. Yeah, I don't think there's any headline, guys. Trump's about to do some announcement. We'll switch to him when he's live, but I don't think there's a reason necessarily for why we're seeing some of this red. It's just giving back a little bit of the gains that we had since last week. We'll see if it gets more aggressive, but we did finish green yesterday after that Moody stuff. So kind of ending flat based on this right now. But anyway, yeah, Google I/O is not the event for that product. That's fair. That's fair. But I mean, if from an investment perspective, I'm looking at the stock and I'm like, what could change the stock? And I think you need some new narratives to change the stock. And right now, the narrative on search, nothing at that event showed me that the growth rate on search is going to increase. There's potential based on all this customization and stuff. But dude, like they did not address the elephant in the room. And can we talk about the elephant in the room? The elephant in the room is ChatGPT that just grew their user base 400% in 1 year. That's stealing billions and billions of queries away from Google. That doesn't mean Google's dead. That just means that maybe Google doesn't have the unlimited monopoly of growth that the market thought it had from a search perspective even 3 years ago. And so nothing I saw, like Gemini has 400 million monthly actives. Okay, ChatGPT is at almost a billion. Like, I mean, dude, like at some point, right? It's ruthless. Gemini, cool, you have 400 million, but like that doesn't mean that ChatGPT is losing 400 million. Grok has a couple hundred million. I mean, there's a lot more competition to the AI models, and that doesn't mean you have to be bearish Google. I was just looking at this event as a reason to get more excited about their overarching approach to this. Now, they said they have 1.5 billion daily actives when it comes to the search overviews. That's cool. How are you going to monetize that? And how are you going to stop people from going to ChatGPT and use your search overviews, right? This is like, these are the questions that I don't think have answers. And I didn't get any answers other than we're just going to keep making the product better, which is like, I guess the only thing they can say, but it's not enough to get the stock to react in a different way. At least that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. Ashfree, thank you for the $5 super chat. Google could easily be Berkshire's secret stock purchase. I would doubt it. I don't think Berkshire would be investing in another tech company like Google. Remember, they invested in Apple because Apple was a consumer hardware play more than it was a tech play. Apple, by the way, down about 1.5%. Apple can't catch a break either. I don't think they would invest in Google. I don't think it would be a bad investment. I still think it's really cheap. I just don't know if that is the one that they're investing in. But that's what we got for Google. Tanner says, send me a link. All right, Tanner, let's get your thoughts on this. I'm sending you the link right here on X, and we will get Tanner's opinion. Then we'll talk about the Elon interview. Elon did not come back, by the way. They said he might come back to talk with CNBC. He had some important calls, so I don't think he came back from that call to get on the interview. While we're waiting for Tanner, let's pull up the Palantir video that just came out. Palantir officially partnering with SAP. This is the largest tech company by market cap in Europe. Palantir sucks in Europe right now. Looks like they got a partnership with the biggest tech company inside of Europe.
Let's start with an exciting partnership. Palantir is the maker of powerful data analysis software. And with SAP Business Data Cloud, our shared customers now benefit from real-time data integration and joint AI use cases. Let's roll the video with the co-founder and CEO of Palantir, Dr. Alex Karp, to share some more details.
Christian, delighted to be here. At Palantir, we are maniacally focused on value creation for our partner, our client, people we work with, and our partners. We use ontology to manage large language models and Foundry to reconcile data. And the combination of those products and your products, we believe will be extremely valuable for our collective clients and partners. And we're very much looking forward to scaling this partnership and delighted we've gotten this off the ground. All the best.
Let's start.
Very cool. We will talk more about this partnership between Palantir and SAP, but the biggest technology company in Europe partnering with Palantir, I think potentially can get them some inroads into actually scaling into the geographies where they just don't have that type of growth currently right now. Tanner, what did you think of Google?
I mean, I liked it. I don't know why. So you're saying you didn't really care for it too much?
I was falling asleep. Yes.
Okay. Well, it was a developer day, to be fair. This was not, an investor day or something like this where they were going to be talking about monetization like crazy. But overall, I think the really interesting part that captured me was the potential for personal context. Okay. Meaning in these queries Whenever they add in your inbox, your Google Drive, your YouTube history, your search, everything, how does ChatGPT compete?
I actually was not convinced by that. And the reason for that is because I think all of these models are attaching memory and personalization to everything you do. Like ChatGPT knows me better, I would say, than Google. And the YouTube algorithm knows me really well. But Google search might not know me as well as ChatGPT, given all the messages I exchange with it back and forth. I think everything's becoming personalized. Now, Google has a big advantage with Gmail, Docs, etc., YouTube, but does that necessarily mean that search, which is what the market cares about, keeps growing? Is my question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that overall search will decline over time. I think it's whether or not that monetization from Gemini can pick up the slack. Like, if artificial intelligence improves all of these models across the board, then targeted ads get better over time. You know, their capabilities of saying, hey, you know, restaurant near me, or what's the best Italian restaurant, and then some Italian restaurant in their local area could sponsor that AI query. Like the result can say, hey, this is a sponsored thing, but you know, this restaurant is very good. So they could make advertisements within the actual searches as well for artificial intelligence. But I'm just wondering, will the advantage that ChatGPT have stay that way if they can't get access to your email or your drive, like your storage? All of these things I think is going to make a better actual use case for Gemini than it will ChatGPT.
I don't think you're wrong there. I think personalization is definitely a big moat, and we use these Google products so much every single day that it's hard for me to not imagine that they're going to keep recommending and making things personal. I was using AI mode for the past couple of days. I got the beta version and it was good. It was not bad at all. But if your argument is monetization is through Gemini, ChatGPT has double the amount of users on versus Gemini. And I'd be very curious how many queries they're getting versus Gemini. I just wonder if GPT already has the distribution, even if Gemini.
What are we talking about? Distribute? Google has we're talking about Google. Okay.
No, but
ChatGPT is trying to make inroads into Google's space. So
my mom is not typing into Gemini. She's typing into GPT every day.
Yeah, because they have an advantage in this new space that's coming out.
But this is the only space that matters. This is the new frontier of technology. And why is my mom naming her ChatGPT? She called it Shami. She literally texted me a screenshot. She's like, "Hey, I told ChatGPT her name is Shami. I don't know why she picked Shami." And ChatGPT's like, "Okay, you can call me Shami." Like, she's having these personal interactions with Shami now. Why is she not doing this with Gemini?
Because AI had or ChatGPT had the advantage in this new space right now. But they're all going to get better and better over time. Right now, Gemini actually has better results across the board. Okay, so right now she works with Xiaomi, but she might rename Gemini in the future because it has her emails. It's telling her when her friends' birthdays are and all of these things as it's connecting to those apps and when she has to go to that wedding. And like, I think that those connections to the rest of the internet, Google definitely has the advantage.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point because my mom is a big user of Google. So if she ends up just typing on Google, then boom, you know, she might end up using Google more. This is a screenshot, by the way. It's like, you guys won't be able to see it, but she's like, "I just named you Xiaomi." Yeah, you guys can't see it, but it was just so hilarious because this, you know, now Xiaomi's her little personal agent. But you're right. My mom's on Google Docs all day because she's in the G Suite. So if Google introduces a way for them to be her personal assistant, maybe that is the competitive advantage. That's fair.
And by the way, I think Apple has that advantage too, but they're just straight dropping the ball. But Google doesn't seem to want to give up here. And I think that the market right now, for as much as they still have the potential to win this market, the market is pricing them as if they've lost. And it's funny, what ChatGPT's latest round was $350 billion, including their latest funding.
Yeah.
Something like that. What percentage of Google's valuation is at all Gemini? Are they getting a $300 billion or a $200 billion premium on Gemini?
Look, it's a fair point. I'm not going to argue that it's not undervalued. Not at all. And I own Google, by the way, for everyone saying I'm being bearish. I own the damn thing. So like, I'm just trying to be objective here and try to figure out, where is the sort of AI narrative coming from? So Tanner, let me ask you about the glasses. Was that at all exciting to you?
That was whatever. I think it's exciting for them to stay in the fight versus Meta, and that's great. I want them to consistently be looking forward. I'm glad that they're doing it, but right now I'm not looking at any of the use cases or anything like that. It's gonna we're many years from me ever considering that I'm going to be a customer or something like this. But I'm a native glasses wearer. I'd love to transition to smart glasses, but it's not going to be looking like that for sure.
But you didn't get excited at all about the glasses stuff that they showed.
No, I think all those tech companies are trying to do something like this. I think I'll believe it when I see it, but that's not my Gemini is here and now.
Yeah.
That's why I'm excited. So the premium that ChatGPT is getting is what I'm associating with Google. And I think ChatGPT is doing well in even monetizing that to enterprise, but I'm thinking okay, who has the real advantage here with, Google's, what is that?
I'm downloading Gemini right now. I'm going to start using this shit. See if I can become a daily user for it. No, I'm taking a chance. Let me download. Let me see.
But honestly, I don't even think it's today. I think until they get the personal context, which they said a lot of that's coming this summer, I still think it's going to be a little clunky and ChatGPT is going to have the advantage. But this summer, I think it's going to change.
But the longer they take for people, first mover advantage is tough, dude. And to leave GPT or Grok for this new thing, it's got to be, 10x better. It just has to be.
But another part that I think we're missing is okay, we're talking about selling to enterprise now. Who has which companies are dealing with enterprises? Is it Google Workspace, Google Cloud, all of these different distribution areas where they can send off, Google Gemini, and as Google Gemini gets smarter, they can now build not just personal context, but organizational context. Here's the context around an entire business. New employees come on and their models are trained on the company's information. ChatGPT, yes, can do that, but they are going to be in the back seat there.
You're saying the deployment of Gemini in the enterprise could have a moat against the other models because it will be better trained on company data? That's your argument?
Yeah, I just think that I know you're saying that ChatGPT has the distribution. I think that you're looking so zoomed in on AI and not actually looking at, okay, which companies work with these businesses. Everyone deals with Google. The world runs on Google.
Yeah, GPT does not have enterprise. You're right. You're right about that. Yeah.
I mean, they do to some degree, right? And they're working with Microsoft to try to get deeper inroads there and these sort of things. But Google is playing catch up, but they have all the tools to get really good, really fast. And we're already seeing it. They had the lead with VO2, and now they're putting out VO3 before Sora even made a comeback. VO3 looked amazing. I don't know about you, but I was blown away.
So I was listening to Elon at the time. That's their new text to image model, right?
Text to video and now audio. It's full on. It's they're making they showed this video of this. I think it was a raccoon talking to a skunk, or I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was an owl. I don't know. But it looked like a child's film. It looked like a YouTube kids production. And it was 100% generative.
I mean, look, look. Here's the thing. If I had to pick between Google and Apple the next decade, I'd 1,000% am picking Google. It's just a question of opportunity cost. Would you pick Google over NVIDIA here? Even with the valuation, I think you would still pick NVIDIA.
But I still think, Google versus Apple, look at the valuation difference here. This is insane.
Absolute insanity. I agree.
The forward PEs are just incredibly different. People are pricing Google as if they've lost.
The main headline on Apple today, WWDC is going to be on June 9th. They're going to be unveiling their AI strategy for their apps. And then their plan will let developers tap into LLMs. I don't know what that necessarily means, but essentially they wanted to build an AI app store a couple years ago with Vision Pro. That didn't work out. And it looks like they're kind of relaunching that on June 9th.
Yeah. I wish them luck.
All right, so takeaway from you, and by the way, guys, I'm linking Tanner's YouTube right here. If you're new to my channel and you don't know Tanner, he's a good friend of mine. We do a podcast together. Your takeaway is search will get more personalized, and as a result of that, that will be the moat that carries the multiple on the stock to get back to where it should be.
Yeah, I think that artificial intelligence will go from being a conversational window to a full-on digital assistant. And the more inroads that they have through your life, the better they will be at that new agentic era. And Google has a lot of inroads to my life. I mean, they can start giving context around my YouTube searches, my Google Drive, everything like this. I'm going to switch in a heartbeat because ChatGPT will not be able to compete. I have to continuously put in that information to give them context to then give me the answer. It's a waste of my time. And they want to ask me for $20 a month? You know?
It's a fair point, dude. I can't argue the personalization stuff. I am a little concerned if they can actually pull that off in a way that meaningfully gets search to grow again. But if they can, and then you're already buying it at such a depressed valuation with almost nothing for Waymo and the robotic stuff, it does seem like you could wake up a year from now and it's at 200 and people were freaking out for no reason. That is very
good. That's what I'm going to bet on. But dude, thank you for having me. Bullish NVIDIA, regardless who wins. I think that's the real use case here. But thanks.
All right,
thanks, guys.
Cool stuff. Talk later, Tanner. Peace. All right, Trump is not live yet. He will be live. Now it says 3:45, so it's going to be another 20 minutes until we get Trump live. But look, I think Tanner has a point about personalization. I don't know if that's going to increase the search growth rates, which as an investor is the only thing I care about. And again, the reason I'm a little skeptical that it will is because we've had 4 quarters of consecutive declines. If we get any more, I think this market's just going to start to get really upset. So that's, I think, if I was Sundar, that's they're getting this 9.8 to be 9.9. Or sorry, no, what was Q1 2020? So Q2 2024 was 13.8%. You see that on the screen. They need to get above 13.8% to show growth year over year. That's what they need to do. And I don't know if they're going to be able to pull off higher than 14% growth in Q2. If they do, then great. But if they don't, then obviously we're going to have some issues. Speaking of Google, we also had Sergey, who it was on the All In podcast. This is the co-founder of Google. One thing he said here was really interesting. I mean, the interview didn't give that many new details about kind of the way he's thinking about Google. He retired, then he came back to Google. He's embracing AI, all that stuff. But one part did shock me. He's not that excited about humanoid robots. Here's what he had to say. Let me share this again. There he is, right here. This is Google co-founder on the robotics part of their business.
So Google owned Boston Dynamics, maybe a little bit ahead of its time. But the way these systems are learning through visual information and sensory information and basically learning how to adjust to the environment around them is triggering these kind of pretty profound like learning curves in hardware. And there's dozens of like startups now making robotic systems. What do you see in robotics and hardware? Is this a year, or are we in a moment right now where things are really starting to work?
I mean, I think we've acquired and later sold like 5 or so robotics companies, and Boston being one of them. I guess if I look back on it, we built the hardware. We also had this more recently. We built out everyday robotics internally, and then later had to transition that. The robots are all cool and all, but the software wasn't quite there. That's every time we've tried to do it to make them truly useful. And presumably one of these days that'll no longer be true.
Right. But have you seen anything lately? That
do you believe in the humanoid form factor robots, or do you think that's a little overkill?
I'm probably the one weirdo who's not a big fan of humanoids, but maybe I'm jaded because we at least acquired at least 2 humanoid robotic startups and later sold them.
And they just invested in a new one called Aptronic. So it looks like the investment into that new humanoid robotic company, maybe it didn't come from Sergey. Maybe it came from some other people at Google that felt they still needed to focus on that humanoid future.
But the reason is, the reason people want to do humanoid robots for the most part is because the world is kind of designed around this form factor, and you can train on YouTube, we can train on videos, people do all the things. I personally don't think that's given the AI quite enough credit. Like AI can learn, through simulation and through real life pretty quickly how to handle different situations. And I don't know that you need exactly the same number of arms and legs and wheels, which is 0 in the case of humans, as humans.
So Sergey, I'm the most excited about humanoid robots, and Sergey doesn't even care. He's just not that interested in it. I think he's more focused on Gemini and the actual reasoning of the large language models, which, by the way, Google also introduced deep think is what they called it, which is essentially like reasoning. For Grok has it already, ChatGPT has it. It's when you click on the little icon that says think deeper, and then it like takes 5 minutes, but it gives you a really good response. They announced that today for Gemini as well. So look, I didn't even realize I didn't have Gemini downloaded on my phone. I will start playing with it more and more and see if it actually can replace a GPT or a Grok for me, because I use those both every day. And I will absolutely try to, see if like give it a real objective test on if the personalization that it can offer me is so much better that it's worth actually making this my personal assistant. Because if that's the case, then I do think Tanner's argument makes sense. Like, if everything you do is through Google, which the majority of the world still uses Google, right? A lot of us that are into tech and finance, we look at all these other products, but the majority of the world still uses Google. That could be a moat. Now, the interesting thing about bringing up my mom here is that although she's integrating Google every day and has been for like basically the past 15 years, why is she on ChatGPT? Why is she not in Gemini? How has Google not pushed her somehow when she's browsing through YouTube or Google Docs to try out Gemini? The fact that it has gone so viral to the point where ChatGPT has become her go-to product, I mean, it makes you think, like, if they have a consumer distribution advantage, is that ultimately what they needed to get ahead of Google? These are the rankings right here for LLMs. Chris Camillo just posted this. Grok's 43, Gemini's 59, Meta's 119, DeepSeek 134, Copilot 144. ChatGPT is number 1, and it's been number 1 for the past few years. My mom didn't learn about ChatGPT because of me. I remember she came home one day and asked me if I knew what ChatGPT was. This was back in, I think, mid 2024. That's when I realized, oh crap, this is getting really big. I should have bought a lot more NVIDIA as soon as she said that. But it was, I didn't introduce her to it. She ended up finding it, and she works in a school district. So she was like making lesson plans and doing all this administrative stuff. And now my sister uses it every day as well. And it just took a life of its own. So I think obviously that's where Google messed up, and they've acknowledged that they came up with the T in GPT, the transformer technology, but they let ChatGPT get away with building the actual distribution for the world to use it. And now they're playing catch up. But given their personalization advantage, does that mean that catch up does not take the stock at least to 200 in the next year, which would be a reasonable multiple? Even with the search declines and all the bear cases, like I think 200 is still reasonable. That would put it at still cheaper than Costco. I think they would put it at 22 times earnings, and Costco's at 57. So, I mean, there is a world where obviously the stock is still undervalued, and maybe the buybacks alone can get them some momentum as well. Yeah, kids in school know about ChatGPT. I mean, a lot of kids are not using Gemini, and no one knows what Grok is, quite frankly. Like, if you're on Twitter, you know about what Grok is. If you support Elon, you know what Grok is. But outside of that, no one knows what the hell Grok is. Grok is not, if you're in the tech world, you know about Grok because it's another model you can use. The average person, A, is not on X. And then B, if they don't know what X is, they probably don't know what Grok is. So it's really about GPT versus Gemini here. Mitch just wants his options to recover. I didn't sell calls against my long calls today because I trusted Sundar would take us to 170. And like, look, you got to admit it was a boring presentation. You got to at least admit that. Robinhood back above 64 right here, Tesla 345. Like, it was just boring, bro. It was not one of those things that was super, super excited or inspiring. And, you know, Google tends to not be like that, but definitely wasn't something that was going to get the street super excited today. S&P 500, 591. I don't know why SOFI is down 3% today. I don't see any headline on SOFI. But SOFI is getting hit 3% right here. Are other fintechs getting hit? PayPal, we know Robinhood's up. PayPal's up a little bit. Affirm's down because Klarna showed they lost $90 million last quarter. But Affirm's profitable, so I don't know why the street's that upset about that. But Affirm right here at 49.98, that's down 3.35. And then SOFI right here at 13.30. Duolingo 522, that didn't go down even with Google's language stuff, which was cool. But I think a lot of these, like Meta showed off language translation, like that stuff can't be the defining feature of AI. No one cares that much about that because it's been replicated in so many different apps that I don't think it's the biggest feature to get people excited about their AI initiatives. And then CoreWeave, great day, 4.6. Market's really going to some of these data center plays a lot more than usual. NBIS is this one's still up 5%. This one's still up 5.78% after a pretty good earnings as well. Grab is down because there's people protesting in Indonesia about fair wages in the taxi community, in the Gojek Grab community. The drivers essentially are doing a 24-hour strike. Not anywhere else in Indonesia, mainly or not anywhere else in Southeast Asia, mainly in Indonesia. So that's why that stock's down. I think it's not really a big deal, but that one's getting hit based on those protests. And then Rock Lab right here was at 2630 on the 2640. Now it's at 2585 currently right now. And then Bitcoin trying to get back to 107, dude. That's also helping Robinhood today. But Bitcoin really doing its thing, showing some momentum. 106.5. As we can see it right here. Trump is not live yet. He will be live probably in a bit. Let's get a little bit more coverage on some of this Google stuff, and then we will keep going from there.
Early in understanding how to do ads within AI mode. But what we saw with the AI overviews is there continues to be space on the main search page for a range of different ads. They can be the text ads that you think of traditionally. They're also the product ads. We have hotel ads. They're really ads that are adapted for what is the user need at the moment.
By the way, Mike, there were a lot of good number of live demos during the keynote, and that really raises the stakes for the next big tech event. That's Apple's WWDC in June. They've moved away from live demos. Google really leaned in this keynote, and that has really been key for consumer trust in this AI era. Back to you.
Dee, stay with us. We're also going to bring in CNBC contributor and big technology founder Alex Kantrowitz, also at the Google event. Alex, I guess your big takeaway in terms of what Google needs to achieve in terms of persuading consumers and investors that they can actually thrive in this world without giving up too much of their dominant search business.
Well, look, I think the main message that they needed to convey today was that they're in reinvention mode. I think that we crushed Google a couple of years ago for being slow in the generative AI race. Now they've come all the way back. This event today was all about generative AI from every single angle and every product. And if you're going to stay competitive in tech, you need to reinvent yourself over and over again. And I think the market is going to make Google pay basically a penalty for reinventing itself for a little bit. But think about the alternative. If you're Microsoft and you don't reinvent yourself and go over to the cloud, you got Windows and you're in the desktop operating market. If you're Google early on and you're not reinventing yourself into a mobile operating system and a browser, you're a website. So this is the natural progression for every big tech company that wants to stay competitive. And I think the thing that was reassuring to me today was we saw Google say, okay, generative AI is the thing. We're going to go all in. Now, are there going to be some speed bumps along the way from here to there? Absolutely. Is the market going to punish the company in spades like they are today? They're not taking the stocks, but the stock is down today on a day where Google's made many impressive announcements. That's going to happen. But ultimately, I think people shouldn't forget about the big picture here, which is that it's a reinvention moment for Google, and the company is not being shy and, in fact, putting its foot on the gas pedal.
I guess
that's what you got to believe in if you are bullish Google currently at these levels. And basically after this event, you've got to believe that search growth, again, Q2 2024, which is what Q2 2025 will be compared to, 13.8% year-over-year search growth. We had 9.8% growth last quarter. So quarter over quarter, they would have to grow an additional 4% to just be breaking even from last year's search growth. I don't think they're going to do that, quite frankly. I think they're going to be down year over year again. But if they're up quarter over quarter, I think investors will be able to stomach it. But let's say that 9.8% turns into like 8%. Like that number can't keep going down, right? Because either Google's got to raise the dividend or you got to get some reason to believe that you're getting more value if the core cash cow of the business keeps declining on a year-over-year basis. And so that's the number I think everyone's going to be concerned about. Is it still undervalued even at 8% growth? Sure. But as a growth stock, I think that narrative is definitely going to take a little bit of a hit. Yes, Technical Tuesday will be happening today at around 4:20 as usual. Jason will be on and we will dive into all these tickers. Now let's talk about what Elon said. This was the biggest sentence I think out of that interview with CNBC, which was a much better interview than the Bloomberg interview this morning. He says, in the first week of Austin's robotaxi launch, we'll have 10 to 12 of them on the road, 10 to 12 being robotaxis. Over the coming month, we'll have thousands. By the end of 2026, we should have hundreds of thousands, so in the next 18 months, of vehicles driving unsupervised FSD and part of the robotaxi network. Now, either this is Elon timeline again, or he's going to be accurate, and then in 2026, end of 2026, we are going to see hundreds of thousands of unsupervised Teslas on the road, not cybercabs. That's going to get into production towards the midpoint of 2026, but actual Model Ys, Model 3s, etc., that are driving around different states in the United States and picking people up and taking them to their destination. So when he talks about hundreds of thousands, I think there's 6 to 7 million vehicles in the United States for Tesla, if I'm not wrong. It might be like 4 million. So it's not crazy to say a couple 100,000 vehicles could be turned on instantly and join the FSD network. It was also funny when people were like, hey, where's the app? Or the interviewer was like, hey, can you guys come up with an app? And he was like, yes, we can come up with an app. So the app's not going to be the hard part. I think the harder part is going to be, can you get people to put their car onto the network and then allow the car to actually meaningfully create value? He's talking about 10 cars in Austin next month, going to multiples of that in terms of hundreds of thousands. He even said, if not a million, by the end of 2026. That would be a pretty dramatic incline. I also think the one way to push back against that is, I'm not putting my Tesla on the robotaxi network. And maybe I'm saying that right now, but like, I kind of like my car being my car. Trump is not live yet. I will switch when he's live, but I don't see him live right now. It says 3:45, so I think he has another 5 minutes, but I will switch over once he's live. I kind of like my car being my car, and I also like need my car throughout the day to do stuff. So I am curious how many people are going to be able to get to actually, sign up to this thing. And then I'm sure they will get a decent amount, but the question is just how many, and like how quick will that be able to translate into actual revenues for Tesla as well. But we're going to have to, Amit still has the new stickers on it. Dude, my dad still has the thing in the back of his Tesla, the thing where you like, the thing at the bottom where you're like, it's the thing for your shoes. Like when you step into a new car, there's like this little plastic to like step on so that you don't get, he's still, and I tried to throw it out the other day. He was like, no, keep it in there. It's something about the culture. Something about the culture. They keep them there forever. Trump is not live yet. I will switch when he's live, but he is not live yet. Should be live like really soon, but he's not live yet. But anyway, I'm not giving my Tesla to the robotaxi network, dude. Like I like having my car. So I'm just curious how many people would do that, and then what does that do for the cost per mile, which inevitably has to get smaller than Lyft and Uber and Waymo, and I think it'll definitely be smaller than Waymo, but the other ones are kind of the main competitors here, to meaningfully create the necessity for people to say, hey, I'm going to take this $30 robotaxi to the airport versus a $50 Uber. Because $20 is a big deal. If you can save someone $20, I think they'll get over the safety stuff really quick. Like, that money talks way more than safety. And if they can really prove it's safe, which is why Elon was hesitating to say we're going to have many of them in Austin. He wants, few of them and then eventually scaling. I do agree with what he also said, which is that these things happen slowly and then all at once. If you've ever built anything or dealt with any level of exponential growth, it really does happen all at once. Like you work a long time for something, and then when it happens if you have the right product and the ability to scale. We saw that with Palantir, 2 years of sitting at $6-7, and then AIP happened, and then all at once we got basically a 20x from that stock right here to 126. So I do think that is possible. The question is just the timeline on which when it's gonna play out. Also, I was reading an article yesterday. One thing we don't talk about enough, including myself, is that Tesla also wants to do food deliveries. And like the robotaxi will have some, I don't know exactly how they're going to do it, but if they can autonomously deliver you food, that's a whole part of the business. They're biting into Uber Eats' business at that point. That could be really meaningful and is something that's not just about cost per mile, but rather how many extra additional dollars they can get, which are like really juicy margins on those when you don't have to pay someone to deliver it in the vehicle as well. And that's, I think, one thing that potentially Tesla will focus on going into the end of the 2026 cycle when Elon said they plan to officially scale them to hundreds of thousands of vehicles. Let's get a little bit more of an update on Google. Trump should be live very soon. We will switch to that as soon as he's here. The Golden Dome, that's the big announcement. We'll talk more about that. But $25 billion of funding, it looks like, is going to be allocated towards that. And we'll see if he mentions potentially a Palantir, SpaceX, or an Anduril.
Ever created at their core. And so it's hard to make it seem like anything but playing defense and a net negative, I imagine.
Well, look, this is what's going to happen, right? So we are going to see the entire tech industry make this move. This is going to be a major opportunity. We've seen all the tech giants increase based off of this, maybe, outside of Apple. So the high margin search business, okay, it's definitely going to take a hit. Even though right now we've seen ChatGPT grow and Google's been crushing. So how big of a hit is still yet to be determined. If you're a fan of what Google's doing, you believe that the opportunity is bigger over time. Because if you think about it, if generative AI fizzles right now, then all those competitors and the competitive threat is gone. But if generative AI keeps growing at the pace and the extent to which it is, then you're looking at a much stronger Google because it has the resources, it has the researchers, it has the products that it's going to build this technology into. And importantly, we think about the margin, right? It's very cheap to serve a Google search compared to a generative AI search. Everything's becoming more efficient. So ultimately, that's a very positive picture for the company if this works. And again, what's the risk to the downside if it doesn't? I don't think it's much.
Yeah.
Which is a good point. Is Google going to 120? Are we really, shedding off a couple $100 billion in market cap just because of search? I mean, it begs the question, right? If you take a shot on this stock right here, what really is your downside? And if we did see it go below 150 last week off that Apple headline, but question is, does it get back into that 130, 140 range?
And D, I guess, there has been some comfort taken, I think, among people maybe within Alphabet or investors in the stock to say, in terms of the revenue producing types of search or web activity in general, Google will still have an edge there. If you're looking for a particular business or a link, that's different than the, ask ChatGPT an encyclopedia question about the past.
Right. I mean, Google's been masterful at this. They've been so dominant in that search business. And I agree with Alex in that really the theme is reinvention. But where I might differ with him is, are they moving fast enough? Are they being bold enough? I mean, I touched on it when I talked about AI overviews, AI mode, Gemini app. I mean, they have all of the technology, the full stack to succeed here. But are they embracing the narrative as quickly as they need to? Versus, a Perplexity or a ChatGPT that are thinking about ad models in a totally AI native way. Can Google shift that quickly when it has this big innovator's dilemma, this legacy business that has been so profitable sort of hanging over? And that's what I think investors are trying to sort through. Can it transition that for an AI first world? And, I still think about those comments from Eddie Q just a few weeks ago, with kind of suggested the window is closing. They're being disrupted. There's more urgency than ever for Google to figure this out and embrace its reinvention versus being dragged into it, right? The difference between playing offense and defense.
And I guess, Alex, is there one way that Google could answer those criticisms, that it's either being kind of grudging about it or trying too many different things or trying to do these half measures to preserve their current advantage? I mean, is there kind of like, make the best product, not subscription based, but free? Other places are trying to get people to pay up.
I think it's quality. Honestly, it's quality. And if you think about what's happened with Google's competitors, you have OpenAI. We've been promised GPT-5, their latest model, forever. It's not here. We have Claude or Anthropic, the latest version of Claude, the biggest version of Claude, Opus, still not out yet. Meta's big Llama Behemoth model is having trouble, not released. Google shipping. And are they at the top? Yeah, they're at the top of the leaderboards right now. Is there a meaningful difference between using Gemini and ChatGPT? Maybe not big enough. But remember, Google has the resources, they have talent, and they have the product surfaces to push out a state-of-the-art model. So I think it's really incumbent upon Google. This is not going to be easy. Even though I'm bullish on what they're going to do, I do not think this is going to be easy. It is incumbent upon them not only to maintain and stay with the pack, but to lead the pack. And from everything they told us today, they have the ability to do so. But as we've seen in every single one of these developer events over the past couple of years, you can tell a great story. It really matters what you do in the real world. And that's what's, I mean, Google gave the presentation, and now the hard part begins.
Q2 is going to be very important for the Googs. Trump is not live yet. Broader markets relatively flat. Robinhood holding on to its green. Tessie 343, NVIDIA 133.97, Palantir 125.82, and then you got Google right here 163.91, down about 1.56% on the day. Tony, have you seen people on X freaking out about your post about your mom? Yes. Okay, so I actually talked to Robinhood about this today. I made a post on X yesterday about my mom selling covered calls. Okay, so this is what it looks like for those that didn't see it. She sold some calls on NVIDIA, some calls on Hood that are now up like 20% in a day. And she made $1,470 in 10 days. Okay. The problem is, and I contacted Robinhood support today and I was like, guys, you really got to change this. I didn't tell them all the shit I took on Twitter for this, but they got to change this. This max loss unlimited is not real. These are covered calls. These are not naked. A naked call is when you sell an option and you don't have the shares to cover them, aka I'm selling a Robinhood $70 call. Robinhood's at 65. Let's say Robinhood goes to 85. Now I owe those shares. I have to buy them at 85, not at whatever price I bought them at because they weren't covered, which means my max loss theoretically is unlimited. Like Robinhood could go to $500 and I would have to pay literally an infinite amount of money to be able to cover my loss. But if you cover your call, if Robinhood goes to 85 and you had a covered call at 70 and your shares get called away and your average price is 30, well, congrats, you just made $45 plus the premium. And the only loss, quote unquote, is the opportunity cost of not holding it to $80. Unfortunately, it says max loss unlimited. So the amount of big accounts that have been quote tweeting this and saying top, the market's going to collapse, sell all your stocks. Guy forces his mom to buy naked options. First of all, people don't even realize it's selling options. It's not buying options, which actually are risky. And like that, you could lose all your money. This is, you know, when you're covering, you're collateralizing a put or a call, you're entitled to lose what you put up, not anything infinite against it. That's why shorting is very risky. Buying calls are risky, etc. So I guess it's my fault in the screenshot. It didn't give enough context. But number two is like, I think people love the opportunity to dunk on someone with this idea of like, oh, the kids are figuring out about the market and like retail is such dumb money. Like, and they see any type of a Wall Street bets type of a degen post, which is what people assume. This was like a Wall Street bets degen. I'm YOLOing on these calls with my mom's WT income. Like, you know, people use that as juicy content because they want to obviously get attention from that. And that's it. And I've seen a lot of big accounts respond to it and saying, you're so irresponsible. How can you be doing this with your mom? And I don't even want to respond to them. I'm like, guys, this is not even my fault. This is Robinhood's UI. So I texted Robinhood today on the support thing. And I was like, can you guys change this? Like the amount of shit I just took on Twitter for the past 24 hours by all these people who think I'm the most ungrateful son for gambling my mom's income on covered calls where the worst case is she makes money. I'm just like, you guys have to change this. And the support team was like, I'll talk to the product team and see what we can do about it. I'm like, okay, thanks. But that is an issue. That's a Robinhood thing, dude. Why is their UI saying max loss unlimited? Robinhood is the most responsible brokerage because they don't even allow you to sell naked calls or puts. You have to have the one of the reasons people use IBKR and Schwab is because like on Schwab, one of my friends has a deal where let's say you have to put up 20,000 in collateral to collateralize some type of a put you're selling. She has a deal with Schwab where she only has to put up 10% of the money. She only has to put up $2,000 and the other 18,000 are assumed. It's kind of like an IOU. And that's because, you know, she has a good relationship with Schwab, IBKR, et cetera, and they allow that. Robinhood doesn't allow that shit. You don't have the money, screw you. They're not going to allow you to sell the put. You don't have the shares, or you don't have the leaps. They're not going to allow you to sell the calls. Robinhood is the only platform that doesn't really, I think even Webull lets you do naked calls and puts. So Robinhood's actually the most safest platform to not blow up your account. But their UI did not communicate that. And yeah, so my post went semi-viral last night and I'm taking a lot of shit, but that's not exactly what's happening right here. Google 164, where's Bitcoin? Are we at 107? 106.9. All right. We did not touch 107 yet. We are very close. Trump is still not live. Nope, he's not live yet. He's going to be with Pete Hegseth to make this announcement, but he is not officially live right now. But Bitcoin running, and that's probably helping Hood as well. The opportunity cost means the loss can be unlimited. See, I don't think that makes sense. That's just not true. Like, someone please explain to me why, if I buy Hood at 60, I sell a cover call at 65, and then Hood is 67, and then my shares get called away at 65. The $2 I missed out on from 65 to 67, how is that a loss? There's no loss. I sold my shares at 65. I'm not losing anything. I didn't invest in NVIDIA in 1999. Does that mean I lost on a 50,000% because of my opportunity cost of being 2 years old and not investing in NVIDIA in 1990? Like that makes zero sense. And like, I think Robinhood has to adjust that because they don't allow naked call selling. If you could have a naked call selling on the platform, then I think it makes sense. Then you better say that, hey, your max loss could be unlimited. But if your calls are covered, AKA Robinhood has your shares in holding in order for you to even generate the premium, then the worst that happens is you lose your shares at the price that you lose them at. So I really don't think that makes any sense. And I don't know why they don't change that under UI. But regardless, people definitely got upset about that post last night. I was like, whatever, dude. I don't even care. Most people, again, they just want something easy to dunk on. They want like a Wall Street bet type of post to go viral. Like if I was buying calls, I get it. If I'm selling naked calls, I get it. Like that's very degen. You shouldn't do that with your parents' money. But my mom has Hood shares at an average of $30. She's selling covered calls for some additional income. Worst case, she has to sell them. If not, she'll roll them. Like that is not dangerous at all. And or at least my perspective on that is if the most dangerous thing about that is the shares get called away and Hood goes to 100 and then she's mad she missed out on those $40. Okay, if the worst case is you made money, but you didn't make as much money, I will take that any day of the week. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. All right. Elon's not live. Elon was already there. CNBC is talking about Elon. They did their interview. Trump is still not live. We are waiting for Trump. Here is the Politico headline on Trump. So the idea is that they're going to announce oh, wow. Is this correct? 831 billion. That's the headline. I thought it was 25 billion. Trump is going to appoint a general to lead a $831 billion Golden Dome missile shield. President Trump plans to name Space Force General Michael Gluten to lead the Golden Dome, a new missile defense system aimed at protecting the U.S. from advanced threats like hypersonic weapons and low-flying missiles. The system would blend existing interceptors with satellite-based defense. Oh, over 20 years. Okay, that makes way more sense. $830 billion over 20 years, $25 billion proposed in the next budget. Still $1 trillion over 25 years. That's a lot of money. Gluten, a space and missile defense expert, has warned of growing threats from China and backs increased U.S. space investments. Trump is pushing for this fast rollout, prioritizing components that can be completed during his term. The Golden Dome will combine traditional and emerging defense technology. So I think we have to look at Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, SpaceX, even though that's not public, Anduril, and that's not public either, and then Palantir. Those are the three, Lockheed, Raytheon, and Palantir, that we have to take a look at to see kind of if they have any reaction when this is announced, whenever Trump goes live. He is late as always. We got the market close in 5 minutes, so we'll see how the market closes. Maybe he'll be live after the market close, but we're going to see what he has to say. And yeah, I think we watch out for those stocks. Those are going to be big ones. Let's put that on the watch list. Lockheed Martin. Lockheed is up 0.5% on the day, and then Raytheon is up or down about 0.13%. We'll put L3 Harris as well. Anduril, a lot of people ask when they're going public. I think it's 2026. I think it's not. I mean, I think it's 2026. I don't think it's anytime soon, but maybe they could play a role in this as well. Do we have Palo Alto today? Oh, and Rocket Lab. Yes, let me not forget. Rocket Lab could potentially play a role in this as well. We have Palo Alto today. That's a big one. We do. We got Palo Alto. Okay, so that's another big one. Cybersecurity. This will give us a understanding of what CrowdStrike is going to report. Fortinet didn't have the best earnings. I mean, they actually had a good earnings, but for some reason, the street got mad at their Q2 guidance. So they were down about 8% after earnings. Palo Alto, this stock, 194, the stock year to date, let me take a look, is up 7%. Over the past year, it's up 20%. So that will be the big one that we have after the bell that we'll take a look at. And then Bitcoin, did we get 107? Did we get there? Are we officially there? We are there, 107. We were at 107 on Sunday, went all the way down to 102, and now we're back to 107. That's obviously helped Robinhood as well, which is not too bad. I mean, can you demo AI mode? Yeah, after the Trump thing, I'll demo AI mode on the desktop or even on my phone, and I'll show you guys what it looks like. I don't think they have ads in it yet, but we'll see. It'll be my first time playing with it on the Gemini app. So we'll take a look at that as well. Okay, cool. So Palo Alto after the bell, that's going to be important. We got the Trump Golden Dome thing. That's probably happening in the next, I would say, at least 10 minutes. And then we'll see how the market closes out over the next 3 minutes. Robinhood right here, 64.83, trying to make its way back to 65. Tessie 343. Robinhood's probably moving on Bitcoin. Tesla 343. That was at 354 2 times today. NVIDIA 134, basically flat during the day. RKLB 2584, and then Palantir 125. That was also flat. The big partnership with Palantir is with SAP. That's an important one. We'll talk more about that on the daily recap, but I do think that's going to unlock Europe potentially for them, given that SAP is one of the largest European tech companies that now wants to work with Foundry and AIP. So should be a bit of more of an unlock for enterprise companies in Europe. United Healthcare up 2%, 321. Look at that. From 248 to 321. What return is that? 321 minus 248 divided by 248. That's a 30% return. Not bad, dude. In a couple days. So if you bought that dip, then you've done well. Also, where was QBTS, bro? D-Wave. This thing, still a great day. Down from where it was at the top of the day, I think at like 19 or 1751. But 1662, not bad at all, which is very, very, very cool for the quantum names. Fabio, thank you for the $50, brother. Appreciate you. Amit, sorry about the X drama. Quantum treated me well this week. Also want to do this for the community. For those that want to do super chats but can't afford it, are shy and so on. Thanks for all you do, brother, from the AK Media community. Fabio, appreciate you, man. Fabio was at the Toronto meetup. Boston meetup is going to be in 3 days, or 4 days on Saturday. Very excited to see everyone at the Boston meetup. But Fabio, appreciate that, brother. Don't worry about the X drama. It's okay. If you're on X long enough, you're going to have some posts that go viral and you know, stuff happens. And yeah, I can't help how people react to a post. If Robinhood wanted to display it the wrong way, I mean, it is what it is. I can't do much. Speaking of X, Elon did respond to me on X today. I tweeted about one of the quotes he had, and he responded with a laughing emoji. So I told him that there was 7,000 people live in the morning with me, and we were laughing at the NPC journalists' comments. So you get some X posts that try to dunk on you because you're trying to get your mom some extra income with covered calls, and then you get Elon responding to some other posts. It's the beauty of the platform. It's the beauty of being connected on a platform like X. All right, here we go. We got 20 seconds, and then we are getting into the market close. You guys are saying Trump is live. Let me close the market. Let me ring the bell, and then we will switch right to Trump, and we will get into everything that he is saying. Here we go. It is 4 p.m. Tuesday, May 20th. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The stock market is now officially closed. All right, there it is. There's the market. It's closed. It's live. All right, here we go. Robinhood, 64.85. Not a bad day. Moving with Bitcoin, up about 1%. Tesla, 343. That's up 0.5%. NVIDIA, down about 1% on the day. RKLB, 25.99. Up about 0.74%. Just under 26. Palantir, 25.50. Let's see if any Golden Dome announcement today makes the headlines, and that could potentially get the market excited. So we will see from there. Audio's bad. Is audio good or is audio bad? I will switch the mic real quick. You're back. You're back. Okay, cool. You're back. All right. I was saying Trump is not live yet, so we'll go through some tickers and then we'll see. We'll see once he goes live. It should be very soon. SOFI, 1326, down about 3.4% of the day. PayPal, 7213. Google, 163.98, down about 1.64%. Amazon, 204, down 1%. Meta, 637, down 0.5%. Let me know in the chat if you bought or sold anything today as well. And let me know any moves you made. Palo Alto, again, we got earnings after the bell. I will try to get those earnings simultaneously with Trump presenting whatever he is going to be presenting. But you got Trump right there. Or you got Palo Alto, 194.69. Trump is still not live yet. And we are waiting to see him go. Is Elon live again? Is Elon back on scene? Is he done with his phone call? He said if he was done with his phone call, he'll come back to the interview. Hold on, let me switch to him. I think Elon's live again. Hold on.
Right.
And that's why I'd say consider it sort of a business model that's similar to some combination of Airbnb and Uber. Just like Airbnb, you can rent out your
No, Elon said this before already. I think Elon said this before.
spare bedroom or your house if you're not using it, and make money on it. And that's what we expect Tesla customers to be able to do.
Right. And as this scales up, you said earlier, you feel like you have the logistics.
Yeah, this is the same as earlier. So Elon's not live again. He did say he would leave the he left in the middle of the interview, said he would take a call. He said he would come back maybe, and he did not come back. So Elon right there is not live. Rocket Lab 2590 after the bell did close right at that 26 level. And the big earnings now is Palo Alto. Trump is still not live, so we're going to wait until Trump goes live. But until then, let's see Palo Alto. I think we get those numbers in 3 minutes on Palo Alto, and we will see what numbers they put up. Again, Rocket Lab, we got to close at exactly 2591 after hours. Not bad, getting that 26 close for the first time in about 3 months. And then Palo Alto, 194. It's moving a little bit after hours. We also have CrowdStrike that we'll take a look at. 442 on CrowdStrike. Fortinet, we'll pull that up. And then Zscaler, another cybersecurity name that we will take a look at as well. Palo Alto, 194.48 right now. Yeah, Rocket Lab did close at that 26 level. It is not live because what he said about Uber and Airbnb, we heard that already when we were listening to it during the I/O event. So I'm pretty sure that's not live. That's weird. They're playing more of the interview, but is it live, bro? He said that already. Is it actually? Why are they playing so much of the interview? It says it's live too. All right, I'm going to switch to it and then figure out what's going on. But it's saying that it is live, so I feel like it is live.
Control would be like, say, Larry and Sergey at Google. Anyone who has majority voting control.
Okay, it is live. It is live. Never mind. Trump is live. Here we go.
About the Golden Dome missile defense shield. That's something we want. And Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but they didn't have the technology. But it's something we're going to have. We're going to have it at the highest level. I want to thank Secretaries Hager and missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles, even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful. And now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed. This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. Very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped to have really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're number one in space by a lot. It's not even close. And Mike is a 4-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I'll bet he's good at offense too. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Goodline also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job. And everybody, this was a universal acceptance of General Goodline. Everybody that knows him and knows everybody else, they said there's only one man for the job. So I have a feeling we have the right guy. But now I'd like to invite Secretary Hegseth and the General to please say a few words and describe the system a little bit. And we appreciate you being here. And the press has really been very fair over the last period of a couple of months. I don't know what happened to you. It was so much more exciting the other way. But you've been very, very fair. We have very high poll numbers, the highest we've ever had. And I think we're doing a great job. We had a tremendous trip to the Middle East, as you know. It was a really amazing trip. And now I came home, and this is the one I was really looking forward to this day, because this is very important for the success and even survival of our country. It's a pretty evil world out there. So this is something that goes a long way toward the survival of this great country. And as I said, we'll be discussing Canada. They want to hook in and they want to see if they can be a part of it. That sort of makes sense. I guess that's what I was talking about from day one. You know, it just automatically makes sense, and it won't be very difficult to do, but they'll pay their fair share. Thank you very much, everybody. And Pete, go ahead.
Sure. Well, Mr. President, add this to the long and growing list of promises made and promises kept. Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans. Mr. President, you said we're going to secure our southern border and get 100% operational control after the previous administration allowed an invasion of people into our country. President Reagan 40 years ago cast the vision for it. The technology wasn't there. Now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether they're conventional or nuclear. It's not lost on me, sir, also that you had the vision to start the Space Force. And here we are when the others said we didn't need it, here we are in the Oval Office with one of the leaders of the Space Force in General Goodline, leading the charge on putting in place a game-changing Golden Dome for America. So, sir, it's an honor to be a part of this bold initiative. We're going to get to work on it. We have been since you signed that executive order on January 27th. We've been fast forward on this. We're here on this day, and this is just one stop in delivering this defense of the homeland, which is something you've charged us with doing, and we'll keep going until it is complete, sir.
Thank you, Pete. Pete's doing a great job, by the way. Thank you very much. General, please.
Mr. President, today is a great day for the nation as we double down on protection of the homeland. As you're aware, our adversaries have become very capable and very intent on holding the homeland at risk. While we have been focused on keeping the peace overseas, our adversaries have been quickly modernizing their nuclear forces, building out ballistic missiles capable of hosting multiple warheads, building out hypersonic missiles capable of attacking the United States within an hour and traveling at 6,000 miles an hour, building cruise missiles that can navigate around our radar and our defenses, building submarines that can sneak up on our shores, and worse yet, building space weapons. It is time that we change that equation and start doubling down on the protection of the homeland. Golden Dome is a bold and aggressive approach to hurry up and protect the homeland from our adversaries. We owe it to our children and our children's children to protect them and afford them a quality of life that we have all grown up enjoying. Golden Dome will afford that. I greatly appreciate your trust in me and your nomination in me and your trust in the team to deliver this. It is a great day for America.
And also, very importantly, we're the only ones that have this. We call it super technology. Nobody else has it. And nobody else has really near what we have. So this is a very exciting project. This is something that will, when the general said close to 100% protection. So that's something we need. I think it's a very, and everything's going to be made in the USA, by the way, very importantly. So it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. And I just noticed you two, Jim, you're standing there, and behind you is a very important document, Declaration of Independence. And that was in the vault for many decades right under this area. They have vaults with pictures on top. You have Abraham Lincoln. You see, that was the original Abraham Lincoln, the original Washington. And does everybody know who the middle was? General Grant. And so it's very exciting. You look over here, and above Ronald Reagan, you have Thomas Jefferson. That's Monroe from the Monroe document. And you know who that is, right? Andrew Jackson. So we have a lot of very exciting pictures. And on the other side, likewise, some great presidents and great people on many of these, because people were asking about them, many of them, almost all of them, were in the vaults or nearby, but generally in the vaults downstairs. Well, we have some great, so it's very exciting. And the place has become a little different than you first saw it, Jim, right?
Yes, much
A
better.
little bit different, slightly better. But to think we had them, and somewhere in the vaults for over 100 years. So it's pretty cool stuff. Everybody knows Jim Banks. He's a great congressman, and now he's a great senator from Indiana. And you might want to say a few words, Jim.
Well, your legacy with Space Force, Mr. President, is already big, but the Golden Dome is going to be an even bigger legacy for our country. And Indiana is going to help you make it.
Right.
The space satellites that are made in Fort Wayne, Indiana by L3 Harris, all the work done at Crane Navy Base in Southern Indiana is going to be a big part of it. And Hoosiers are very proud of that. We're proud of you. Thank you very much.
You're going to be a big factor. Thank you, and good luck, and congratulations. You won that race by a lot.
Thanks to you.
That wasn't even a contest, right?
Well, thank you. Thanks to you and all of your support.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please go ahead. You missed that. This is Senator Kramer. He's one of our best. Can't get any better. Go ahead.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President, and thanks for this. And I remember the day in your first term when you called, and I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee, and you said, I want to have a Space Force. Would you lead the effort on the Senate Armed Services Committee? And I felt so proud thinking that you chose me, only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked out really, really, really well because North Dakota has some great space assets, and that contribute to that and to Golden Dome. No surprise that you would be the president that would come along and put the homeland first. And this is just one more example of that. So thanks for this and for allowing me this afternoon. By the way, let me just add my strong endorsement of General Goodline's role in leading this. I don't know anybody better, for sure, better equipped to do it than he is.
Everybody said that.
Yeah,
That's
for
great.
sure.
Dan Sullivan, Alaska, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your continued leadership on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019 at the Pentagon, you laid out a speech about the Missile Defense Review that had all these principles on missile defense you articulated then during your first term. And now the Golden Dome is all of that. So you're continuing to lead. We really appreciate it. The Congress is stepping up, as you mentioned right now in the budget reconciliation bill, $25 billion for the Golden Dome. And what Senator Kramer and Senator Banks and I and many others, we're working on and I briefed you on this before, sir, on our Golden Dome Act, which we think will have, in terms of legislation that can help cement what you're doing right here, getting the Congress behind it, not just with the funding, but with authorizations. So we're working closely with Secretary Hegseth, General Gutlein, and the whole team. So we're very honored to be here, sir. And, Alaska is the cornerstone of missile defense right now in terms of ground-based missile interceptors, in terms of radar systems that track incoming missiles. So my state is honored to continue to play a critical role in all of this and build on it. And we're really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Great. Any questions?
Mr. President, you had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks that this was a campaign promise of yours. Have military commanders asked for this system specifically? Because NORAD had said previously that the current system was adequate. So what does this get the United States
Somebody
that
said the
isn't
current
already
system is
in
adequate.
reform?
There really is no current system. We have certain areas of missiles and certain missile defense, but there's no system. We just have some very capable weapons that hopefully we never have to use, but we have some very capable weapons. Now, this is a different league. There's never been anything like this. This is something that's going to be very protective. I think you can rest assured there'll be nothing like this. Nobody else is capable of building it either.
Was it something that military commanders asked you for? Did they ask you to do this?
Well, let me put it differently. I suggested it, and they all said, we love the idea, sir. It's the way it's got to be, right? But they want it, and they wanted it badly once it was suggested. I don't know if they ever thought they would be lucky enough to have it, but we were able to get it done, and we have all the funding. So pretty much tucked away. I think most people feel it's very important to have. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you first announced this idea, critics said it would be prohibitively expensive, potentially ineffective, and could trigger an arms race in space. What do you say to those critics about that?
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, fairly small expansion. But we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. We took in $5.1 trillion in the last 4 days in the Middle East. And when you think about it, this is a tiny fraction of that. But we make it all here. We're going to make it all here. We have, I will tell you, an adversary told me, a very big adversary told me the most brilliant people in the world are Silicon Valley. He said, we cannot duplicate him. We can't. This was somebody that I won't tell you who it is, but you'd be amazed. We have the most brilliant minds in the world doing this kind of thing, the equipment, the space, the computers, everything. But I said that we just can't duplicate what you have there in Silicon Valley. We never have been able to. And there's a very strong group of people and very strong minds, but they can't. So we have things that nobody else can have. You see what we've done helping Israel with that. You probably wouldn't have in Israel. They launched probably 500 missiles altogether, and I think 1/2 of a missile got through, and that was only falling to the ground as scrap metal. It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology far advanced from that system.
And just one follow-up on the adversaries. Have you addressed Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will. Yeah.
Mr. President, with the goal of keeping Americans safe with this, can you talk about the timeline? How long will this take to complete?
We think it's going to be about a little bit less than 3 years, and we'll have a big phase in very early. We're starting immediately with $25 billion. It'll cost about $175 billion completed, but we think in 2.5 to 3 years.
Are you confident that you can get the funding needed from Congress quickly?
It's amazing how easy this one is to fund. Some funding is tough and some is easy. When we say we're going to save everyone's lives in a crazy world, it seems to be very easy to get. Yeah, we've already spoken to everybody that we have to speak to. Everybody's in, I would say, Dan, everybody's in line here, right?
Yes, sir. $25 billion is a down payment in the budget reconciliation bill right now.
Yeah. So I think
Mr. President, on Russia,
people actually love it.
Mr. President, on Russia, are you worried about the reports on a military buildup along the borders towards Finland and Norway?
No, I don't worry about that at all. They're going to be very safe. Those are two countries that are going to be very safe.
And the secondly, sir, if I may, Volodymyr Zelensky is saying today that he's hoping for you to impose new sanctions on Russia. Are you considering that?
Well, that's going to be my determination. That's going to be nobody else's determination. We'll see how Russia behaves. We see what's going to happen. We have a pretty critical time right now. I had a talk yesterday for 2.5 hours with President Putin, as you know. I also spoke to all of the European, or to many of them, leaders, but they were representing the whole. And I think we had very good conversations yesterday. Please.
Thanks, Mr. President. What companies have asked to be involved in building this system, and have you decided on who will be building it?
Big question.
I'll let you answer that. You can mention some of yours from Alaska's involved, and Alaska's a big part of it because locationally they're sort of perfect. I think it's your first line of defense in certain instances. And Kevin will tell you that his state's involved, but honestly, Georgia's going to be very big. Florida is going to be very big. They're all going to be very big. Jim, do you want to talk about Indiana?
Yeah, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where I live, we make all the space satellites at L3 Harris. Across the board, we're the top manufacturing state in the country. By the way, the tariffs have been very good for auto manufacturing in Indiana.
They've been so good.
But this is going to be really good for the defense industry in my state. There's so much money involved here. There are going to be a lot of American companies involved in making the Golden Dome.
You might also say, you're talking about the tariffs. He has some of the biggest auto plants in the world moving into Indiana, only for one reason, maybe two reasons, November 5th and the tariffs, okay?
Yes, sir.
But the tariffs have driven tremendous business into this country. But You have one of the biggest in the world being
The
built.
Honda Civics,
Right.
the new Honda Civic made in Indiana. GM has added jobs. Eli Lilly moving pharmaceutical manufacturing from China to the United States, $27 billion. You go on and on with good news in Indiana and across the country because of the tariffs.
Our country was cold as ice a year ago, and now we have the hottest country in the world. This is the hottest country in the world. Nobody even close. If you look at even this last trip that I made, the respect that is paid to our country. We've went from being laughed at all over the world, and now we're the hottest country in the world by far. Dan, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I think when you look at the system that you've laid out, it's an idea in your executive order of a layered defense. So you have initial ground-based missile interceptors, which are made by some of the big defense companies, Lockheed, Martin, Raytheon. But the beauty of your vision, Mr. President, is that it's layered, it's open architecture, and it goes up into space. So this is going to be some of the new defense tech companies that are very interested in it and can bring missile defense at a cost that I don't think, you said it, Mr. President, is unimaginable in terms of how much lower the cost is. So it's all across the board in terms of companies. Senator Kramer and I just met with a bunch from last week that are interested in this. And you said it earlier, Mr. President, our technology sector is head and shoulders above any other place in the world. And they're going to be a key part of this. And I think that's why it makes it so exciting.
Mr. President.
Yeah, guys, they have not given us any names yet. Maybe they will, but we have not gotten any specific names in terms of companies.
I think one of the things that's, and you alluded to this, the new autonomous space age defense ecosystem is more about Silicon Valley than it is about big metal, right? And so what's exciting about this is it makes it available to everybody to participate, to compete. Big companies, mid-sized companies, small companies, but General Gutlein is the perfect person, again, to sort all that out because he understands how it has to work together ultimately.
And Pete, maybe we'll close with you. We've been discussing this for a long time. Pete and I used to discuss it when I was going to go on a show that he did very well and had tremendous ratings, but all he wanted to talk about was the military. He didn't want to talk about anything else. We used to talk about this. How about you closing it out?
Yes, sir. I mean, like I said, without your vision, willing to say and do things when other people wanted to look away and pretend like the threat didn't exist, or be focused on foreign adventurism, some other threat that we've been told is affecting us. When you looked at the data, sir, from Russia to the Communist Chinese and other, and their capabilities, what they're trying to do to supersede us and threaten us, how do we find the best innovators, the best military leaders, the best companies, tech companies? You mentioned open architecture. That's exactly right. So multiple companies can pour into this, sir. It's a layered defense. So if you miss at one, you catch at the next. And it integrates existing technologies that can speak to each other. So it moves quickly while also investing in further ranging space-based interceptors. So our enemies, our adversaries are going to pay a lot of attention to this, just like they have to President Trump from day one. So you're defending the homeland, defending the American people. It's going to benefit my kids, grandkids, all of ours in this room. So thank you for your leadership. And we're going to charge ahead as fast as we can.
Very good. Great job, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Elon Musk to be a part of this. Thank you, Press.
No cuts. No cuts to Medicaid. No cuts to Medicaid. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's what we got. Apparently, you guys are telling me he mentioned L3 Harris, Lockheed, and Raytheon. I didn't. Maybe I went to the bathroom during that time and I didn't notice. But we didn't hear any Palantir or SpaceX. AMD's up 1.2% after hours. LMT, Lockheed's up about 0.5%. Raytheon is up about 1.3%, and then L3 Harris. These guys are up about 2.5%. So it looks like those names are getting some of the benefit right there. Elon's making some headlines. Let's go to him for about 20 minutes, and then we will start Technical Tuesday. Let's see what Elon had to say.
During the day sometimes, huh?
Yeah, a lot going on.
Yeah. You'd indicated that you would like more control at Tesla.
Yes. I mean, really just enough control to not get ousted by activist investors at some point in the future.
Yeah.
So that's what I've said is like something.
You've said that before.
Yeah, no, I've said there's nothing new, which is that around the sort of 25% level, that means I can certainly be thrown out if I go crazy.
Right.
But it really requires a lot, like that's the number that I feel comfortable at, because that's where I have some control, but not so much control that I can't be thrown out.
Right, I understand. You want 25 is like negative control. There's no real way at that level that you could be.
No, you can if you're
really
if you're terrible and if I'm destroying the value of the company and or I've just gone flat out crazy. But if you say it's not real control. I mean, real control would be like, say, Larry and Sergey at Google. Anyone who has majority voting control, which I wouldn't have.
No, understood. Zuckerberg's got it. Larry and Sergey, I know. There are these companies where there is absolute voting
control. You could commit murder and be in prison and
still
control the country.
Your economics are the same as your vote, by the way.
In this case, yes. Yeah. But I'd be happy to separate that, but the exchanges say I'm not allowed to.
I know they do. You mentioned destroying the company, and obviously you're not doing that, but to sort of finish where we were talking about earlier, you don't feel like you've damaged the company, though? Again, I come back to, I want to move on to XAI as well, but 14 billion in EBIT in 2022. Last year was 7.659 in EBIT. Your GAAP operating margins obviously are down. Sales in all the markets last quarter were down. Do you see a turnaround coming? Do you look at yourself in the mirror and go, man, I got to do better. I got to be better?
Look, I think that one can sort of look at individual quarterly results, and that's neither here nor there. As I mentioned earlier, we did a massive global retooling of all the factory lines for the Model Y, which is it's the majority of our vehicle sales is the Model Y. And the Model Y is the best-selling car on earth of any kind.
Right.
So obviously, if we're retooling the factories.
And a nice-looking new model here too, right? Isn't it? Yeah.
It looks like a Transformer, actually.
I know. Of course, our camera can't capture it. Sorry. Oh, that's the shot. There it is. Yeah.
Optimus subprime.
Yeah.
But really the best indicator of the forward value of the company is the share price, the market cap, and that's very strong right now.
No, it's rebounded to over $1 trillion. Obviously, it's up sharply over the last year. A lot of it has to do, though, as we said earlier, with autonomous, the robo-taxi, and I keep pointing behind me. Our viewers can't see it, but Optimus, the robot.
Yes.
You said recently tens of billions of robots, but that's decades away.
At least 1 decade away.
It's got to be more than that.
It's going to grow very fast.
Why do you think that?
I think humanoid robots will be the biggest product ever. The demand will be insatiable.
You said that
everyone's going to want one. It's like basically who wouldn't want their own personal C-3PO R2-D2?
No,
everyone's going to want.
You've said that, and your goal. You've also said is to produce 1 million robots. I think by 2030. That's what I had you on the record as saying.
I think that's a reasonable target.
And then start towards sustainable abundance, which you can get into. But I wonder. We've been talking about autonomous and how long it takes to train the automobile to be able to be the equivalent of or exceed human capabilities. But what about these robots? To the extent that how much training are they going to need to actually be able to do various different types of tasks? Isn't that something that's going to take a long time? Yeah.
It's going to take a lot of compute resources, and it'll take time. I think that there's certain threshold breakthroughs that we think we can achieve, where if Optimus can watch videos, YouTube videos or how-to videos or whatever, and based on that video, just like a human can, learn how to do that thing, then you really have task extensibility that is dramatic. Because then it can learn anything very quickly. So I think we'll get there in the next.
We're not there yet, though.
We're not there yet.
You're relying on a significant uptick in terms of learning and training.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm calling it a very significant threshold. Would be the ability to learn from watching a video.
Right.
But at the point
as opposed to watching a human, right? Or having a human sort of train it right now with a task.
I mean. Right now, we're training Optimus to do like primitive tasks where a human in a kind of what's called a mocap suit is and sort of cameras on the head is moving in the way that the robot would move to, say, pick up an object or open a door, or the basic tasks, throw a ball, dance. We need to I think that's needed to sort of bootstrap the intelligence so you can have the basic functions. Then where I think it gets very interesting and very much like humans is that you want the robot to self-play. Right. So you say, how does a child learn? Well, a child has toys, and a child plays with the toys, plays with the blocks, at some point figures how to put the triangle in the triangle hole and the circle in the circle hole by doing it over and over again. And this self-play, once you have a lot of robots, you can do this self-play, which is that you just put the robot in a room with toys and have the robot, literally have the robot play with toys.
And it will learn.
Yeah. And you have to have a reward function, say like, okay, the goal of the robot is to put, that classic child's toy, you put the circle in the circle hole, the square in the square hole, triangle in triangle hole, and keep doing it until it works. And the reward function is succeeding.
And there are no advances needed to accomplish that now? I mean, no advances in AI or just compute and things of that nature that can happen?
There are some advances needed, but I don't think these are insurmountable. I think we can solve these things in the next few years.
Okay. So at that time when millions of these things are coming off of a line like we just saw with cars, they're going to be fully autonomous. They're going to come off, and the way you've described it, they're going to be able to come in my house, and I'm going to be able to say, all right, do the dishes. Now I need you to walk the dog.
Absolutely.
Hold the baby.
In fact, you really won't even need to. It'll figure out what you probably want and do what you probably want without you even having to ask.
How many GPUs are you going to need for that?
Well, quite a few GPUs. We do have our own program called Dojo for training, which I think will be helpful.
Right now, it's contributing about 5% towards self-driving, right?
Yeah. So
is that the one in New York, in New York State?
Dojo? Yeah, it's in New York. So, but we expect to still buy a lot of GPUs from NVIDIA, some from AMD, and maybe from others. As long as NVIDIA is better than what we make, we'll keep buying from NVIDIA.
Is that the case right now?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're obviously buying them for XAI, the Memphis.
Big time.
Big time, right?
Yeah, XAI is building the most powerful. Well, we have the most powerful. I think we have the most powerful training cluster in the world right now, which is over 200,000 GPUs training coherently.
You're at 200,000 already now.
Yes.
There in Memphis, that facility that you put. Okay.
Yes.
And where are you going?
And we'll be at the million GPU level in the location just near Memphis.
There it is, 1 million GPUs. That's why NVIDIA and AMD are up right now. It's bullish. XAI, new supercluster. The last one was 200,000. That is a 5x increase in a year of GPU capacity for XAI coming from NVIDIA and AMD.
Wait, a million GPUs for a new location or 800,000 additional GPUs?
A million of the next generation GPUs.
So Blackwell.
Well, yeah.
Wait, are you building that now?
Yeah.
How are you powering
It's a gigawatt class system.
What do you have the power lined up for that?
Yeah,
you do. Natural
but
gas.
It is a hard problem.
Which is the hard problem? Finding the power.
Getting a gigawatt, bringing a gigawatt online.
Yeah.
And actually having the gigawatts of power be reliable, because you get the power fluctuations in the grid and that whatnot. So we're using. Actually, I just posted something online today, which is a whole bunch of Tesla Megapacks batteries that are important for power conditioning the grid. So that GPUs do not like power fluctuations. They like it power steady. So, and then if sometimes there's slight brownouts or if there's a blackout, you want to be able to carry through that like an uninterruptible power supply. So, so we've got a lot of megapacks there to support
that.
It'll be the first gigawatt class training cluster in the world, and the most powerful training cluster.
When's that going to be done?
Hopefully in about 6 months, maybe 9 months.
Mm-hmm. And that's largely powering Grok.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just powering Grok.
Right, which continues to advance. I mean, I use it frequently.
Yeah.
I saw you using that on the Joe, was it with Rogan when you were using that mode? What is that mode where it's all
Unhinged.
sassy and curses all the
Well,
time?
there's, I mean, if you want to have fun at parties, Grok unhinged mode is pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's next level. Yeah.
Yeah. Is power going to be the gating issue for our ability to continue to advance in AI?
Yeah, I think I mean, a few years ago, I made a very obvious prediction, which is that the limitation on AI will be chips, and it's still kind of chips today. Then it will be electrical equipment because you need to take power that might be at 300,000 volts all the way down to 400 volts for the computer.
The Senate just passed the Trump No Tax on Tip Act 100-0. Everyone in the Senate voted for no taxes on tips. The Senate has just passed that act from Trump.
So you need step-down transformers and a lot of them, and a lot of cabling and wiring and fuses and it's a lot of transformers essentially. And the electrical transformer industry is not used to big changes in demand.
No, there's a shortage of transformers.
There literally is a shortage of transformers. And then, funnily enough, the AI algorithm is called a transformer. And then our Optimus robot is named after Optimus Prime. That's a transformer robot.
It's a lot.
So we have transformers for transformers for transformers.
Right, right. But it's the one transformer is the one in shortage that the others need, obviously.
And then as we solve the transformer shortage, there will be the fundamental electricity generation shortage.
And are we there yet, or are we going to be there soon?
We're getting there soon.
We are.
My guess is people are going to start hitting challenges with power generation maybe by middle of next year, end of next year.
Even with deregulation and an effort being made to perhaps move permits along more quickly.
You have to say, like, how many power plants are getting built and how fast can you build a power plant?
Right. China seems to be building them pretty quickly.
China has so many power plants that have been built and are being built. I don't think people quite realize this. I posted on my X account just the graph of US power generation versus China power generation. And China power generation is looks like a rocket going to orbit, and US power generation is flat.
Right.
So I think by the end of this year, China will have about 2.5 times the power output of the United States, and it's headed towards maybe 3 or 4 times the power output of the United States.
It's funny when I think about China. I mean, EVs, autonomous, we talked about batteries, solar, power generation. By the way, even biotechnology recently, I don't know if you saw Pfizer's licensing cancer drugs.
Yeah.
They seem to be, I don't know, I'll ask you the question. Are they ahead of us in certain areas that are important?
I mean, the United States still has an advantage in breakthrough innovation, but so it's the United States, and I think it's somewhat of a cultural thing, which is that to have breakthrough innovation, you have to question authority. Fundamentally, you break through, you're questioning the conventional wisdom when you do a breakthrough innovation.
Right.
In China, they don't generally like to question the authority, or it's not as encouraged as it is in the U.S. Questioning authority.
But they do seem to be good at finding something and then making it better.
Yeah, I do want to emphasize that the sheer number of smart, talented people in China who work very hard is amazing. The amount of just the sheer quantity of talent. I'm an admirer of China's capabilities. I think most people outside of China do not understand the power of China. It really is something special.
Yeah. In the time we have left, I would like to sort of keep the focus on XAI. First of all, you spoke earlier about wanting more control at Tesla. Would you ever consider merging XAI into Tesla? It would be a way, obviously, they could issue shares to you and conceivably.
That's a big question. XAI and Tesla, would they merge?
Would increase your overall economics. Is that a possibility?
Well, I guess anything's possible, but it would be difficult to speculate about something. Tesla's a publicly traded stock. So.
It is. I would think to get a majority of the minority vote or whatever you might need might be not easy.
It's not out of the question, but that would have to be something that the Tesla shareholders would want to vote for. So.
Understood. So, but it's not something you're thinking about doing.
it's not currently there are no plans to do so.
Right.
It's not out of the question, but obviously would require Tesla shareholder support for that.
Another way you could obviously increase your control would be to get that comp plan passed in Delaware, or through the Delaware Supreme Court, or a new one. You haven't been paid, I believe, since 2018.
Yeah.
So where are you?
7 years.
Yeah, where are you on comp?
7 years with zero pay.
Although, to be fair, if it goes through, you're going to have an enormous,
it'll be fine.
enormous payday. It'll be
Sure.
fine. It'll be more money than anybody's ever made.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I mean, let's just say that if any CEO of the Fortune 500 were to agree to a plan like the one that I agreed to, you should buy the stock of that company immediately.
Yeah, no, I remember it at the time. To be fair, the stock was the targets were so far above where the stock was, and obviously they were met.
Yes.
Is the board working to your knowledge on another potential plan if in fact the one never gets out of Delaware, the Supreme Court rules against the chancellor's ruling?
I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the board, but I'm sure it's on their mind. But I can't comment on Tesla board deliberations.
You said earlier, I mean, you want to stay as CEO. Why not? I've wondered, Elon, given all the heat you've gotten in a lot of ways, why not sort of become like an Ellison-like figure at Tesla? Obviously, you're a lot younger, but still, he's very influential at Oracle. But, he's not CEO and he doesn't get the attention.
He isn't the CEO?
No, he's not. Safra's the CEO.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. At least not in title. That's
No,
my point.
I think maybe a better term for. I'm a huge fan of Larry Ellison. He's a good friend of mine. Owner.
Say again?
Owner, I think, would be.
Yes.
He's the owner of Oracle.
Yes, he is. He has a lot of it. Yeah. Finally, I want to.
He's not the CEO. He's just the owner.
He's the owner.
Yeah.
It's a big percentage, a lot higher than yours actually at Tesla.
Yes, an impressive percentage at Oracle.
Finally, so many things we haven't gotten to, but we're trying to keep to your time. Are we ready for the changes that AI is going to bring to this society? I try in my job every day to sort of follow them. Obviously, they've been pushed aside to a certain extent by issues of the day, but
yeah,
it's coming fast. And
it's coming very fast. I mean, I feel like we're in the big bang of the intelligence explosion. Like we have courtside seats to the big bang of intelligence explosion. One thing's for sure, it won't be boring.
No.
So if
you don't seem to be saying there's a 20% chance of annihilation as often anymore.
I think we should always consider that there's some chance of a bad outcome to try to protect against the bad outcome. We don't want to be complacent and say that everything's just going to be fine. There's no chance of a bad outcome. I sort of think of this maybe in movie terms as like, are we in a Star Trek movie or like, are we in a Gene Roddenberry movie or a James Cameron movie?
Right.
Which movie are we in here? And you could either have a Roddenberry or a Cameron outcome. And I think in this case, we want the Roddenberry outcome.
Yeah, and the abundance that may come with it. Elon, we got to stop there. I certainly appreciate your coming back. Obviously, there's so much more we can talk about, so I hope we'll see you again soon.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Elon Musk.
All right, folks, that's what we got from Mr. Elon Musk. Couple of things right here for about 5 minutes, and then we will get into Technical Tuesday. The two big things that Mr. Musk said out of that interview. There's three big things, but here's the first one. Number one, there is no need for Tesla to buy Uber. So you do have the Gary Blacks of the world that are pretty big in the Tesla community, and they've been arguing for a long time. Hey, it's time to buy Uber. Uber has the distribution. They have the 170 million users, yada, yada. Elon's like, hey, we can be better than Uber. We can be autonomous. We can build an app. An app is not that hard. And our cost per mile will be lower. Then people will probably pick us over Uber. And as a result, they won't have to buy Uber. So I kind of agree with this. Tesla has almost 40 billion in cash right now. I don't think they're going to be buying Uber. I think they might partner with them, but I don't think they're going to be buying them. So that was one thing that he said that was really important. The next thing that he said was NVIDIA. We are planning to have 1 million NVIDIA Blackwell chips at the new facility. He did mention AMD, which is why AMD is getting a little bit of a pump after hours. But like realistically, it's going to be a lot of NVIDIA. The last supercluster had 200,000 NVIDIA. I believe it was either H100s. Yeah, it was H100s or maybe H200s. And that's a 5x increase from, the previous cluster to 1 million. Some of that, again, will be AMD, but he specifically mentioned NVIDIA Blackwell. He didn't mention any specific AMD chips. He just mentioned some from AMD. So the majority of this, I do think, is going to be going to NVIDIA. Again, good for the whole semiconductor space, good for liquid cooling technology like SMCI, good for Micron with memory, good for data centers like VST, VRT. All of them benefit. Obviously good for AMD as well. But NVIDIA, that's a big headline. 1 million chips for NVIDIA in the next AI or XAI data center. NVIDIA stock right here is up a little bit. It was flat during the day, 134.60 right now after hours. And then AMD 114.58. That was also down around that 113.50 range. So up right now, which is not too bad. Overall, all the data centers, all the semiconductors, again, if XAI is going to keep upping the ante, and by the way, it's 1 million GPUs right now for Blackwell. What happens when they really get to AGI? What happens when NVIDIA has architectures that are much more advanced than Blackwell, and Elon and GPT and Gemini are all competing to really build the next super intelligent form factor, whether it's an FSD, robotics, whatever it may be, large language models? You're going to need more chips. You're going to need more compute, which means that overall cycle for GPU demand doesn't seem like it's going away anytime soon. And then the final thing Elon just said that we heard at the end is that XAI and Elon are not necessarily going to be merging. But I put a poll in the chat right here. If you own Tesla, would you vote yes on this? 78% of you said you would vote yes. I would vote yes too. XAI has a $125 billion market cap. They just bought Twitter for $45 billion, or X. I would love for Grok and all that data to be integrated ultimately into Tesla. So many people have been upset that they don't have that Tesla doesn't have any equity stake in XAI. And if you believe XAI is going to be very valuable one day, you would want Tesla shareholders to have access to that. I think it would make a lot of sense. I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon. I think it's probably going to take a lot of regulatory stuff to get through. You got to go through shareholder votes. But if it does happen, that would, in my opinion, be super bullish for Tesla as well. So not the worst thing in the world. Final two things real quick. Palo Alto Networks. So these were the results. Stocks down about 2%. Third quarter revenue was up 15% year over year to $2.3 billion. Next generation security ARR 34% year over year to $5.1 billion. And then their RPO, remaining performance obligation, grew 19% year over year to $13.5 billion. They missed on revenue. They beat on EPS. Stock is down just a little bit right now after hours. Not the biggest deal in the world. Overall, a pretty good quarter. I didn't really look at their guidance. I will take a look at that later tonight. But Palo Alto down 3.8%. Maybe it was a little bit priced for perfection. Street doesn't love it too much. But earnings on the top line do not look that bad on Palo Alto. All right, cool. Last thing I want to say is just a shout out to Mr. Louis right here in the chat. Louis, thank you for being here. He says, I found your channel fairly recently, though, and have a habit of listening for your market close streams. Keep it up. Don't change a thing. You'll continue to grow organically. Louis, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Also, thank you for sharing with us that he has 106,000 NVIDIA shares. Got an NVIDIA whale in the chat. Average cost is $2. And so naturally, while Elon was talking, I said, hey, Louis, are you selling any covered calls on these? And he says, yes. Last week, I sold the 150 weekly call. Not much premium, but I made $4,200 in a week based on the amount of contracts that he had. And, he picked something really far out of the money. Last week, NVIDIA was at what, 125. He picked 150. So he still scrapped up as much as premium as he could. But that's incredible. I love that. 100,000 NVIDIA shares with a $2 average. You should get paid to sell them, right? You should force the market to take those shares away from you, and even getting a little bit of premium while putting up those shares for sale, given your margin of safety is $148 in that situation. Not bad at all. So absolutely incredible stuff. Shout out to the NVIDIA whale we have in the chat. And Louis, thank you for being here. And thank you for being part of the community. Okay, cool. So we're going to start Technical Tuesday. I have a hard stop at 6:30. I have a meeting today at 6:30, and I really got to get to that. So we have about an hour and 30 minutes to get into all this stuff. I will try to get through all the tickers that matter today. Hopefully we will get through all the big ones, but we will get Jason on here in just a second. And yeah, we'll get through Technical Tuesday. Now, what is Technical Tuesday? For those that are new to the channel, this is when we do TA. If you don't care about looking at charts, this is your signal to leave. You don't have to stay here. If you are interested in looking at charts, then I think we have one of the best TA people on the planet. His name is Jason Papergains, and he's going to be walking us through all the technical levels we need to look at on NVIDIA, Palantir, the S&P, the Qs, Robinhood, etc. But yeah, if you don't care about it, then for the rest of the show, we're just going to be basically talking about technicals. All right, here we go. Technical Tuesday. It's been a long stream. We had Google. We had Elon twice. And then a third time because he came back at the end. We had the Trump Iron Dome stuff. And now we are here for Technical Tuesday. But before we get into it, of course, we got to roll the intro.
What's up, man? Happy Tuesday. We
What's
made
up,
it.
brother? How are you?
I'm all right, dude. What a crazy week so far. It's like downgrade. Everybody thinks it's going to tank. And here we are, green. I don't know.
It's been a busy day, bro. Busy week. Busy. It's only Tuesday, too. You know?
Only Tuesday. So anything can still happen, I suppose.
All right. Well, Jason, for those that don't know him, there's his Twitter right there. Let's get into it. I think we start off with Tessie because that's been the headlines today. And then we'll get into NVIDIA, Palantir, Robinhood, and then the S&P 500. For those that have tickers, put in the chat. Please do not spam. We got an hour and a half. I will try to get through all the tickers, but we obviously can't get through literally every one of them. But I want to get your thoughts on the macro, what you thought about Moody's, and then kind of how you're thinking about these individual names as well.
Moody's tariffs, baby. But
do you remember where you were in 2011 when we got the downgrade on Moody's?
No, not 2011. I absolutely remember 2018. Or I mean 2023. 2011. No, I don't remember. But I obviously the first thing I do is I'm a trader. I vividly remember 2023. And I'm like, okay, there was another one 2021. So I just really quick aggregate the data. And so first off, both of those were buying opportunities in the long run. In the short run, though, they were scary, right? The 2023 was a 10% peak to trough drawdown. 2011 was actually a 20% peak to trough drawdown. That happened in the span of like a month and a half, actually, in both situations. So I saw your post as like nothing burger, actually, and my knee jerk reaction is this is like it's like a double bacon cheeseburger. Like a double bacon cheeseburger from a technical perspective, near term.
Right.
Long term, for sure, nothing burger. Long term, honestly, most of this stuff is all nothing burger. And to that point, anything that I talk about today, if you're an investor, listen, we're going to talk about trading. Trading is completely different than investing, and they are two separate, not compatible skill sets, just so you know. So if I say something might be going down, don't think it means a sell, because that's not what that means at all. In terms of the long term. But yeah, I think, by
the way, real quick, but before we get into Tesla, Felix says, thank you for making me money on Reddit. You did call Reddit last week.
It was the easiest one. That was crazy.
And you are now Steve 2.0 because he thinks your name is Steve, but I will let Steve know that.
I don't know. He's not the only one. A couple people think my name is Steve, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. And then I have these requests to grow a mustache between now and the next technical Tuesday. I'm like, I don't know that I can even compete with Amit's beard over there like that. Have you guys seen that thing in its glory days? Like, oh man,
I gotta grow it out. All right, okay. Tessie, what are you thinking?
So Tessie, we've been talking about this for a while. Actually, on my Twitter feed, I had this posted a while back that this was looking at about a 30% upside move on equity alone. I am an options trader. We went over this last time. Actually, nothing has changed in the charts. I will say overall, I'm more cautious. I'm not even cautiously optimistic right here in general. I am just straight up cautious. But this was the break initially of this prevailing downtrend. What we want to do is we kind of want to take a quick technical measurement. So from the peak to the trough. So this is kind of like a swag from here down to this double bottom structure change here. This box that's just shown up from here to here, this is what we call the golden pocket, right? Or golden zone, sorry. So a golden zone is a Fibonacci measurement that measures between 0.5 and 0.618. That happens to be exactly the top, near exact top of what we just hit our heads on just a little bit ago. At this point, this was the primary target for this trade. From that initial breakout. Doesn't seem like a lot on the charts, but again, trading, investing, totally different. But this was like 30%, like 20 something percent upside. I would say at this point, this is probably good enough for government work. And like good enough here. So like, I would not be pressing my bets. I would not be selling either. What I will say is that if you do get a pullback and this actually holds that 50% retracement, that would look like move down to roughly 324. Give or take. And if you see that hold and continue on, we will probably see that 370, which was that next level. But until then, you have to expect this area right here that I've just highlighted in this gray box to act as overhead, what we'll call resistance. So where there might be some sellers that were stuck back here from before, this was number one, a prior breakout level right in here.
What level is that? That's at 340,
It's
right?
36. No, it's today's high, 356.
Okay.
356. And also a breakdown right here. So my point being here is that this trade is now complete, meaning if you're a trader, again, very different than investing, trader entered somewhere over here and they should have taken profits probably this morning. You can leave some stuff on, but to expect this to continue on, if we're going to look at that from a trading perspective, we have to see what we call a new trigger. So I have to actually see Tesla continue on. Either it does something like this, breaks through and holds over that 360 level. In that case, I can trade for this area to fill, which actually, again, not a small move. It's Tesla, so it's possible. But that would actually bring me right up into this area of supply right over here, right where we had that prior breakdown, retest, bounce, and then where it was retesting up in here. So this is going to be just over 400 if Tesla makes the next move. But the way that you trade for this is you have to let this go through. Then you want to see this come back down, pull back and hold somewhere in the low 360s, high 350s, high 350s, low 360s, somewhere in there. And then you could assume that this next move to the upside is in play. Until then, you kind of expect that you could have a little, head bump up into resistance, and more likely than not, a pullback towards that 325 area, at which case that downside trade would be done. And you can either look for a rest and then resume the upside trend. But that would be the next trade. So one trade is either small. I didn't even know that it's worth it. You could see this pullback. What you don't want to see is you don't want to see this fail under 340 if it does break down, because at that point, then you are going to be looking at that 300 retest. This is no good. So if you are in a long trade right now, not investment trade, you want to see this holding this area here. And if it does break down, I wouldn't panic or do anything. I would look for a 320 to hold, 320 area to hold. But when it does come back up, I would be very, very cautious of a lower high below 353, because at that point, that's where a bear would actually step in and try to push it back to retest that 200-day and this area here.
Tesla's at 350 right now. Based on the chart, if I had to ask you to pick, hey, it's $50 from 400, $50 from 300. If you had to pick one, where do you think it's more likely to go? Momentum, narrative, technicals, whatever you want to put into your analysis.
What were the two options again?
It's either $50 up or $50 down.
I mean, which one does it hit first?
Yeah.
$50 down.
So 300 or 400?
3. The chart, unless it's over 365s, if it was, so it's 353 right now. If it was 363 right now, I would say 4s.
Gotcha.
It's that simple. But traders going to trade. That's how they flip flop. But this is where that area kind of comes into play. I don't see that happening just yet. To be fair, there is a little, and in all the charts we have what we call a session gap. Not from this last weekend, but the weekend before. They all have this kind of looming below. So there was a big weekend gap 2 weeks ago. That is 299. Personally, if I saw this at 299, I'm buying more shares. That's what it is. And I'm not selling any shares here. So as an investor of Tesla, like a Tesla share, I give two shits. But I can trade this all day long.
Jason, I got to interrupt you for a second. Folks, we got some breaking news. Capitalism is ruthless, and a public company has just filed for bankruptcy. Wolfspeed, down 46% after hours. This is a Bitcoin miner, right? No, semiconductor supplier.
There's a lot of people that were rooting for him, too. It's a bummer.
Bankrupt. Wow. Did not see that coming. This one pumped last week too, if I'm not wrong. This one.
It's been a big, like, people trade this one. It's a penny stock. That's a bummer though. But that is the risk. You know why, you guys, just so you don't, if you didn't know, why people like Amit are so important for the ecosystem. It's, the sad truth is that most companies actually go to zero, but it's a very hard job to pick in the 100-year version, but it's very hard to pick the winners. So it's staying up with this kind of stuff. It's not an easy job, man. So I appreciate you, dude, because you do a lot of work for the community.
All right. Well, you're doing some work to help us understand TA. Can we go to NVIDIA? We broke 137, I think, last week.
It's a tough one. Also, so holding, well, at least NVIDIA has a catalyst next week. They have earnings, of course. There's a statistic out there. So the average price action, typically what NVIDIA tends to do, let me see if I can grab these stats, is that the week of earnings, they actually tend to go down, believe it or not.
Every time NVIDIA has either been flat or down about 5%, I think has been the
Yeah.
average.
So here's the stats. So these are the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many this is. So pre-earnings, this is the week before, down 5, down 8. It's not a forever thing, but like sometimes it can have a down week. So I'm actually not expecting a whole lot from NVIDIA. I'm thinking that if we do get a little bit of a pullback, it's probably fine. The $3 trillion market cap, that is $123 per share, as I last marked it.
We're well above that, right?
We are well above it. So I think from that perspective, I don't tend to be a buy. I'm not going to be a buyer over that $3 trillion mark. I will be more accumulating above, but I'm not really a seller here either. This 128, it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I said 104, and we actually got that 104 here. It was to the penny. That next morning, boom, it opened. I don't see a reason to sell this here. I do see a reason to maybe sell some covered calls or take some maybe very near-term short bets, like 1 week, in case you get a small little pullback, this week. And that little pullback could be just under 300 or 130, because this box, I don't know if you remember this, but there was a moment in time where NVIDIA actually sat right in here for a while. And for whatever reason, this area between 129 and 123 became a massive level, like an order, we call just a zone, right? A huge area of interest where that became support here. Again, resistance, support. So this whole area into 129, this is 52 actually. And if you're not into technicals like this, you're not going to notice this, but I guess that's why I'm here. So we have all of this, and this is a big pivot. So currently we are over it. I would not expect us to break out through 137 right now. And if we did, I would not expect that to hold into next week. Even though we have things like, Elon saying however many new orders he's putting through. I mean, deploying data centers within the next 6 to 9 months, that's probably ordered already. But in between now and then, I think what I'm going to call liquidity grabs down into that 129 area, just over maybe that 200-day simple moving average, are probably more in play given the bounce that it's had coming up into earnings. But I would expect this to be fairly muted from a pullback perspective also, just because it is what it is in terms of the most profitable company out there, most likely. So I think this one kind of goes range bound for a little bit until earnings. But post earnings, this is going to be the big one. I think that's next week. If NVIDIA crushes it, the street really likes it, and they reward the stock price, then the broader market is probably firmly in the clear at that point.
Yeah, and I think all the Middle Eastern deals we got last week probably just changed the sentiment a little bit more about NVIDIA. I want to sell covered calls going into earnings, but I'm also kind of scared too, because
not during earnings, right now, for Friday,
right,
is fine.
Yeah,
I think for Friday, if you're selling 145s, Like it's not cracking 145 right now. It's not cracking 147. It's not happening, right? Like, and if it does, it's not gonna. I just don't. Okay, that's my guess, right? I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot, so that's fair. But little bit by little bit, I actually don't like to sell cover calls on my holdings personally through earnings, because you just never know. And honestly,
never know. Yeah.
I'm always a fan. So like if I get caught with my hand in the cookie jar during an earnings event on a legitimate investment, I'm not going to want to sell, and I'm going to find myself in that weird predicament. So on your personal legitimate like investments, probably not, unless you're selling something at a strike that you actually want to sell at.
Right.
In this case. So that's my 2 cents on this one. But I think ultimately it could resolve post earnings. If we just took this, do you want to go through this and get a trajectory?
Yeah, let's look at the trajectory, then we'll do Palantir.
Yeah.
And real quick, while you're doing this, what lines are you using on the 50, the 15, 50, and 150? Or this person is asking what lines, I guess what simple moving averages are you using?
Oh, so on my charts, there's a white line, a blue line, and a red line. These are your they're daily simple moving averages. They call SMA. It's not an EMA. It's different. That's exponential. These are simple moving averages. We use the 20-day. And when I say day, I actually mean day. So if I open this, it is locked on time frame, is locked on the daily. It doesn't move around based on the time interval that my chart is on. So like most people, when they use these, they don't understand that you have to lock it to a time interval. So like this is the 200-day simple moving averages. Red line is at 125 right now. If I change it to a 30-minute chart, it's still here. If I change it to a 2-minute chart, it's still right here. If I change it to a daily chart, it's still 125. So those do not change on my chart, but they are the 20-day, the 50-day, and the 200-day SMAs.
Got it. And real quick, before you show the trajectory on NVIDIA, guys, Waymo just announced they have officially had 10 million paid rides. So they didn't say that during the I/O event, but they just put it out as a release. 10 million paid rides they've crossed as a company. So, all right, you think this gets to 180? That's the extreme.
Is that where we were?
I think 180 is the level you had last time.
I mean, so the consolidation here is actually like it's building. I don't know if you remember the term, right? The longer the base, the higher in space.
Yeah.
The longer that this consolidates, the more of a coiled spring in either direction it can become. I'm going to throw a curveball here for you, and I'm just going to drop this to a weekly. So trajectory would be in the 180s, 185s.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
And the curveball here is this is your weekly view. And if I just look at this from a candlestick perspective and take a couple of these lines down for you, it's actually in a very precarious position. So if you are a pattern trader, kind of know what this pattern is, right? And you may not be seeing this right now if you don't look at technicals that much, but I'm going to tell you right now that a lot of people are. And I'm not a pattern trader, but I do recognize them when they're here. And so this is a bit of a weekly head and shoulders. What's cool about this and why I'm not a pattern trader is if this does pull back and do that kind of like first blip down that I was talking about, and you hit that 123 area, but then goes sideways and fails to break lower, this would then fail as that pattern.
Right.
And the most bullish patterns are when the most bearish patterns fail, and they fail a lot. So this is kind of like the bet that you're making. I don't know that it's something that's happening right now. This is a weekly chart, so this would take a long time to play out, but you do want to be cautious. Look, dips are probably better than chasing breakouts here because, truth be told, you're very much in the box. You haven't gone anywhere. It's not breaking out. So it's not a breakout trader. But if this larger setup here fails, I mean, that becomes actually very bullish. And what that failure would look like is exactly what I was kind of just outlining it would look like maybe even a little bit of a liquidity sweep even down in here for whatever reason. And then failure to breach what we call the neckline, which is roughly about that 123 on this chart. Yeah, then it would be, that would be like, holy crap, because you might have a lot of people short that need to start covering.
Right. Okay, that is fair. And that makes sense. And I think 180 is that right target as well, even from a fundamental basis. Can we look at Palantir? That one did break all-time highs last week.
You rang the bell, right?
I rang the big bell for this one.
Nice. Did you mark the top again?
No, we rang the bell at 128 and we got to 133. So we didn't mark the top.
Fair.
So it wasn't too bad. But dude, this one, I mean, this is just it's doing its thing. And it's normalizing triple digits.
I'm with you. It's doing its thing. Sideways is good. I think Robinhood might have a little bit more moment this year over maybe catch up, right? But this chart is just, it's crazy. If this were to become support, I'm talking about like $120 support. It's
Dude, if we get a 120 support for the rest of the year, oh my goodness, dude.
It would look like this. You're pretty steep, so you are still in an active move, meaning like the distance between these simple moving averages, that's the 20 and the 50-day, are actually still expanding. But the setup here is to wait for it a little bit. 120, call it support, and then as this catches up, hopefully this 20-day kind of evens out. 200-day will catch up. You might get a little blip that could push you, but the trajectory looks pretty choppy like that. If you do get a breakdown, you really want to be cautious of that 20-day simple moving average. So anytime Palantir has really lost the 20-day, something like here or like down in here, it's gotten a quick violent move to the downside, and that would look like about 95 support. And the trajectory or the pathing, if you will, would actually look a little something like this. So that 120 level, roughly, no, I'm not super precise here, is going to be a pretty key pivot in the meantime. So I would not be thinking this is going down unless you're sub 120. I would think that this is just going to consolidate for a little bit, possibly have some like knee jerks higher that kind of like needs some time to consolidate.
Okay, that's fair. I think that is very fair. And obviously, if they can just keep putting up the contracts they're getting in terms of growth, that should also help as well.
He speaks on Thursday, right? Carp.
For what?
I don't know. There's some speech he's got scheduled on Thursday.
I don't think, maybe I missed it. I don't think
economic forum of some sort.
I'll check. Yeah, I didn't see it, but I'll check on that. Hoodie. Back to 65, baby. What are we doing here?
What do you mean back to 65? Like, dude, it was barely 65 for like a hot second before. I'm like, oh my God.
That's true.
I don't know why I ever sold any shares. Like, I know exactly why, but it's just like
the tariff volatility was tough for everybody, bro. Everyone was scared. Like,
it was crazy. I mean, just insane. Like 20% in like 2 days was just like, no, that was too much for me. But it's still, it's still my largest holding. And I still look at this, every now and then, today included. I'm like, why do I really own anything else? I'm not really sure. But yeah, this looks good. It's a very similar setup to Palantir. The distance. So when I use these simple moving averages, I don't necessarily use them as dynamic support and resistance like most people do, because you can see it doesn't really work clean to do that. But what is clean is that when you use the distance between them, so like the distance between the 20 and the 200 is clearly getting bigger. That means it's building momentum. The distance between the 20 and the 50 clearly getting bigger. So trajectory is up here. Dude, it is what it is. I mean, this is one of the better looking charts out there in the market. You're not quite breaking out. What I like about Hood here is that like there is a lot of crypto. You can't downgrade Bitcoin's credit rating. And the the event contracts, man, it's just another diversification of like gives them more breadth in terms of their business. That said, you know, if we do see a pullback into the 50s, I really think that $50 support is still the thing. We can kind of see it's more like 48 for like prime, like bigger support right in here.
Dude, I wouldn't be upset with 48 again. I mean,
dude, you know, I'm buying it if I see 48. That's the thing. It's like,
I think a lot of people would too, because so many people miss the run again on Hood, and they're just waiting
again.
Yeah.
So trajectory remains on just this consolidation. If this is a breakout into those 90s, I mean, what a ride it's been, you know, weekly from a weekly time frame. So I was just looking at the small time frame, right? So this is the smaller time frame, this little V shape recovery. If I take this off for just a minute and I make this like a straight across horizontal line, you can kind of see what's happening here. So this is a big deal, right? 59 in change. It's just that like initial week. 59.96. We're getting a completely new weekly candle over the top of that move right there. So this is pretty bullish. But if we do continue and we do crack that 65 in strength, meaning like, let's say next week we never get below 65, like I would be crazy. This is just happening. Like that's what it is. Like if that's, and we're very close. The market is hot. It's a little overheated. I'm in for the ride. I have a hard time buying any more up here, but you know, it's not stopping. It's just, this thing is on a mission, just like Vlad.
I mean, the biggest concern was Q2 is going to have decreased transaction volumes, but you know, you saw the stat yesterday. Retail bought $4 billion worth of stock in 3 hours. I mean,
yeah, I mean, that was I saw you post that actually, which was, I wasn't expecting to see that because the net volumes on the day as a whole, I knew were like pretty low.
Yeah, that was JP Morgan data. So however they calculated it, they
yeah. Well, I mean, total volumes at the index level were low.
Right.
Like this is also like everybody, we got the downgrade and everybody's kind of like, okay, let's see how Monday shakes out. Does the market really expect anything? If you sold anything over this weekend after Friday, because we got that downgrade news, the stock market after hours was technically open. You could have sold. And if you did, but then Monday, the stock market literally shrugs it off, you're probably buying it back instantly. And that's pushing us like, just like this. So, you know, this is what it is. It's right there. Again, if I were to take this, I need to see a move higher up through, pull back, retest 65. Let me give you this 65, call it 30s, anything over. I need to see a break like this, a pullback a little bit, doesn't have to be big, it could be like this, and holding over 65s. Then the next move is a big one. I was thinking about this today. I'm like, do I need to buy more? Like, I don't know. I need to see this.
If we get that S&P inclusion into that run, I mean, $100 is not, at least 80 is not crazy.
It's 85. Yeah. I mean, and net it is 104s, but
a lot of things have to go right. But
yeah, the truth is, guys, I don't trade Robinhood a whole lot. I literally just own it, and it's like my largest holding. I'm not a big trader of the options. At this point, though, $65 is kind of like that between 60. It's got to be over $65. That becomes interesting to me to trade because options. I'm an options trader. Those are all about net dollar moves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we do
crazy?
Can we do Rocket Lab? This one getting back to 26.
Yeah. So Monday we actually 2134 was that all-time high. So again, I'll pull back to the weekly chart just to show you where that comes from. It's right over here, and we've had this moment. Somehow, I don't know. This was such a quick pullback retest into that $15-16. It instantly held and has since kind of like done this kind of like slowed grind higher. And every time it's pulled back, it's held that 2130 kind of level. And so like here, here, here. This was resistance, broke back out. This is what I'm talking about, like terms of what you want to see. This is good. This is constructive. Coming back in, slowly grabbing some liquidity, and now back on its way. This looks like 27s, maybe and a half. And then it's going to start to look like, assuming it holds, it'll probably start to look like a Robinhood / Palantir type chart. But it'll probably bump his head just a bit. And so the next area that you'd want to see it starting to hold is like that 27 area, if it does break through. But between now and then, you kind of have to assume that that is overhead resistance. And so banging its head up against that, not being able to break through, perfectly fine. 27 up to 28, perfectly fine. And again, for now, 23.89 is that next level higher of support that you'd want to see it holds.
Okay. AMD, that one breaking above 110, which has been nice.
So not been a short, still holding. Yeah, Brooke, this purple line doesn't come into play much, but this is a 200-week simple moving average. That is the fourth one that I do use. 200-week simple moving average, this purple line right here. That's a big level. Holding right here right now is fine. Like that's ideal. This can actually even come in slightly lower, as low as, wow, it's a big range. As low as 106.50. So right now on the trend count, we do have a higher high. So meaning like this is a higher high here. This trend is definitively broken. So this is actually a lower high. Red. And so still, you do want to buy on the next lower high, which can validate, or higher low, sorry, can validate anywhere, literally anywhere in here down to 106. So you want to see this, you can let this breathe. It can actually be right here, right now. If you get a green, something like that, that's actually going to be fine as well. It's possible that you get a little pullback like this, also fine. But yeah, stay the course here.
Yeah, and
To
obviously
the upside. And then this is going to be 130s, like we've been saying for the last few weeks, trajectory wise.
Yeah, and the tailwind from the Saudi stuff, Middle East stuff, that's still good for AMD regardless. So fundamentally, not too bad.
Yeah, I get the 130 from a couple places. The 200-day simple is just under that. So I do think eventually it breaches that. But if I'm taking this high, getting this trajectory to kind of match up right in this area. And then this more recent downtrend, which has definitively been broken. This trajectory is like this. and then you kind of wait, right? Because this could, what you don't want to have happen is you don't want to have this hit its head and then come back down, which will be possible. If it does do this, you'd want to see a strong hold somewhere in the 128s.
Right. Okay, can we do hymns?
Yeah.
It's holding 60.
Yeah, so this setup is a no touch from a technical perspective.
Why? Okay, so educate it. Why would you not touch this on a TA basis?
Yeah, so the TA is going to tell you. So this is we call this an inside bar. So this weekly bar is inside the prior bar. Does that make sense? All this means is that it's consolidating. So if this is last week's high here, and this is last week's low here, it's a big range, but anything inside of that is consolidation, and I don't want to play in there. It's not in an active move until it's above or firmly below, one of the two. If it does break below, it's down into probably that 46s, but potentially down towards 40. But that doesn't come into play again until 53, until it's below last week's low.
Right.
Until then, you need to be patient here because something could happen. But if you're anticipating something like this, and what you get is something like this next week, that's very, very normal. So we would say don't diddle in the middle. And that's exactly what you would be doing if you're trading this. Until now and that, between now and then, this 53, you expect to act as very near-term support. That was last week's low. And 65, just about 65, which is last week's high, acts as, near-term resistance. And it's not moving until it breaks one of those two levels.
So it has to break 65 or drop below 55 for you to
Call it 66. Yeah. And it's 53.70. This is precise. Like this is definitively do not touch from a technical perspective. Wait and see, right? And you're waiting for either the break above and continue or fail below and continue ahead of probably earnings. So I don't think this, well, as of today, this is not going anywhere. If you ask me tomorrow, if tomorrow it's over 66 and change, well, then I'm going to tell you it's going to 73s. But until that happens, it's not moving.
I also do think, just from some tweets I've been reading, there are HIMS longs that are absolutely trimming some of their position here, and they are happy, more than happy, to receive the exit liquidity from people that are chasing this. That doesn't mean it has to go back to 40. It just means that, there are some people that are taking the profits.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Robinhood had high beta. This is a high beta stock, right? So see, we had called him to 25 as a level to be interested in. It got there from that last fail over here, right? This 25 is coming from over here. So this 25, downside target achieved, you held. And here we are coming back in, but you're not quite over. And again, any pullback from here into this level, that's a very, here's your pattern, right? For your pattern people. Does it have to go that deep? No, it doesn't. But again, that weekly candle breakdown, it only takes you, like I said, to about that 47 area first, and then possibly down to the 40s, which would be a little bit deeper. But even still, at that point, you're really looking for some kind of 3 candle setup, 3 daily candles, down, sideways, then up, to take that kind of a trade.
Right. Okay. Can we look at the Googs? I don't know if you caught any of the announcements today, but the street did not respect it.
So Google, again, I was in this ready for 190. I took the trade down. I actually took 185 calls for September. I took them down. They were not red. I took them down small green, mostly because of that downgrade. And I'm thinking, okay, I need a reset across the board. Is that trade invalidated? No. Right. And so where this stops is kind of interesting. It's at an interesting level right now. There's no question from a fundamental perspective, it's the cheapest of the cheap, right? But the question is really, does the cheap get cheaper, or does the cheap get expensive? I don't know that you got a reason for the cheap to get expensive. Do you think you got a reason for the cheap to get expensive on the IO event?
No.
Okay. So
not really, dude. I was looking for most of our chat. 70% of our chat said it would pop over 170, including me, and it did not do that.
Well, yeah. So this is a big. Did you patent that big dill no pickle?
That's you. That's all you.
I thought you might have trademarked it, so I couldn't use it without paying the fee.
No. What I am patenting today is in the morning open, we're live and we're alive.
Okay.
I like that.
There's nothing beats your AI phone though. Apple.
He goes about Apple.
That's the best one you've had.
They tried to do a Vision Pro in this conference as well, so that was stupid in my opinion. But
Google Glass is the originals. So if anybody's gonna actually,
it's Google, right? It's Google. Okay, so
168. Here's that Willow announcement. Boom, right there. This is a big dill, no pickle level, right? 1, 2, 3. The question is, did this actually break down? It didn't, right? So it's not going lower. The fact that this is getting its head knocked in right now should be of no surprise, and should actually be you should have a lot of scar tissue from this happening.
It's at last week's price. This is not.
Yeah. So should you be surprised? Should you not even surprised, but should you be discouraged as a Google shareholder? Again, investor, not trader. No, right? From a trading perspective, Momo gone, right? So you need to reset. This last few days, weeks or so, this right here, we've seen this in the past. We call this a broadening formation. This is a form of range expansion. And so when you get this high, right, you have a series of higher highs, want higher high. This is higher high, but you also have lower lows where it's kind of broadening formation. And so we kind of take this and we create this, what we call megaphone pattern. So to that end, as close to 160 becomes still that liquidity grab that can look a little something like this. So I think you still stay the course if you're investing, absolutely, as close to 160 as you can. From a trading perspective, again, a no touch, because the next level down, it ran into right here, right? So we're not really doing anything here. This is another wait and see. A lot of the market, is currently in a wait and see, but you're waiting for this 159, just slightly over, slightly under $60 area. And I'll just move this whole box down to show you where it is. So here, you want this prior support, which is then resistance, to now act as support. So can it get a little bit of a liquidity grab to breach that, which might be for, a day or two, and then come out of that area? Absolutely. And still be completely intact from a larger trend perspective, or at least this is not trend. This is very much accumulation. We would call this, this is the definition of accumulation, actually. Like if I took a Wyckoff chart, you don't know what Wyckoff is, but if I took, a Google image of what stock accumulation looks like, this is what it would show me.
Right.
This larger format. So stay the course, not expecting a breakout here at all. Some kind of small liquidity grabs into that could be exactly what it needs to launch it forward.
UNH.
Another big deal. Are you in this?
I am not. Are you?
Yes. Am I expecting a whole lot right here, right now? No. You asked me last week if this was interesting. I said, yes, it was. And it was from here. So this whole thing, initially I was looking for this 290, 280 something to come in. So this is actually, I think, a personal chart. And then the 250 comes in from the lower end of this little, let me see, consolidation area right here. Could it have gone lower? Absolutely. It could have gone much lower. It still can go much lower. I think the story here, obviously, from when the business unit CEO was murdered or whatever, this thing is down massively. Since then, he leaves, or the broad CEO leaves. You get a new CEO who happens to be the old CEO who comes out of retirement, bringing in return of the old guard who was like, make UNH great. And then they got hit with potential criminal charges of Medicare fraud. And then they say, oh, well, we haven't been notified of any such charges, which, by the way, they wouldn't be, right? So I think that this could be in a bit of contention for a while. Usually a turnaround story takes years to play out. Think GE, think 3M, think Boeing. Those take years to play out. So if you're buying this stock, you should not be buying this thinking it's going to be a V recovery. If it does, then you're lucky. But you should, if you're going to be dipping your toes into this, you think about it for the longer term. Otherwise, you're trading, which is what you're here for today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this gray box off for just a minute and some of these other lines. And we're going to zoom in really on this very more recent kind of breakdown of here to here. So this is these 2 days. That is the, UNH under criminal investigation box. So we'll call this the criminal investigation box. Is this still an overhang? That remains to be, as long as you're below 326. It might be just slightly higher if you got a little bit more granular. So again, a little bit more granular, but I'm taking Wednesday, the 14th of May's high, lining that up. That's again exactly where we stopped in this morning's pre-market session. Kind of what we ran into towards the end of the day, but we're unable to break down. So for now, what I see here is like this trajectory is a little steep, very near term. Broadly speaking, intact. I'm just trying to take these from here to here. I don't want to see it get too low. I could see it get to like 310, but I'm probably not going to be buying unless it's over that call it 328, just to be a little bit clear. If that does happen, then you have a bit like a very quick press to the upside, 328 into like 345. This like pivot here from Tuesday, May 13th. That's a quick $20. And of course, everyone's looking at this 379 where the CEO steps down kind of area. But I do think eventually it will get back into this area. But does it have to be here and now? It's going to try. It's looking like it's trying. It's made 1, 2.5 attempts so far. So if it fails a little bit, if tomorrow it tries and then it fails, you know, you might want to take some trades down, because then a little failure would be a little potentially deeper before it's able to make a new attempt right here. So that would be kind of the pathing. Either it breaks down below 325 and you see a little push down towards 308s, which would be ideal to hold. It could go deeper, like just under 300, but that would have to be something crazy. Otherwise, some kind of breakdown or break out over and push up through would be what I would expect for the next move to be. But again, it needs to breach through that 327 area. And you'd like to see it ideally hold a little bit of a pullback to retest on that 327. And then you can expect that type of trajectory very near term.
Okay. And yeah, if you bought this under 270, I mean, the dip has worked out really well. Can we do?
I bought it way early, dude. I'll be honest.
But at what, 290, 300?
Like 310 was like my first, 320 might have been my first one where I was like, I've not owned this for a long time. I usually buy this thing whenever it hits the 200-week simple moving average, because, you know, that's typically a good area, right? 200-week simple moving average. I bought it here. I bought it here. And then more recently, even here. And then every time it's be getting stopped out. And this one was just like whoosh all the way down. So it was interesting, but finally at this spot. So I just went ahead and took an early shot. It was too early, but I mean, it was just a nibble. So I was able to get a cost down just under 3 in total, which again, I'm not going to, this thing could get cut in half and I don't really care. It's that kind of a small size.
All right. Can we do Reddit?
Yeah, but I do like the sector as a whole. So if this market gets toppy, healthcare in general, maybe not UNH specifically, but healthcare in general becomes that safety
defensive
type trade, which would fare a little bit better. Reddit. You're at the next level down. Not what you would want to see today. This is it. This is it.
This happened, by the way, I think you called it before earnings and then it jumped on earnings, but then on the call they said Google search.
No, it wasn't earnings. It was this day. It was literally right here. Post
so
earnings.
why did it pump the day after you said it could be a good play? Was there no catalyst? It was
I simply had technical reasoning.
Okay.
And you wanted to see it hold through 125 and it got the initial boom. Here is where, okay, so there was not enough buyers to hold it over here for sure. And so it needs to come down the story, right? A little bit lower to grab some more buyers, maybe if there's people interested. What happened though, was there was another article about Reddit, like literally the day after, you know, almost like a short seller article where they're like, oh, they're ad tech, but because of the way their platform works, you have to use like the Reddit search, which is basically like using Google Chrome, and people just go chat GPT. So Reddit's not going to survive kind of questioning. Like that is the story that's in question right now for Reddit as a company.
So they're getting some of the Google overhang on them.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's the deal, right? And so that's why they're not really exploding here. But this is yet again kind of like accumulating. This chart is like perfect of like, dude, weak bears. The bears should be able to like completely break this thing down. They really should. But I'm going to take this low. This is 102. So as close to 100 as you can. I'd like to see that hold. The thing is, if it's anywhere under 90, this is just a hard no. This is a hard pass. Anywhere under 90, it's not coming back right now. Because at that point, you're going to see this kind of 75 area potentially again.
Right.
In the low 80s. So this is kind of like, this is the last shot. If I see a little breach and pop up like this scenario, if this was a daily perspective, is exactly something that I would actually take to the long side, like buy. And it would be definitively counter trend. This low, though, we can't really talk about the 156 level, which we could have talked about earlier. But if we are over, 110s, etc. See this on the right-hand side of my screen. There's this big volume profile, 115s. It's not until it's over 115 that I can comfortably talk about the 156 level, because it will be in play at that point. Right now, what you have to be more concerned about is hitting something like a 110, 115 overhead resistance that actually pushes you down. So from this perspective, I would, be very cautious. You could potentially take a stab at it. But again, if you lose like $90, this is not going to be fun.
Okay, can we do NBIS? They just had earnings today.
They did?
Yeah. Good earnings, up 5%.
Oh, this morning they had it.
Yeah. Question, the charts look decent to you.
That's 5%. Jeez.
It was at one point.
Well, I mean, it is 4.2%. You don't even notice it on this chart. Very volatile chart. So I'm just pulling back a little bit. This looks like I level 37s that I had from before. Why is that there? Sorry, I just got to get my bearings on the chart. Not really in love. This is a lot of chop that it's spent here in the past.
Had a big move from the lows in April, but over the past year, it's been relatively choppy.
This is a very range-bound stock.
Yeah.
Range-bound stock. So this is telling me many times in the past, it has hit its head somewhere around 44s. This is a weekly. Ooh, precarious. Like, again, you have this kind of like, careful kind of set situation. How dependent is this on market sentiment?
Well, it's data center AI stuff. So NVIDIA does well, then this one should do well. And they had a great earnings. They absolutely crushed their numbers in their guidance. So I think it deserved a little bit of a pump today.
Yeah. I'd like to see a hold over that 39 area, maybe 40. Just because right now you're kind of sitting under, like you don't want to see it consolidate below that overhead resistance, because it's, just like the rest. How many times does it hit its head right there? Like, just to have all your hopes and dreams crushed. Like, sorry. I mean, so it's a risky spot for new money. It's a hopium spot. This would be a cautiously optimistic spot for old money. But for new money, you'd have to see something like this. Actually, you'd have to see it like 50s and then hold like that, because you have this overhead, whatever that's from, this area. So you have a little bit of overhead. I think this would be better if I saw higher hold, because this could come down. I'd have to see this push up in with some serious strength and then get pulled back. And I'd like to see that a strong hold over 42. Then I could say, okay, you have a good shot of breaking. But for right now, this is the last high. I want to be very cautious of a lower high anywhere over here, which could initiate a new downtrend. That's just from the charts.
Got it. Okay, can we do SOFI?
14 resistance. There we have it yet again. Same chart that we've had forever. It made its attempt. 1, 2. Now it needs to pull back again. Actually, it's not a horrible pullback here. It's a bank, and it's going to trade like that. So with rates and everything, it's going to trade with those. Holding the 20-day is fine. And so I don't expect SOFI. I don't expect to see SOFI plus minus 10% days here at this rate. I just don't. Pull back as long as it holds like a general trajectory. Even if you get this like near head and shoulders looking, oh, that would be good actually. If you saw what looked like a head and shoulders here, and then the 20 days climbing, then the 50 days climbing, the 200 days going to be doing this, then you'll have some broadening in the distance between those simple moving averages. And if you get a really bearish looking thing, but it holds and you have that bearish pattern flip bullish on them, dude, that's what you're looking for. Kablam. But until then, there's going to be some waiting. That would be the pathing.
Yeah, it's been range bound between.
It's very range bound. Yeah, it's not. It's and again, 1450 is going to be that overhead kind of like lid that's on the stock right now. So over 1450, cool. Then you're going to, I mean, I hate to say 15, 16 bucks. That's the next lid, or like resistance level. So it's still range bound. The big one, again, if you're gonna be this, I think you have 25 target on this stock now.
Oh, SOFI, I think 20 by end of year is my target.
24. 24 would be like if this full range kind of breaks, 24 to 25. I don't know that that's this year.
I think it's possible by December.
I don't know. It's possible. You're on target.
Yeah.
You're on target, but you're on a wait and see. This is that weekly candle. So you have 2 1 2, the 2 2 reverse. So this can come down into, I mean, it's very possible to see 1250s, but holding somewhere around here, 13s is fine. 1250s the thing is that doesn't damage this chart. If this hits 1250, it doesn't damage this chart at all, because you're just making a lower high here. The prevailing downtrend is broken. Sorry, this is a weekly chart. Oh, did I speak too soon? Oh, hang on. Oh, I don't know, man. It's trying. I thought for a second. Okay, so yeah, when I get a little bit more precise, it is broken. So holding here, even just slightly under the 20, to do a little something like this, and then fail a very bearish setup. Yeah, that's what you'll need.
Yeah.
And that'll probably come in a couple months when you get a rate decision.
If we get the rate, yeah, I hope.
I mean, because it's going to trade like whether or not you believe it, the market treats it like a bank.
Yeah. CoreWeave. This one's been on an absolute tear.
Oh yeah. I mean, so we talked about this one before. This is at targets. So 2 weeks ago, we drew this and we said 90 done. Trade complete. Do not pressure bets. That is this consolidation up to, yeah, that's doubling. So congrats. Sell. I don't know, sell. It's let me make it. Yeah, I think that's fine. This is one where like it's not been around that long. If it extends, it's 123. If it extends, It's not extending until it's over 98.85. So you see 99s, 123s. Funny how that works. In between now and then, it's the 70s would be your first kind of pullback area to retest that move. This would not actually usually work like that. It would be more like down, sideways. But truth is, stocks go 3 directions. So it's very possible that this just goes this way for a while before it decides to maybe go somewhere like this, and then go somewhere like this, and then go somewhere like that, if it does that. But this current impulse or this current move is complete. Do not press your bet.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's a hell of a move after earnings.
It's a new IPO, so the shares are not like easily available.
Yeah.
Nobody's selling them, right? And so like ARM, when you get these move from that, new IPO price, ARM came out just as an example. I mean, very similar, right? But so talking about CoreWeave at 95 is essentially like talking about ARM at 78 or 79. It's very much the same thing. And these things happen because like when a new IPO comes out, there's not a lot of liquidity. People are locked up. Anyone that was in the initial IPO, no, they're just in this case, it's Masasan. But if you are in the initial IPO, you have a 6-month lockup. You can't sell anything, right? So after 6 months, that's when you see real liquidity come into a stock. That's when you can really see like, okay, is this going to move around a lot? But in the meantime, this is going to ebb and flow with the current market right now.
Okay, SMCI, and before that, Andre Taylor. Thank you for the gifted 5 memberships. Really appreciate that. Connor, CT10, Spicy Bree, Costas, and Louis Cruz. You got a membership on behalf of Andre, so thank you for that, Andre. And thank
you get to choose.
No, I don't get to choose. It's YouTube. I don't know how YouTube decides to give out the memberships, but I think they pick people that comment a lot, and there you go. Got those memberships. Okay, so you can stay till 3:30 your time.
Yeah, but you have a hard stop.
Yeah, I have a hard stop at 3:30. Okay, so we'll do rapid fire after this. SMCI. What do you think about this one?
This looks like a short. Now
you're gonna make a lot of people angry in the chat right now.
Sorry.
Dude, the SMCI cult is worse than the SOFI cult. These guys love their SMCI. Okay.
Listen, is this a trading perspective? You cannot deny this, right? So like, you cannot deny. First of all, 48.10. This is hard resistance. This is the spot, right? This is the spot delisting of NASDAQ, right? 48.10. Right here.
Yeah.
And you're right back to the scenic right. This is going to act as overhead supply. When I say short, I don't mean short to zero. This to be completely fair. It just means it's not going up right now. It's
also,
actually
to be fair that they pumped on that $20 billion news last week. So you did get a pretty big move.
No, yeah, you got a huge move in a day and a half. This is from dude, to be fair, $33 to you got 50% in a day and a half. So when I say it's a short, to expect some kind of like typical pullback should be very normal, like, and expected. So you got 3 days or day and a half, 50% increase. Then how many days is this completely sideways, right? A week of going sideways. Where I say short is this. Actually, I might trade this tomorrow, dude. Thanks for bringing it up. But this is your consolidation area. So this was the low from, what day is this? Thursday. Push up, low, holds. Then you have a little bit of a higher low here, holds. Thursday. This is Monday. You're still not able to get out, and you actually make a little bit lower high. Today you open up and you do nothing but sell off all day. Open at the highs, close at the lows. This is not strong. Yeah, sorry. It's not going up right now. And so what would happen? Does it mean it could go up in a month or so? Oh, for sure. But 42.83, that's the low end of your box. That's this overnight pre-market kind of pivot right here. I'd say this area, really, I'm going to call it let me get a little bit more precise because you guys might be trading right now. Here's where the short's invalidated. It's invalid if it's over 43. That means it's going to try its luck one more time at this highs, right? So over 43, you know, your shorts are invalidated because that's going to try and do this one more time. And this is currently a short looking chart. So if anybody was short into the close, if this is holding over 43 tomorrow, you have a good chance of actually making a big bounce. So there's your bullish take if you were to take it that way. Until then, and that's what this would look like. This would look like a breach over, hold 43.25, and then you can try to make a run back at the highs. Until then, though, you are not doing that. Even with whatever news tonight from Elon, I mean, honestly, I think SMCI lost the business from XAI. I don't think that's SMCI's. I don't think they're. I'm pretty positive that's Dell water cooling.
You think Dell got it over them?
I don't. It was announced. It's not like it's uncommon news. It's like it was already, like Elon said, pretty positive.
Yeah.
So I don't know that Elon's comments are necessarily bullish for SMCI. But half back, this is retesting into your golden zone right here. This is where you technically want to be a buyer from that bounce area here that morning to the swing highs. 50% of that move is going to take you just around $40, where you could look for a new kind of trade to be in. So the short is $3, man. But $3 in a single session, maybe. and that could doesn't look like that actually could overreach a little bit. Yeah, that brings you back into here. So you'd really want to see it holding 40 to stay bullish, because below that you do have another area which is 38s. But again, dude, this is such a day trader's stock. I'll be honest. This thing goes up and down like crazy. It was better when it didn't have us, when it was pre-split. You could make a lot of money on like
There's
Friday.
a lot of people that got into this though, and so people are treating this as an investment, you know, not as a trade.
Well, yeah, and you don't care, and you're not breaking out, and you expect this to go sideways for a while until you finally do break out. So if it's an investment, you're gonna look at like a weekly scale chart, and this is firmly in the box, and you would like to see an entry closer to 45 as an investment, or 35. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You also know that, hey, look, this is accumulation. This is B. Investment. That's 3 to 5 years. So you're not in it for a couple bucks here and there. And if you are, you're not investing. So sorry.
All right. So last 30 minutes, we are going to try to do as many tickers as possible. I have a bunch of them listed right here. I see all your guys' comments. I'll try to we'll try to do like 2 minutes a ticker and try to get 15 tickers out of the way, maybe a little bit more. But let's get into it right here for the last 30 minutes. If you have not followed Jason, if we don't cover your ticker today, you can tweet at him. He's on Twitter all day. He might not be able to see your tweet, but if you annoy him enough and say, Jason, Micron, is it going up or down?
I try. I do decent. We're going to get busy though.
Yeah.
Soon.
And all his Discord, his links, his webinars, a lot of that stuff is on his profile. So you can check him out right there if you're interested in more.
I think my links are broken maybe, but anyways, I mean, yes. And then we're doing our last live mastermind, because it's hard to do all this stuff. Technical Tuesday masterminds we do are like a full quarter of training, like 3-hour sessions of teaching technical analysis after the close for like a month straight, like full blown college course. But we're going to do our last one. Can I talk about that?
So, okay, we got these tickers. How about I'll give you like the last 2 minutes?
Yeah, no big deal.
So I'll try. I'm going to keep you on 2 minutes, and then we'll keep going through, because if we just
let's go.
A lot of these names.
Sorry.
Okay, first one, Archer.
ACHR. Dude, these guys find the squeeziest stocks, I swear.
Somehow, small caps, squeezy stocks.
You know, I trade options, and most people start out with this kind of stuff because these things make big percent moves. Huge. I mean, dude, huge move for sure. It made the move. If you're in, you stay. And net, you were looking, this wasn't even an earnings. This was post earnings.
It wasn't. Yeah, 20%. And then he went on Jimmy Fallon, and then CEO sold a ton of shares. And I mean, it's par for the course. They don't have earnings, and the stock's up a lot. So I think this one's just going to take time.
I think it takes time. I think it's possible that you pull back that entire move.
100%. I think that's very possible.
I mean, look, you've already pulled back half of it so far.
Yep.
Right. And so that's from 9 to 14.15. This measurement I just did is the same one that we've been doing. And I use these fib measurements because, if you're trading, honestly, it's kind of like that self-manifest, like I forgot what the term is. But anyways, they're all using it. And so you want to know what most people are using. And so that means that this is kind of the area that you'd like to see it hold right in here. This is what we call like your golden pocket from that move. So this is a pre-market move. Never really held. Yeah, that didn't even actually trade in the open session, 1450. The highest in the open session, 1380s, and then instantly back down. So I think this is okay. It's not out of the weeds until you see a little bit higher. So here I would expect maybe a flat day, but tomorrow, so maybe flat day tomorrow. And then if you see a little something like this, and this is going to be $12, this is your breakout level. What I just highlighted is a volume shelf. So this little peak to peak in here on the right-hand side of my screen. So you have this as kind of like your overhead resistance. It might mean I need to move this up a little bit like this. So you could see a pop, like a dollar pop, possibly in the near term, that I would say don't get too excited over, because if you do get the pop and you can get that quick drop down, that's how that would show up, is if it does pop a little bit and fail. What you need to see is this guy actually holding over this $12 level. And in that case, then you're going to go into those high 13s again and be back. Okay. But yeah, you can let this one breathe and no big deal. You don't want to see it below. If this gets below 1085, it is going to 9.
Okay. Big Bear AI, BBAI. Any thoughts on this one?
Yeah. So this is a real penny stock.
Yes.
You cannot. So first of all, real penny stocks, you cannot look at anything under a daily chart. Like, you really cannot. Like, don't waste your time. And these are very headline driven. And I mean headline driven. So unless you have an active headline catalyst that is coming right now, you're kind of just guessing. It looks like it had one just recently, but not holding it. It's just very uninteresting for me. It's not breaking down, but you want to hold this kind of trajectory. And these things, again, it's similar to the rest of them. It can get stupid squeezy. So even giving you an upside target is kind of lame. But it would be in that 450 area. But it makes this trajectory somewhere between 350, under 350 to 450, and it's done so for a long time. That's all I see on this.
Meta.
Weak today, at risk. I think this is interesting. 637, or so today we have a downside day. Yesterday we got down, and then it instantly, Monday was like this one out of the gate. Look at this. This candle is Monday open and just straight shot to the upside. I actually had this upside trade because I'm looking at this chart longer term. I'm like, okay, I want it towards the 700s. And had it not been for where we closed yesterday, I probably would have said, that's not. Had we closed a little bit higher, like in the 650s, yeah, that's happening. But right now, where we're failing at the moment, I think it's possibly going sideways before it can make another move. But this trajectory is like, I think towards 600 is still going to be a better dip buy, possibly. I'm not going to put a lot of money into this. I am actually short Meta for this, but I'll quickly close that if I want, like if I need to. Today's price action is, again, all day consolidating underneath this 638, which is actually a pretty big pivot. 638, 638. My lines are pretty precise for the most part. So I need it to be over 638 in strength, really, to be like, okay, it's ready to roll. In the meantime, it's holding up decently well. So it's possible that we fill Monday's kind of move to the downside, which is to 630, and then pull back up. That's possible. But for right now, I do think that we retest these more recent lows. It's possibly as low as 6, but maybe not that low. I think tomorrow's the rest of this week is going to be very telling. What's also true here is that it's not making new highs right now. It is definitely consolidating. So this would have to consolidate like this. But if that's the case, again, that kind of consolidation means that in the meantime, Meta does come down a little bit more. And maybe even you see a little something like that, which would be fine. And I would be perfectly happy with. So Meta could be a dip buy coming soon. It's not ready. So kind of just put it on watch for right now.
Okay, this one, curious your thoughts. QBTS, D-Wave, quantum name.
Quantum in general.
Pump 20%.
It's been very squeezy.
It's been very squeezy. It's 20.2% short. And they announced a new hardware quantum computer, next generation today. Skrelly is short. He's getting squeezed right now pretty aggressively.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch this. No shot. I'm just looking at this. I'm like, no, you had the move. You kind of just ride it. That break over 1336 is a big deal. Big deal. That's all-time highs. And that just squeezed straight through. So yeah, you have a little bit of liquidity grab. I'm looking at the right-hand side on this volume profile for like, there is no trades that were really able to happen between looks like 1460 and here. That might be because that's all in the pre-market. Yeah, that looks like all in the pre-market. So you have a bit of an inefficiency right here where this is a gap. So a bit of an inefficiency in the market. I think you have to treat this like a penny stock. Penny stocks, if you trade penny stocks, which I don't, but as far as I understand them, you don't take them home and sleep with them. You don't sleep overnight with them. Does that make sense? Am I saying that right?
They're one night stands.
They're one night stands. You don't stay the night. There you go. You don't stay the night. So they're one night stands. And then tomorrow, if they look good, then you take them out again. But they're, typically one night stands unless you have some other kind of conviction. Sorry, I tried to be as.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
That was bad.
So, okay, I'm going to say the headline, but then we're going to go back to TA because we're not going to plan to analyze it. There is a headline right now. But before that, Jason, so I got to leave at 6:30. I can give you the stream for the next 30 minutes, and you can be with the chat by yourself. You can talk about
hilarious, dude.
If you want to, you can stay with them.
No, I told Mama that the boy's talking now, so I want to go hang out.
Okay, so both of us. All right, cool. So we got a hard stop at 6:30 for both. Okay, perfect. Israel is planning to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. That is the headline from CNN just now. That's why SPY is getting hit after hours. Yeah, you got a nasty 0.32%. Usually 0.32, yeah.
Oh.
Usually the geopolitical headlines around anything about war, they dip for a second and then they move on. So I don't know how serious this is, but Also, this is a plan. This is not an attack. You might have Trump give them a call and say, hey, guys, don't do that. So we're going to have to find out, how that ultimately plays out.
I saw someone comment too on the penny stocks. You're right. You do stay with them if you have a different thesis.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is
you
true.
do.
Okay. Applied Digital, APLD. Anything you see there?
I'm sure that there are women in the chat, guys. I don't know who's saying that. APLD.
Yeah.
Where's June? June's a ride or die. June is our ride or die. June,
absolutely ride or die.
Show up in the chat. Where are you at? Oh no, she's not.
No,
she's not here. Oh, damn it. Constructive.
NVIDIA owns this one. So that's why people are a bit more excited.
I'm actually, there's an Amanda. Did he mean Apple, Amanda?
No, I meant APLD because you guys
he might have meant Apple.
We'll do Apple after, but you guys have these short stocks, penny high short ticker, like they're making a comeback.
People, and that's where I get a little cautious.
Yes, I agree.
That is the beginning of the end. When you hear GME, AMC, we should look at Newsmax.
Oh, I haven't looked at this in so long.
I was on with Jag the other day. God, what is the ticker? Newsmax, NMAX. Oh, not doing it. Almost. You hear Newsmax squeezing over 35 or whatever.
Dude, look at that chart. It went to 300. Like,
dude, should we buy some Newsmax and get ready for this? Or what? What are we doing here? Like, guys, what are we actually doing here? Like,
it's aggressive. It's aggressive.
Is it aggressive?
So APLD, just your quick thoughts on that, and then we'll move on.
I'm not that. It looks like NVIDIA, quite frankly. It looks like it's had a big run. It's at a very important level, but it's not breaking out either. So that's exactly what this looks like. It looks like a wait and see because it's back. This was support back here. This is about, dude, is this right? This is another penny stock.
Wait, hold on. Is it? No, I don't think it's is APLD's market cap is, 1 billion. It's not, I mean, small cap.
Penny is under 10. Why does it say $6.73? Am I on the right ticker?
No, you are APLD. Yeah, it's right ticker.
So it's got its head banged in $7 a couple times. It's chopping in this kind of white box, which is down to actually 6, give or take. But this is not, this is dead center. Dead center. I don't think that the market knows it well enough to be like, oh, this is super exciting.
Well, the only reason it pumped is because NVIDIA's 13F said they have the stock. So I agree with you. This one,
$8 max upside for right now. I'm sorry. When I say max, I'm talking week to week because I'm going to see you guys again on Tuesday, most likely. Yeah. So between now and Tuesday, probably $8 at most to the upside.
Okay. SoundHound. I'm sorry I'm doing this to you, but I'm just giving the people what they want, dude.
You got a lot of penny stock traders. This one not. This one more interesting. Definitely more interesting on this pullback. So I have some confluences in terms of this like current uptrend. We call it a channel up. So this channel up is actually kind of broadening. Where it's coming into is more interesting. See, I mean, it's good that we go through these because you might find something that's interesting. And I take this consolidation and I'll grab like a volume weighted average price, which when I just look at it, boom, shows up about 950. If you see 950 on here, I would expect this to bounce, and it might bounce pretty strong. That's SoundHound. And okay. If you like, if you like the business, then you are constructive on this for a breakout and retest of support.
Okay, Amazon.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I felt Bezos coming in hot 215, and this thing has done really nothing but kind of like grind lower. Have we found out if he actually started making sales yet? No, I feel like it was right there. But technically, so this I had already. This is that, again, that. So you have a golden zone and you have a golden pocket. Tag that golden pocket right there. Overhead resistance. It got slapped. This one started coming back before everybody else. And we looked at this last Tuesday and I was like, this does not look good for continuation. So it's a pullback here. You need to see this hold 200, give or take. It doesn't have to be 200 exactly. If it fails, 195. So probably you're already in this if you're looking at this. And I wouldn't say that 200 is a good spot to add either. I would actually say if you saw something sub 200, like 195s, that might be a better spot to add. But 200, even if you get that pullback, I'm still not going to play. This 193 is that prior weekend gap. And I think across the board, we make the trajectory to kind of fill this. Amit texted me earlier in the week and he said, these are the puts I'm thinking about buying. Not a true story, but I did tell him that I was going to hedge. But yeah, this is the market actually in a nutshell. And we have that from 2 weeks ago, that big gap, and it's a massive inefficiency that's kind of like glaring in our faces. So if we do feel something like that, I think you do buy it because I think there's an underlying bid across the whole market. This would be a beautiful retest of that trade war zone. Here's our trade war zone on Amazon, right across. This was lagging to get out. I would love this sub 195. I would probably be a buyer. 93s, something like that. As close to 95 as I could. Not 200 though.
Got it. And it got to 180 after earnings, so it has had a nice little move. Can we do Webull?
We can. I have not looked at this.
I haven't looked at their financials yet. I'm going to really take this weekend to look at their numbers because, look, if they have a Robinhood type of business model and they're growing.
They don't. What?
In the context of like, it's a $6 billion company. I want to see like, hey, like Robinhood was $6 billion when I invested, and I know Robinhood was a better business, but what is Webull's growth? Like, I don't even know what are they growing 50%?
Let me ask you, who's the Webull CEO?
Dude, I don't know.
Number one problem right there. That's the problem. Because we invest in leadership. Right?
No, but I'm saying not an invest. If it's a bull market, every brokerage is going to do well. And so maybe there's some
buying Newsmax if this is happening.
Honestly, I'd buy more Robinhood too, but like I'm going to look at the numbers over the weekend and see if there's something here.
Yeah, but I mean, so they're never going to have the growth. So that is the greatest thing about the misunderstanding of Robinhood, right? As a stock hood, right? Robinhood is misunderstood in terms of like, this is a brokerage. This is not a brokerage, dude, right? This is not even close to a brokerage. Webull is a brokerage, right? Like it literally is. So it's not going to deserve the growth premium that Robinhood does. That said, it's very squeezy. It's right back to the IPO price, I believe. And if you're the, whoever IPO'd it, oh my God. If you're the underwriter, you don't really want to see this stock go below your IPO price. You'd like to hold it there. Right. You probably did okay because it squeezed so much already, but you know, your clients weren't able to sell in that instance. So it probably holds a bid here and you could probably snag it as close to the IPO price as you can, assuming that at some point people are going to jump in. But then you still have to worry about the lockup period ending 3 to 6 months out.
Okay, cool. You have one, Boeing? Okay, let's do Boeing.
I just saw it in the chat. Well on our way, baby. I said this from the beginning, not the beginning, but like for a while. I'm in this for the long, like not for a good time, for a long time. This is well underway. I like this, dude. The amount of times that Trump talks about Boeing, you guys, I don't really know why Amit's not more bullish on Boeing.
Barron has some stock in Boeing. That's probably why.
I mean, Barron has stock in Boeing. Trump mentions Boeing like all the time. I just happened to pick this of my two, boomer blue chips. This is on the mend, baby. I mean, this is big time on the mend. And this broadening formation trajectory is like years out. It's back into the force. it is what it is. We're honestly looking up here at that point. And so that's full blown recovery on Boeing if it happens. I mean, like very optimistic. That's 329. That's give it 3 to 5 years. So that's my target on Boeing, 3 to 5 years, 329 from 145. That's a double. And I ride out any of this turmoil here. But in the meantime, where we are, we're finally, this is a big deal, right? So we just got over this kind of overhead supply, just under 190s. And we broke out over 188 here. We've definitively made a higher high. So I think that anywhere close to 190 becomes like that near-term support. But Boeing being Boeing, I've been in this name over the years for a very long time. When it makes this move, look at this level here. This kind of movement on Boeing is not, this is like a catapult type level, right? So all of this stuff where it is, if it gets here, it starts to spaceship over, let's say 215, then over 215, then there's nobody out there in the stock market that can think that this is not one of the greatest recoveries from a stock perspective out there.
Yeah, I agree.
And so
350 before COVID.
I think at that point, that trajectory kind of becomes like a foregone conclusion. I think you could trade for like the 215s near term. I'm very hesitant because I don't want to get in front of earnings in July because this is not happening in July, right? But like, I haven't looked at leaps yet because I just own the stock. But I would not be opposed to like some $300 leaps on something like a Boeing, or maybe Amit can find us a good debit spread to take advantage of that. Because I do think that we see this in the 330s in the next 2 years. So like 2027.
Can we do ASTS?
Sorry, stuff happens, right? So it might not work out, but so far so good on Boeing. Decent spot, breakout, pullback, or retest. So this is our typical, what you'd like to start to see. ASTA's breakout, retest of that breakout. Now you want to see a little bit of sideways action and possibly back up. This looks good.
Okay.
I like this.
Cool. Nike.
Boomer Blue Chip 2.0. Can I pick a couple after this?
So that's what I'm saying, bro.
6 minutes.
I really got to get to this meeting, but you can stay on for like 10 minutes. You can just
Nike looks good. It's on its way. It's doing its thing. It's not going down anymore. You're good. Stay. We're not like a Boeing here, but it's not going further down. The only stuff I was going to talk about was like gold, GDX, things like that. So like be very cautious. These things, gold miners, GLD, are popping. That safety trade might be back on. GLD reclaiming, right? So this is giving you another warning sign. Look, we're not out of the weeds yet. Someone in the chat's just yelling at me right now. Silver is your beta of your. I'm actually considering a new position, and it might be in this bad boy right here. And this would be a bit of a safety trade, but this is a laggard in the metals. Definite beta for sure. Something in the 35s would be good. Maybe like 2026s. I like that. Silver, you got to buy a lot more time than you think, though. But this is looking ready to roll. So if I see the metals doing this and I see SPY kind of pulling back, I think we get a little choppy. We're right at a big major level, SPY. A little bit of a pullback totally would be par for the course. If that's the case, then we will see those metals, those miners, and some of those healthcare names probably at least hold a little bit of broadening out across the board. Net, it'll ultimately be a dip buy if we get it. It's a little early to call, but it looks like we are getting a little tired towards the top, and a typical pullback should be expected somewhere down towards that 200-day simple moving average, which is probably going to land you right underneath 570, possibly down as low as 565 at most. That's it.
There's a couple more names. We got 4 minutes. If you want to knock these out, Grab.
Oh,
which this one is, it's headlines around protests. So I don't think it's.
Yeah, Grab's a no touch also. Similar to the last one. Oops, I spoke too soon. It was a no touch on Monday when I looked at it in our stream. So 525 was last week's high. We're not over that. We're actually, unfortunately, below last week's high of 496. You got to reclaim that ASAP. That just lost today, 496. So if it's back over 496, all good. If you start extending below her, then yeah, we're probably going to see that lower 450s one more time as we continue to consolidate, as this continues to consolidate.
Jim Cramer just tweeted, I like Tesla stock very much.
Why did he do that to it? Dude, short it. Sorry.
There you go.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
There
she goes.
Okay, can you do Target?
Target has earnings. No.
Okay, so no need for Target.
Target has earnings in the morning.
Shopify.
And it's overpriced. It has an average move of 10% Target. Slightly overpriced, not really overpriced, but that's going to be up or down 10% tomorrow.
By the way, oil's up to 64 based on that Israel-Iran headline as well.
Oh, I am on Oxy. Me and Steve.
And Warren Buffett.
Steve 2.0.
Yeah, exactly.
Or am I Steve 2.0? I like Steve. Sorry. Shopify is good. I think general, look, this is when I say the others, like the Googles look like accumulation. If I turn this, inverse this chart, I flip this chart on its head upside down. If this is what good looks like, if this is what good looks like, well, then wouldn't bad look like this?
Yeah.
That's Shopify in real time. So it's just not going higher right now. A pullback is more in order back towards that $100 level, which I mean, I like Shopify long term, but it's not ready today or tomorrow. So you got to give it a little bit. Breathe, baby, breathe. All right, I got 2 minutes. Last thing I want to say is okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to leave. I'm going to give you the stream. You talk to them. Say what you want. If you want to say next, do what you got to do. I'm out. It's Jason's stream. When he leaves,
how do I even close it?
I'll close. Don't worry. You don't have to close it. Just end the stream, and then I'll see it from my other computer, and I'll close it. So
AK breaking. AK Media, CEO of AK Media. Thank you very much. Merging with Paper Games Media.
There we go. All right. I'm out. Jason, talk to them, and I will leave your screen open just in case you want, because you can't pull up your screen. So I'll leave that
open.
Look
at June is in the house, you guys. There were girls here.
Yeah, she was here. Okay, so I'm leaving. I'll leave your screen open. And
that's fine. I will do a couple. Go ahead, drop the tickers now. I'll do this for another 15 minutes, just like I do on my stream. So go ahead, do it all alone. Brian's in the house.
Hold on. I'm gonna pin your Twitter in the chat right now as well. So everyone make sure to follow Jason on Twitter. It's Jason's stream now. And I will see you guys tomorrow on the Market Open Daily Recap in a couple hours. Oh yeah, Jason, you have to pick up word of the day for them. You got to do that as well.
Dill.
All right, cool. I just pinned his Twitter. I'll be back for the Daily Recap in a few hours, and then Market Open tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Have a good one.
All right, I'm going to scroll up a little bit here. Oh, I got some regulars here too. So from Bob's Palantir end of year. I mean, I think Palantir can hold. I don't know if I have an end of year. It would be more like 150. I think selling like the 170s for 2027 is probably on par, but it would be 165 right in here, 165 to 167. If this does do that kind of like pullback, retest, and hit that level here. PB&J, I'm just scrolling down the screen. I see Oxy. This looks good, but it's not out of the downtrend. I'm long Oxy. I was very close to closing some near-term options. I have these into 45. So I like this. I like where oil was coming out of that. You have a huge, so this is a big deal, like a huge inefficiency in the market. On the right-hand side of my screen, you can see it. It's massive. So this big area is important. We did get like this kind of like consolidation here, and then we pulled back, and we're pulling back roughly to where we just broke out of 41s. I don't like to see this big of a pullback, but at the same time, it's like this trade is not invalidated right now. So I think this is fine here, kind of pulling back into nearly my initial entry to be on its way. I think that first area where it hit its head right here, 45s, just under 45 is to be expected. And so now we're going to try, Oxy's going to try and actually do it again. And I'd like to see it breach a little bit, hold, and ultimately it would be into this 49 target, which is a big, that's like 25% on equity. Biddy's important. You guys did just request that. So Bitcoin consolidating over the highs, over the recent highs here. This I thought was actually going to break down. SPY gets a credit rating, or US gets a credit downgrade. This becomes actually a little bit more bullish. I think this is probably what is helping a lot of like Robinhood, your Bitcoin derivatives. Surprised that nobody asked for a miner today. I think this is fine. Eventually resolving higher back in those 141s by like the next year or so. It's well on its way. It's nearly all-time highs. This is, at this point, I don't see how we don't see all-time highs, which is like 109 on Bitcoin. At that point, if you guys don't know, do you know this ticker yet? I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. Does anybody know this ticker? CEP. This is MSTR 2.0, Cantor Equity Partners. Again, new issuing, I think pretty squeezy. So MSTR, I've never been a big fan of, but also looks constructive. Not been a short for a while. Very constructive. But the one that has Momo right now is this one. Crazy. You guys are very fast. It's not a spec. Netflix. So I'm going to use CP instead of Mora, Clean Spark, all that. Netflix. Dude, this thing has just been so resilient. I can't believe I sold any. It's so ridiculous. But here's that kind of last breakout right here. Actually got like a blip of a retest. I don't know that this is good enough for that retest to hold this Monday. My concern about NVIDIA or Netflix, sorry, would be rather like if the market decides, oh, we're full on growth, then Netflix has had a lot of momentum already, and that actually might have some people taking profits in Netflix to rotate into like something a little bit bigger. 986, I'm absolutely a buyer. I don't think that happens. In the meantime, this is just kind of like breathing here. So anything into 1150s can be a good liquidity grab for another leg higher on Netflix. A lot of people knew about CEP. It was a good one. SMLR. Dude, was it SMLR? This was another one I think is doing the same kind of thing. So I think this is another MSTR 2.0. Someone hit me up with this. What is this Meta Planet? I don't know. OTC halted. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is the Japanese sushi restaurant. What was a good one? You did good with CEP, yeah. I see some Dell, and then we can do Apple. Dell, I actually took Dell long in our server somewhere in here. I think it was actually 87s, and I took it and I rolled, and I recently took it down because it's just right into this massive kind of area. I like it a lot, but I think Dell's run a little bit too far, too fast. I would rather see this kind of consolidate, go sideways, and eventually maybe start to break through this prevailing downtrend right here. Because right here, right now, it's a little too high. I mean, 120s is the upper bound, 119s on Dell. It's trying, but if you haven't been if you weren't down here in the lows where we got this more recently, it's a hard one to hold on to, and really a harder one to be like new money long. This holding 108 is interesting, but I think the market overall is in a little bit more precarious position. Apple, this one, again, I had actually 250 leaps on this, and with the downgrade, it was one of these. I just kind of like put stops on a lot of the longer term trades. I think they'll be fine and eventually resolve up. But again, coming into looking at these charts, you have these weekend kind of session gaps that are just massive. These are just staring at me in terms of like, oh, I have a downside gap to fill, which will be a better opportunity. When I put this on with the SMAs today, see this 20-day and 50-day, it's getting very tight. So this is one where the move could happen very quickly. This move, if it does fill, I feel like this is like a $7 drop in a single session kind of thing. So I'd be open for a day trade on something like that if we saw it happening in force, which could be as early as tomorrow, or maybe not tomorrow, but like maybe later in the week, we get a move like that. And then if we do get that fill, I think everybody and their mother is watching that weekend session gap as like areas overall that they're going to want to go long on the market. So I think you're maybe short for a good time, but ultimately long. And in that case, if you do get something like that, I would definitely reload on some. This would be leaps on Apple. Not. It doesn't move enough for me to be really interested. Day trading upside, but maybe downside because that's quick moves. Can you check? You guys got a lot in here. Dude, this chat is way faster than my chat, you guys. I can't even keep up with this. Wait till June 9th. Yeah, I think that's Cactus Jack. You're probably right. I think that's, when is WWDC? WDC. I see. Okay, Arista. Arista, right on the 200-day. I think this made a great move, but it's right into some overhead resistance. It's just okay. It is a spot where I would actually consider trimming a little bit. Trade is complete if you're trading here. So meaning like take at least your principal out and maybe look for, another area to deploy lower if you get it. But you can keep a little bit on in case it goes sideways for a while and then resolves upside. But for right now, this is sketchy. When I see something like this breaching just over the 200-day, wicking below, it's going to get very whipsawy, where you can see a whipsaw move like $10 lower and then the very next day up $20. That can happen. We did CoreWeave already. And an MU I don't do. LNT lows, SMCI. We did SMCI. Rigetti is going to go in the quantum stocks as a whole. I see a lot of TTDs. All right, ooh, this is a big move off the lows. Yeah, $80. I mean, congrats to anybody who stepped out on a limb for this guy. I think you could, if you see this go lower, I wouldn't worry about this. I would not press this bet either. That's just a massive move. Let it digest. I think your dip buys would be closer to, geez, it might not even be that low. Below 70. If you see it, like if I move this whole thing here, you get into this consolidation area. So it'd be like 67s down to 70. But it's very possible that this was just such a big turnaround that it goes sideways for like a month and then ultimately resolves over 80. But you have to wait for that to start happening because that could be a while. But congrats if you guys are there. Firm. Yeah, the market does not look happy in general right now. Like these are a lot of breakdown not breakdown, but like stocks have made big moves off the lows. They consolidated for a bit, gone sideways. To see some small pullbacks, very much to be expected. It's that 45-ish level on a firm still. Or again, rather, not still. This is daily. And I use the 3 hour just because I typically have after hours data on. So like if I used a 4 hour like other people do, I don't get like a clean first half, last half in the sessions. It's like I get pre-market. I get one candle for pre-market, one candle for the first half of the day, another candle for the second half of the day, and then the fourth candle for after hours. So it's cleaner. Thanks, June. It's okay if I'm just scanning through. Last one I saw was Soxel. We just did Amazon. Crowd I haven't seen. Okay, so Crowd. Yeah, I mean, this has been, I just feel like I might be wrong, but the market's come a long way. This has actually done a lot of kind of like consolidation. So this is interesting, not really able to break down. This 404 is a good pullback and retest right here of this area. Actually, that goes back a long ways on CrowdStrike. But this is 1, 2, 3 attempts. If the market does pull back on this one, it could be a bigger dip closer to that 400 before it can rip again, actually. But I would use this, and I'm going to drop down a little bit smaller on here. This is 445. See, this is an inefficiency like right here. It's a big one. And we call this like a fair value gap. So this area is like big time resistance / support, right? And so as we're dealing with that, it's a huge deal. So what you do here is like, see where this pops up, and you would think initially, oh, it's going to go, right? So you need a full, this is not a long, like that's not a long, this is not a long. What you need is you need to see a break up over like this. You need to see a hold, and then you need to see this go up like that. And so when you have this, then this is long. That's over 447. You want to be really cautious, call it 450. Because if this breaks out, you're not, I mean, that's going to go a long ways. Until then, until you get this is not happening, right? So none of this is happening. It's just pull back, pull back, pull back, kind of like bang, bang, bang. Eventually it'll go. But when it goes, it's going to look like this. So you got to wait till you have that. And what would it look like? So you're going to take this consolidation here, and that's going to be at 480s. If that does go. In the meantime, another failure after 1, 2, 3, a big failure here is, like I said, it's a big failure. It's got to go even lower than that 410 to get more buyers. And then you'd really see something like that if that works out. Baidu, block party. Baidu reports tomorrow morning, so you can't do that one. We did do Bitcoin. Oklo is going to go in the, actually, we haven't looked at nuclears. Not ready. So there's like, you look at the cohort, NNE is the other one. These are kind of like chilling. Zoom reports. Did Zoom already report? I think it reports like this week. Wednesday. Can't do it. It's too high. You guys. Oh, Matthew. Yeah, we're doing this one. So I posted this. What's my Twitter? You guys don't follow. You follow. And then you see little things happen. So we are watching UNH. What was the last one? Spy. Rivian. Where is it? I know it's here. It's almost here. Rivian. Who did this? Is this anybody? Is it you right now? Where is my Rivian? I'm sorry, guys. Here. This was on the 12th of May. Very, very crazy looking setup. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is a weekly chart. Big breakout. Since working, very interesting. I mean, this chart looks prime. You know, when I first met Amit, there were two tickers, right? It was the 10 baggers in 10 years. It was Rocket Lab and Rivian. He's never been a fan of Rivian. I still think it's in there. This last move, and I think that Volkswagen has to buy their shares at like a 30% premium now that they have completed the requirements that they needed to, which kind of 30% premium to the 30-day average weighted price, which is about probably here, quite frankly, is that 30-day average price. If anybody in the chat knows, would be in this area. So that's, yeah, Amit had an appointment. He'll be back in a little bit, but I got to go soon. Rivian chart looks good. This one, I'm not in it for a short time, but I got to say, as long as it's holding now 15, this prevailing downtrend is this is a 3-year downtrend. A 3-year downtrend that is broken in the middle of a weak EV sales environment. And that's super interesting. I don't want to press the bet because right here, this is right where it gets a little sketchy. But if you're not watching this one, I think you need to watch it because, like, one, it's a good mover when it moves. But like this is, if this goes, I mean, it still could be 10x in 10 years. It's not even the second that this company goes like, oh, we're gross profitable and we're selling more. They're not yet. Then this is off to the races. Eventually, I think they will. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and say $19. So we did breach this last high right here, which means that we could actually see a little bit of pullback for a higher low. And if that higher low is anywhere, honestly, over 14, I mean, that's good. And we should see 19. If you breach 19, I just don't even know what to say. This thing's going to 20s, like mid 20s. That would be wild. But at that point, you have to assume that it would have gone too far, too fast. But that's what it would be. And that trajectory would look kind of like that. But it's probably one of the better ones. Cactus. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, okay. You're right. So thank you guys. If Quan and June, if you guys can keep me on the I have a hard time following the chat. So ELF looks good now. This I would have said might have looked like a short earlier. Loads have been asking for ELF. So I think there's like a cultish here on this one. $88. And somebody is like, oh, was this what's his name is long ELF? He was short everything, short all of it, and then long ELF. I think 88 is in the cards. You are filling that kind of earnings breakdown here. So here's that last earnings breakdown. This looks good. And over 78.29 today, it's today. So you guys are right. So today you had a clean validation. Does that mean it can get invalidated? No, it can get invalidated. But today you have a pretty strong break. Actually, I missed this. This is solid continuation. So the trajectory here is up to 88, but that's it. Because trading, we go one level at a time. If you do get to 88, what you're going to need to see is you're going to need to see a breach over, hold of, and then you can talk about hundreds, but not until then. Maybe really 106s. It's right over here to that level. But this looks fine. This actually looks good. So you have a break. Even if you have a little bit of a pullback retest into that $77 level, I mean, I might even buy this. If you get a little something like that, that's a $10 move. Whoosh, whoosh. If you're in it, you kind of just want it to go. But this looks good. That is the concern. Okay. It's ahead of earnings. That's why it's ahead of earnings. Shit. So it's doing this as part of the pre-earnings run. I'm going to have to do this. So let's do this for you. I saw a lot of requests. And then I'm going to move on. ELF, not EA. I did this free training. Hopefully you guys show up to them sometimes to show like what is the average. Oh, dude, no. This thing moves like crazy. This is a gamble. Okay, so it's like a 15% average mover. Uh, 19.6, 1.3. So the reason it looks like what it looks like is because that's the pre-earnings run up. This is an insane mover. 11% average. 11% average, which means that you could be in the no. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it has a breakout quarter, you're back to 100, and that would be over what the whatever implied move is. Downside is just 11% is back to 70s. And if you're in this from an investing perspective, you'd probably want to buy more anyways at 70s. Okay. Let's see. It is live. Okay, I've seen a lot of NU. I've seen a lot of them. Not one that I do trade, but this was toppy over here, running into this overhead supply right over here. So this guy is rough. Market's not liking whatever they had to say. I don't know if this is an after hours breakdown or what. This is very squeezy. So see how these SMAs are all really tight. 200 day SMA, 20-day SMA, 50-day SMA. And if the stock starts going like this, you're going to get a violent move to the downside. It like squeeze, like this is going to waterfall. Or if it hits this and it looks like it's going to waterfall, which it might, and it holds that 1170 area, and you doesn't usually move this much. I guess it doesn't move until it does. Yeah, this is the area. So I think if you like this stock, you like it for a long time. So as close to the 50-day simple moving average, which is currently around 1150, would be your area of interest, if you will. Generally speaking, this broad setup here is not, it's not great. You do have this prevailing downtrend, which did break down. So even if this does come back in and kind of retest and hold into this area, that's not horrible for a potential bounce play or hold. Constructive, again, not ready to go. But if it does hold in the mid 11s, I think you can continue sitting on this. And does it pay a dividend? Hopefully it does. I have no idea. No dividend. Oh, this is international news today. Oh, pins. I see pins. Okay, I've seen a couple of these Dollar Tree ones. Dollar Tree. Wow, you guys, really? That's pre-earnings. That's a pre-earnings move. Dollar Gen. This is going. You can't chase that. We call that like 3 white soldiers or whatever, candles. So you have 1, 2, 3 impulse higher. You gotta chill. You gotta chill on this one. Like you can ride the lightning, but that is too far, too fast. It can continue because you have this massive earnings gap. But the thing is, whatever's happening right now is a pre-earnings run up. So your next earnings is June 3rd. So you have like 2 weeks. That's made a bit of a move. A bit of a move for sure. So I can see a little bit more 107s. but you gotta chillax here, because if this gets too hot before earnings, it's not going to be fun. I don't think. 115 is the next one. Sometimes when these things go, they get wild, right? Like, you don't know, like Dollar Gen historically, it's like UNH type chart. Dollar Gen is like UNH fall from grace. Now eventually, like kind of sort of trying to get back up, but right into this weekly level. Very hot on this one.
How did I finish my meeting? And you
They're
are
finding some gems, dude.
Dude, how did you guys keep him here for the past?
Go away. We don't need you.
Dude, I'll leave. I'll leave you guys. I'll let you do what you got to do. I just could not believe. You guys, you guys love Jason, bro. You guys really love Jason.
Dude, they're sucking as much out as they can. When I see Oscar, did you buy this stock?
No, but I've heard
a lot of people like it, dude. It's consolidating. You know, the best chart. What was the best chart, you guys? Tell them.
No more Amit, just Jason.
The best chart.
Oh, Rivian?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Dude, this unprofitable, stupid EV.
I told you guys he doesn't like it.
RJ's on coke every other interview. Like, what are you talking about, bro? It's nonsense.
Dude, I told them there were two stocks early on that were 10x in 10 years. We talked about Rocket Lab
and Rivian. Yeah.
Rocket Lab and Look at this.
Well, I told you I met a guy in Palo Alto who works at Rivian, and he said third quarter they're getting profitable. So if you believe him, then
I mean, look, I even did the L for them. I did Nubank.
Oh, you did Estee Lauder. Wow.
I'm doing it Estee Lauder now. Yeah, this is still going. I mean, God, if we go into a depression, then I might consider buying Estee Lauder. If a depression is on, if it's on the, I mean, I don't know. This thing, there are a lot of these stocks. This thing could squeeze. I think if you own it, you just sit in this thing and you're in for the ride, man. If I give you any false hope, it'll be like the 100th time that you got some false hope on this thing and get failed. Almost, though. I'd really like to see it holding comfortably over the 200-day simple, which I understand is significantly higher than here. To say it's comfortably in an uptrend, which is really, you're going to have a lot of this area to deal with. A lot of this. This is 78-ish. 78. If you're over 78 comfortably, oh, there it is. It's a big deal. Maybe you nibble at it, maybe you don't. But Estee Lauder. All right, man. I love you guys. You are.
Did you promote your stuff? You said where to find you. Oh, that's no. Okay, well,
no.
There you go. You can do it
Am
now.
I supposed to do that?
I mean,
never remember. I'm not a good promotional dude. I don't know.
But do you have a webinar coming up, or do you have a link for it?
I just say what it is. So okay, so I suck at this stuff. I'm not good at marketing, guys. I do this thing once a quarter.
Can we watch this video, bro? This is
No, did you?
No, I'm saying, can we watch it together?
I don't know how to do it. You do it.
What? No, just playing the video, your Twitter video.
It doesn't work when I try to do it. That's not how StreamYard works.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, this is Jason's.
I only have my mic input.
This is his video. There we go.
You guys. What's actually included in the School of Gains? Let me walk you through it. This isn't a
Wait, is this song copyrighted? The stream's already going to be nuked because Google copyrighted it. Forget it. It doesn't matter.
Surface level class. This is a full-blown college level course. It's over 4 weeks and we go pretty deep. We meet 3 times a week and each session is literally its standalone master class. That's 12 2-hour plus master classes. This is a commitment, but we understand that life shows up. So every session is recorded. And if you can't make it, just watch it later. Or if you want to be like our best students, rewatch them as many times as you want to make sure that you absorb everything. You will learn technical analysis, day trading, swing trading, volatility, premium selling, tape reading, how to really leverage option Greeks properly. But more than that, you'll understand how to connect those tools into a real system. If that sounds like the structure you've been needing, take a few seconds, check the link, and save your spot while it's still available.
Boom, baby. There we go. You're muted.
I don't think there was any music. So we actually start on Friday. It is, you know, we did options 1.0 or 100. We'll do options 200. We will do options 300. This is options, the college course, and trading the college course. So if you're not really feeling ready for it, but if you already trade, if you're an active trader, then the School of Gains is for you. The option series that I do at the MIT and that we're going to continue to do is amazing, but it's for like ramping people into it's, you know, middle school to high school. And then if you want to graduate, this is the big stuff. This is the important stuff, but it's putting everything all together. I put a code to, I made a MIT a code. So you have to use that link that's pinned. And we're going to close up on this soon. So we're only going to accept people for like another couple of days. And
this
then
is like real high level, 3 times a week, personalized in-depth training.
Okay. So code is PAF.
Oh, he's up to
How would it not be code PAF? Code. This is the best deal. We always give you guys the best deal. Code PAF is 30% off. It's one time, but you get all the training and everything. It goes into, we use Kajabi. So you watch it forever, right? Nobody going to make every single class. It's a big commitment. Life shows up. So you're never going to be on time for each class for a month and stay for the whole thing. So it's all recorded. Yeah. And the mastermind is like, I mean, day one will pay for itself, but AK Media, what sponsored CEO of AK Media sponsored paper games. Yeah. Like it.
Oh, dude, we really appreciate you every week, dude. It's not easy to get like good TA, and you know, you spend 5 hours a week for free with us just talking through these tickers, you know? So
yeah,
it's really dope
yeah.
stuff.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to sell. I just listen. If you guys like technicals, I'm an options trader. If you like options, we do live session. We trade live. We trade live in there.
Yeah, and guys, so first of all, this is not an affiliate link or anything. If you guys sign up, I don't get paid for it. He tried to do that, and I was like, no, I just don't do that stuff.
Yeah,
but
I really did. I legit tried. Actually, we've had Amit on as a guest speaker, which was cool.
But I just don't do that stuff. But Jason does run a business that's built on training, so he does this stuff for free every week for us, and we're super grateful. If someone wants to go way deeper into it, then you can choose to sign up if you want to. So
yeah. And again, it's a longer commitment. So I mean, you guys are here with Amit. I don't know, you're 8 hours a day, but it's 3 hours a session. We do 3 sessions a week.
That's 10 hours a week. That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. Plus, the kid, did I tell you the kiddo is talking now, like conversating?
How old is he? Is he 1?
1.5 now? Like, I don't know, conversating, but like, so I'm anxious to go see if he'll do it again. But like we're reading.
What was the conversation you had? Like, or what was the talking that he?
It was just like what he has these like farm animal books, and I'm like, what is that? What's that? And I'm pointing to a picture of a cow, and he goes, cow. And then you go like, what's a cow say? He goes, moo. And you're like, dude, it's a conversation. Like, it's different than like he'll say bubble, mama, daddy, whatever. But like, I ask him a question. He answers, you ask a follow-up question, he answers correctly. And you're like, whoa, like, dude is like, I don't know. Like, I might have to watch what happens around you now.
Dude, he's going to legit be like talking to you about selling options. And I mean, like,
dude, the kid is growing up next to me trading. Like,
yeah, he's been in the office.
Could you guys imagine, like, if you grew up and your parents were traders, like, or like an analyst, like a stock analyst, that's what they did. Like how weird your life would be. Would you hate it? Like,
well, you know what's so interesting? My mom was a teacher, and I grew up watching her kind of explain things. And I think I'm not teaching, I'm explaining what's happening in the market. Right.
Yeah.
And so like, I kind of got that bug of just like, hey, this is how you explain stuff. This is how you break it down. This is how you repeat things when people don't understand it. Like, and that's what I do every day in terms of analyzing the markets. And then my dad worked at a liquor store, and the only kind of takeaway I got from him was that he showed up for work 15 hours a day.
Work ethic.
I didn't see him until 10 p.m. at night.
I thought you were going to say something about drinking a lot or something. I was like,
So
No, yeah,
I got the work ethic from my dad, and I got the kind of like explain stuff, talk, communicate stuff from my mom because she was a teacher for 20 years.
Yeah, I had the growing up family, 2 dads and mom. So like my biological, I stepdad. So like my dad, father, we'll call that biological father, was the director of IT for the FAA, and my mom was his account manager. Like, so she did like she was an engineer, right? Like technical engineer that taught classes. And so like, that's kind of like how I got into IT, but the dad that raised me was a sales guy. So I was raised by a sales guy, born into a technical family, but like like technical blood, raised by the sales guy. So I became a technical salesperson, and that's just what happened. It's very crazy.
It's the same. My mom's was basically selling because she was a teacher, right? So she's communicating, and my dad had work ethic. I don't have a lot of friends that grew up with parents that are high level Wall Street people. I don't think I have any friends where their parents are like investment banking, Goldman Sachs type stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was a hard call. Like, I mean, well, when I was growing up, we're here coming out of the Bay Area, it was like, okay, what do? You have to make a certain amount of money. So this is what my lifestyle that I want to have would look like. And then what kind of jobs can I do to provide that lifestyle? In Silicon Valley, it was real estate or IT. And I mean, you live in the heart of Silicon Valley. Why don't you do IT? So that's what happened. I mean, that was easy choice, but always in the back of my mind, I wanted to do like run a hedge fund. And so eventually it was just like, finally able to take it off and roll out.
It's so crazy how like our parents or people around us legitimately influence what career trajectory we're going to go through. Like if my mom was a software engineer, I don't know if I would be on YouTube. I don't know if I would be doing this,
I mean, I say my mom was an engineer, but like, let's be real. Well, okay. When I asked my mom about the stories when she was like at Motorola, like engineering, she's talking about like punching holes in cards and putting them into machines as code. And I'm like, all right, that's a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But
all right, 6-hour stream.
How did I know about hedge fund? Because dude, you look up that you do that. You got to do that. Like you go backwards. This is a lifestyle I want. These are the careers that can afford that kind of lifestyle based on where I live. These are the jobs that I can do that have those incomes. Hedge fund, real estate, IT. That was really it.
Dude, I wanted to be an astronaut and a fireman for the longest amount of time.
Steve is so good. I agree. And
by the way, guys, Futures
wants to be an astronaut.
Yeah, everyone wants to be. Futures not doing that bad after that Iran-Israel headline. So
yeah, I mean, dude, these bears suck. That's what's true. Like I'm hedged, but it's I mean, dude, debt downgrade and they can't rug the market.
Moody's didn't do shit.
Listen,
Moody's didn't do shit. 10-year at 4.5 didn't do shit. Japan 40-year at 3.5 didn't do shit. This Iran headline not doing anything. I mean,
it's comedy, dude.
Well, we had 20% down in April, and bears want more, and it's like I don't know if you get more.
Yeah.
All right, cool stuff. Thank you, everybody.
Adios.
Appreciate everyone being here.
All right,
Jason.
New Mondays.
Yeah, we'll do this.
These tariffs. Peace out.
Yeah. Bye, Jason. Later. Bye. All right, guys, I'm out. Thank you for being here. Long stream. We had Google. We had Tesla twice with Elon interviews. We had Trump on Golden Dome, and then we had Technical Tuesday. Daily recap will be out in a couple hours. We will be recapping everything. We had a couple new Palantir partnerships. I'll go deeper into that in the daily recap as well. And we'll kind of synthesize everything for about 20 minutes and then market open tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday. We also had Palo Alto earnings after the bell. Tomorrow we have Snowflake and Zoom. So I'll have Sam on tomorrow after the bell to talk about Snowflake. And then we also have Target, Lowe's, and TJX. So a lot of the retailers, we'll see what they're saying about the consumer. And hopefully if that's strong, then we can continue some more of this market momentum. And then we'll see what happens with Google tomorrow, dude. I mean, market kind of faded it. I don't think the event was bad. I don't think it was super exciting. But I definitely don't think Google deserves to be cheaper than Walmart or Costco. So from that perspective, we just got to see what ends up getting the stock to move a little bit. But yeah, outside of that, we will keep it going tomorrow and see what else we have going on in the markets. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow on the Market Open. Bye, everyone. Have a good one.